Chapter 42, Call to War. Welcome back everyone. Not much to say unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately depending on your point of view. So we'll just get right into it. Big thank you to my beta reader and brainstorm partner Telemachus Sundus, who personally wrote an entire section of this chapter, helping me immensely. Lastly, I do not own Disney, nor am I Lucas or Martin. I have no ownership of A Song of Fire and Ice, Game of Thrones or Star Wars. This is purely for fun with no profit being made. And with that out of the way, let's get to the chapter. Stay safe out there everyone. Chapter 42. The soft sound of running water across rocks was soothing in a way. It was peaceful and tranquil. Something that Nyra Nox knew would be in short supply in the times to come. A few days had passed since their flight from King's Landing, days where they made very little progress in their venture back north. The most obvious reason for their slow pace was their horses. While Sandor's horse was a fine war horse, the beast was bred for power not speed. Their other two horses were so old that Nyra was afraid to put them at a decent, long-distance moving pace for very long out of fear they would simply expire. And they were traveling through the thick woods and doing all they could to avoid the King's Road or any settlements for that matter. Of course, there was the physical endurance of the girls as well. Arya and Sansa might have been well trained by her husband. But in the end, they were both daughters of a noble and Starks at that. Because of that, they never had to travel like this before. Unfortunately, Jane had neither the experience of such travel nor the training of Nyra's husband to prepare her. And even Nyra wasn't ashamed to admit that even she wasn't used to traveling in such conditions for long. Especially now as she felt far more fatigued than usual. "We're going too slow, lady." Tearing her eyes away from the path of the small stream, Nyra glanced towards the imposing form of Sandor Clegane, who was standing beside her with his back purposefully turned on the four that were behind him. Sansa, Arya, and Jane were all in various states of undress, washing what they could with the river water under Osha's watchful eye as Sandor stood tall with his back towards them. "I know," Nyra admitted, kneeling on the ground and placing one of their waterskins into the clear stream to refill it. "But we can't push much harder than we have. Our horses are ill-suited for speed and the forest isn't helping matters either. And I hesitate to use the King's Road as the eyes of King's Landing are no doubt on it." Placing the stopper on the waterskin, Nyra grabbed the next and began filling it. "You know Joffrey better than any, Sandor. What will he do now?" After their first night in the woods when Nyra finally called for a break, Sandor had informed them all of what he knew. Lord Eddard Stark had tried to submit King Robert's will, only to have it thrown back in his face by the Queen before being beaten unconscious and then taken to the Black Cells. The Stark men that had stayed behind had held their ground well before destroying the Tower of the Hand, injuring but not killing Sir Jaime Lannister. Outside of that, he knew little else as he fled the city with them before anything else could come about. "The little shit is a bloodthirsty cunt, much like my brother," Sandor answered honestly. "He's a dumb little cunt, but not dumb enough to not know that putting Stark in the cells and sending me after you lot would mean war with the North. Which is no doubt what he wanted." Shaking her head, Nyra stopped the last of their waterskins and set them aside. "If it's war he wants, it is war he will get. Though he will wish it differently at the end. He has little support outside of the Crownlands and the Westerlands. Stannis and Renly will no doubt put forth their own claims to the throne if they haven't already. And in doing so they will divide the Stormlands. The gods only know what the Reach will end up doing. Dorne will side with us, but they are on the wrong side of Westeros. And it will be difficult for them to send aid. And I don't even want to think of how the Ironborn will try and turn this war to their advantage." Sandor nodded, before his eyes narrowed as he stared at their horses. "Lady, is that bag supposed to be glowing like that?" Frowning, Nyra turned around towards where their horses were tied off near the stream so they could drink. Her heart hammered in her chest as she noticed a light blue glow coming from underneath the flap of the satchel she'd taken with her from the Tower of the Hand. Nearly tripping over her own feet in her haste, Nyra stumbled over to her horse and dug frantically through the satchel. The glass candle was still nestled in the bottom of the satchel. However, unlike before, it was now glowing a soft blue color. Grabbing the candle, Nyra sat down with her feet crossed beneath her and set the candle down sitting upright on the ground. Closing her eyes, she opened herself to the force and reached out to the candle, just as she had done every night for the past several weeks. Almost instantly, she could feel another presence within the candle. A presence she knew intimately and one that brought her no small amount of comfort and relief. "Alam." "Nyra," she could hear his voice, his rough calming voice not in her ears, but rather in her mind. "I felt distress and danger. For you and the others." "What happened?" Nyra nearly wanted to collapse. It all went wrong, Alam," she said, holding onto the glass candle as if she were holding onto her husband. "Robert died and the royal children are not his. He wrote a will naming Ned as regent for a time. But Cersei had Joffrey crowned, naming him the king and her the queen mother. Then Ned was arrested and I had to flee with the girls. Everyone else, they're gone." Her husband was silent, and during his silence she realized that the others had slowly approached her from behind. Arya and Sansa were both looking hopeful. However, Jane, Sandor, and Osha all looked confused. She knew that they couldn't hear her husband through the candle, so she was sure that she looked like a mad woman, talking out loud to a glowing glass candle. Nyra, tell me everything. Sitting behind his father's desk, no, it was his desk now within the Lord Solar of Winterfell, Robb Stark, current Lord of Winterfell, stared blankly down at the raven scroll laid out before him. For over a week now, Robb had been feeling uneasy. A nagging sensation that he knew came from the force that spoke loudly of something about to happen, or something that had happened that was not good. He could sense danger and uncertainty. Even the wolves still in Winterfell, Winter, Lady, Nymeria, Grey Wind, and Summer were all on edge. Constantly pacing like caged animals and making more than one of the servants within Winterfell uneasy. And with no word from anyone, neither his father or sisters down in King's Landing nor Lord Knox and his brother Jon north of the Wall, Robb was left in the uncomfortable position of being completely in the dark with nothing but the nagging sensation of something wrong from the force constantly racking his mind. But today those questions were answered. Though Robb was truly wishing that they hadn't been. The raven hadn't even been from his own family, House Tully. No. As if to twist the dagger deeper, a raven came from Raventree Hall, bearing the sigil of House Blackwood and signed by Lord Tytos Blackwood himself. Though given its contents, he wasn't fully surprised that Lord Blackwood would send a raven to him. But the silence from House Tully bothered him greatly. King Robert was dead. Robb's own father was imprisoned, and the fate of his sisters and Lady Nyra Knox unknown to any. And the new king, Joffrey Baratheon, had not only outlawed the faith of the old gods, but he had also declared an exalted march against the North and House Stark specifically. And now any who bore the name Stark, either through birth or marriage, had a price on their heads that would make anyone from highborn noble to street urchin with a blade out for their blood. Nothing his father or Lord Knox had taught him could have prepared him for this. The only thing that did was when his father told him that the most important thing that a lord could do was to prepare for the unexpected. But how in the name of the old gods and the force could one prepare themselves for this? There was no doubt as to where this would lead. War. The first men of the North would not stand to have their worship of the old gods outlawed. Let alone that acquiescing to these demands would result in Robb having to put not only his own head on the block, but also the heads of his family. Not something that he was willing to entertain in the slightest. Robb. Lifting his head, he saw the light of his life, his wife Talisa Stark standing just within the now open door to his solar. A door he hadn't even heard open as he was so lost in his own mind. Another reason why I cannot give in to these ridiculous demands, he thought as Talisa closed the door behind her to give them some semblance of privacy. Talisa is a Stark now. And the little shit king is calling for her head as well. And it's not just her life in the balance either. Having thought this, Robb's eyes flickered down to his wife's stomach. Where his child, the future of House Stark, now grew. Upon arriving back from Harrenhal, Talisa had informed him that her moonblood was late. And after a consultation with Maester Luwin, the conclusion was made that she was more than likely with child. Though they would not be able to tell for sure yet for at least another moon. The idea that his wife was pregnant, that he was soon to be a father, was one that excited yet made him more terrified than he could ever remember. And now he would need to go to war. A war to ensure that his wife, and his child, would even be allowed to live. His wife didn't say anything further as she made her way around so that she could grab hold of him, pulling him close so that his head was resting against her breasts as her fingers gently weaved through his hair. There will be war, Talisa, Robb said plainly, as Talisa already knew about the contents of the missive. I can't stand for this. My father imprisoned. My sisters and Lady Knox on the run or worse. Even if I could, the people of the North won't. They'll take up arms against the South the moment they learn of Joffrey's proclamation outlawing the faith of the old gods. I know, Talisa said, her fingers continuing their dance through his hair. Reaching up and taking her hands in his own, Robb turned and met his wife's eyes. I'll leave instruction that you will be the Stark in Winterfell while I ride south. Talisa's gaze hardened, a true she-wolf even if she was not born one. Do not think that just because I am possibly with child that I will be leaving you to fight this war on your own, Robb Stark. Robb kept his eyes on her own and hardened his resolve. He acknowledged that Talisa was his greatest strength, as well as his greatest weakness. And with her now possibly carrying his child and the future of House Stark? Talisa, I don't doubt your strength. But if the words of Lord Blackwood are to be believed, then Tywin Lannister himself has been appointed as commander of this exalted march. The man's reputation, both on and off the field, is well deserved. And to even stand against him, the North will need to be just as brutal as Tywin, if not more so. And that is why you need me, Robb, Talisa countered. Just as Lord Knox needs Nyra to keep him grounded and prevent him from losing himself. I will keep you from losing yourself in this war as well. I know you will need to be brutal. I know that this war will be bloody and that innocents will be caught in the middle. But I will be by your side through it all. And besides, Bran can be the Stark in Winterfell. And while he's still just a boy, he will have Luwin and Samwell helping to advise him. The part of him that wanted to keep her safe and away from all potential harm was yelling at him to tell her that her place was in Winterfell while he was at war. But that part was vastly overwhelmed by the part of him that knew his wife. She would not accept being left behind while he marched off to war. She wouldn't be donning any armor or picking up a weapon. But she would be the first on the field once the battle was over to look after the wounded and dying. He was about to give his consent to her desires when he felt the force run into him like hotter at a full sprint. Physically reeling from the sudden onslaught, Robb could do little more than spring up to his feet and look around wildly, trying to pinpoint where the strange sensation suddenly came from. Finding the source, he felt something calling out to him from a small wooden box the length of his forearm that was resting on the far side of the solar. Opening the box, he found a glass candle, one of the dozens Lord Knox had pilfered from Valyria, laying on a bed of cloth. "Next time answer the call faster, young apprentice." Lord Knox's voice rocked him the moment his fingers touched the surface of the glass. It honestly confused him for a moment before he remembered the quick lesson Lord Knox had given them all regarding these glass candles. How they could be used so that two individuals could hold a conversation with one another despite almost any distance that was between them. "Lord Knox?" he questioned, setting up the candle on the surface of the desk. "Of course it is me, apprentice. Now, listen closely as I am not in the mood to have to repeat myself. Have you received word of what happened in the south?" Robb cast a glance towards Talisa, confused as to how Master Knox knew of what was happening in the south, yet his wife was just staring at him in a confused manner. "Oh. That's right, she can't hear Master Knox unless she connects to the candles through the force. I just received word from House Blackwood today, Master. King Robert is dead and the little shit Joffrey has ascended to the Iron Throne. And his first act was to throw my father in the black cells for treason as well as name worship of the old gods and practice of the force heretical and punishable by death. He's called forth an exalted march on the north to be led by Lord Tywin Lannister and he has put a bounty on the heads of each member of House Stark as well as a bounty on your own head and your lady wife's." Lord Knox was silent on the other side of the glass candle. Fucking hells, Lord Knox's curse carried through the connection between them with such vitriol that Robb could practically feel his master's growing anger. "I just spoke with Nyra. She has your sisters, Jane, Osha, and surprisingly Sandor Clegane who has turned his cloak in our favor. They're currently in the Crownlands, doing what they can to avoid being spotted. We have to march south," Robb said with conviction. He wouldn't stand for his sisters running for their lives nor for his father being held prisoner in such a manner. The honor of House Stark, not to mention the honor of the entire North, demanded nothing less than a full-armed response to these insults. "And we will, apprentice. But we must do so wisely," Lord Knox stated firmly, and just like that, Robb went from being Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North to a young lad listening to either his father or mentor. "You are strong in the Force, Robb, but that does not make you invincible. The North is strong, but the further away from one's home you bring an army, the weaker they become. Our enemies are numerous, Robb. Especially if that little shit has made this a war of faith. And they're being led by Lord Tywin. For now, we are outnumbered and behind. Our only advantage lies in our ability to utilize the Force and the fact that these candles have mitigated the element of surprise." Robb wanted to pace angrily. "I can't just leave my father in the hands of the Lannisters and Baratheons. Nor can I just leave my sisters to wander through enemy lands unprotected." Another wave of anger came through the candle, and this time Robb couldn't help stumbling back slightly. "Do not think I am speaking lightly, apprentice. My wife is with your sisters. And I will do anything to get her back including personally killing every man under the banner of the stag or the lion. But, regardless of our wants, we cannot act rashly and thereby doom the people of the North and those you are trying to save, understand?" Lord Knox's words were reminiscent of his own father's. More than once, his father spoke of the start of the rebellion and the brash nature of his uncle Brandon and how he charged headlong into King's Landing, demanding Lyanna's return and for rigor to explain himself. An act that resulted in not only his uncle's death, but also the death of his grandfather and all of those who had followed Brandon to King's Landing and all of those who died during the rebellion. But what if his uncle had kept his head? Would he still be alive today? Would his grandfather? All those who went with him? "What do we do, Master?" "We have an advantage thanks to Lord Blackwood, as the North was clearly not supposed to know about this exalted march until the army was on our doorstep. Which means we have time to prepare a counter. However, we are still behind. Send out ravens informing the lords of the North of the impending attack and have them send their vanguard and themselves to Moat Cailin. You will meet them there, and hold the moat till I, Jon and the rest of the northern forces arrive to reinforce our position. Only then, when we have our full force available to us, will we bring the fight to these southern fools and teach them just what it means to fight against a Sith." Robb wanted to do nothing more than grab every strong arm in the north and rush straight into the heart of the south to save his father and sisters. But he knew that his master was right. They needed to act smartly, not rashly. If all of the south was united under the faith against them, then it would be a war unlike any the North had seen since before Aegon's conquest of Westeros. I'll send the word and have the lords gather at the moat. We'll hold it till you arrive, Lord Knox. Set your nerves to steel, young Robb. We will have our vengeance against all those who have wronged us. And they will learn just what it means to go against us. Now get to work. I have more than a few plans and contingencies to put in motion. And rest assured, your father is one of the very few I have ever called my friend. So, I will not leave him at the mercies of the Baratheons and Lannisters for long, my young apprentice. He could feel the presence of his master fade as the light dimmed within the glass candle before disappearing completely. Robb. Shaking his head, Robb turned towards his wife. I've got more than a few ravens I need to write. Please send for my brother, Maester Luwin, Samwell, Joy, and Gendry. If you're going to be riding south with the rest of us, then I have more than a few things to set in place before we depart. Sitting on a fallen tree next to Ygritte, Jon watched silently as just across the small fire from him his master sat in meditative silence, the glass candle that he never seemed to part with floating chest high in the air in front of Lord Knox. It'd just barely been midday when they had emerged from the roots of the weirwood, and now that it was approaching sunset, Lord Knox had still not spoken a single word to any of them. Something had happened in the south. Something not good. And the longer his master held his tongue, the more and more Jon's anxiety grew. He needed to know what happened, or rather what was happening. And worse, his anxiety was clearly starting to affect both Ghost and Archon. His faithful dire wolf, while remaining silent as his namesake, was clearly on edge. His ears constantly twitching and his blood-red eyes snapping off into the distance at even the slightest of sounds. And Archon was constantly scampering back and forth between Jon and Ygritte. The little dragon was clearly not pleased and not in the mood for any sort of comfort either he or Ygritte could give him. Ah, fucking hells, Ygritte growled, tossing the stick she was using to draw in the snow into the small fire. What the fuck is talking him so damn long to talk? And who the hells is he talking to? A fair number of individuals scattered across Westeros and Essos, Ygritte, Lord Knox said suddenly, the glow from the glass candle fading as it finally dropped out the air and into his master's waiting hand. Master, Jon called out, drawing the attention of Leaf and Uncle Benyon, who were both sitting nearby on similar fallen trees. What's going on, Master? War, Lord Knox replied, putting the glass candle away and rising to his feet, taking a moment to brush the snow off his pants as he did so. Robert Baratheon is dead. Joffrey, with the aid of his mother, has ascended to the Iron Throne. As his first act, he had your father arrested for treason, forced your sisters and my wife to flee the city, has now declared practice of the Force and worship of the old gods heretical, and is calling for an exalted march on the people of the North. Jon, along with the others, could only stare in dumb silence at what Lord Knox had just told them. No, that's not possible, Benyon denied, shaking his head. Not even the Targaryens in the height of their madness would dare declare an exalted march against the North. True, yet the Targaryens have not always ruled Westeros. Remember, there were numerous attempted marches, crusades, or whatever you want to call them by the Andals well before the Targaryens ever stepped foot on Westeros soil, Lord Knox countered. It was true. As much as the North considered the former wildlings to be amongst their greatest foes, the truth was there had only been 5 kings beyond the wall before Mance Rayder in all recorded history that had attempted to invade the North. For each attempt by the wildlings to claim the North, there were at least 2 attempts or more by the Andals to do the same. It was a grim reality to ponder. Between the 3 enemies of the North, the Andals, the Ironborn, and the wildlings were the least likely to launch a full invasion of the North. Raid, yes. Invade, no. And now the Andals were once again marching to war against the North. At a time when they could ill afford to be divided. Robb is sending word throughout the North and calling for all the lords and their men to assemble at Moat Cailin, Lord Knox continued. Lord Blackwood sent a raven to Robb, informing him of the exalted march. Which has given us time to prepare a proper defense against the forces being assembled against us. But despite the warning, at best we will only be able to have a small force assembled at Moat Cailin before Tywin Lannister, who has been named Supreme Commander of the Exalted March, arrives. Robb will hold the moat with what men he can muster. And as he does, we will make our way south, collecting as many as we can to bolster our numbers. Jon was still trying to wrap his mind around everything that had happened. His father held prisoner. His sisters were running for their lives. His brother marching off to war, a war that had been declared on the entirety of the North simply because they worshipped different gods. How did it all come to this? Sure, things weren't necessarily going right for them with everything that happened with the children of the forest. But war? It just didn't seem real. Feeling a warm touch on his hand, he jerked his head up, surprised yet not surprised to find Ygritte's warm hand in his own and her face close to his own. There were no snide remarks nor jokes. She just sat with him, holding his hand as if she was trying to add her strength to his own. Nodding, he squeezed her own hand with his own as he brought his mind around to trying to piece together the situation they were in. The faith of the Seven had declared war on them and they were heavily outnumbered. But they were not alone. They had allies they could call on. Dorne would aid them, he was sure of it. Both his betrothal to Arianne and the chance for vengeance against the Baratheons and Lannisters would compel Dorne to side with the North. The Reach, they were a possibility. Sansa was set to become the next Lady of Highgarden, which should make House Tyrell honorbound to aid House Stark. On the other hand, the Reach was well known for its dedication to the faith of the Seven. At best, he would expect neutrality from the Reach. Unless Sansa fell into the wrong hands. But outside of House Tyrell and House Martell, there was another group they could call upon to aid them. Master, Jon said, eyeing his master. We are not far from Mance Rayder and the rest of the free folk who decided to stay north of the wall. Perhaps it would behoove us to make the slight trek to their camp and add their numbers to our own. Mance and those with him won't kneel to you or to your brother, Jon, Ygritte responded quickly. Lady Val swore before the old gods, so she will march. But the others won't march just cause you want them to. We don't need them to kneel or swear oaths, Lord Knox commented back, already seeing what his apprentice had in mind. We just need their strength at arms. And there are many ways of obtaining that outside of swearing oaths. Jon, and the others, caught on to what Lord Knox was implying. You intend to, buy the free folk like they are sellswords? Benyon questioned before scratching at the back of his head. It might work. But it'll cost a fair bit of coin, or other valuables. And even if you do get their services, they won't be sworn to the north. Therefore, the Night's Watch won't let them pass the wall. Hells, as much as I want to let you have your way and even march with you, I can't betray my oaths. That won't be an issue, Lord Knox responded. He already had a plan, or perhaps 5, Jon was sure of it. Not just for how to secure the services of the free folk, but also how to win this war. Leaf, time to make yourself useful again and lead us to Mance Rayder. After that, go back to your people or stay with us, I really don't care. Now, let's move. We're already far enough behind our enemies as it is. Carefully observing the small gathering of people working on the construction of a wooden building, Nyra fought against the urge to rub her hand across her stomach as she watched the few women present walk around, handing out small pieces of bread and meat to those who were working. It'd been little over a week since they'd fled King's Landing. A week without a decent meal outside of that which they could forage or hunt down, which was little. And as much as she wanted to try and avoid any type of settlement, especially one this close to King's Landing, the desire for a decent meal and perhaps even some sort of bed that wasn't the ground was eroding away her desire to stay away. Looks to be about 20, maybe 30, Sanders said from his place beside her as they watched the small hamlet go about their day. Old enough to have seen a few winters, and young enough to not have seen any. Few men of fighting age. And they are well stocked. Saw a couple of chickens behind one of the buildings over there. And they're handing out bread like it's water after a heavy rain. Biting her lip, the urge to approach the small hamlet was approaching the point of being unbearable. They were a fair distance off the King's Road. And this hamlet was small enough. A single night couldn't hurt, could it? Arya was doing all right. As was Osha and Sander. But she knew that Sansa and Jane were both struggling. And she was as well. We have the coin to spare, Nyra said contemplatively, thinking back to the satchel on her horse and the 2 coin purses within. We can pay for food and a place to rest our heads for one night. Why waste the coin? Sander asked, shaking his head. There are no men of fighting shape here. We could just take what we need and be back on the road with hardly any time lost. We are not brigands, Sander, Nyra countered with an edge to her voice. We have the coin to pay for what we need. And a warm meal and a bed of sorts will do wonders for the girls. Plus, we still haven't had much of a chance to talk about our next moves. We can rest for one night, plan out our next move, and then head out in the morning. Sander growled but didn't press further. Your decision, woman. Retreating into the thicket, Nyra quickly found the 3 girls and Osha who were waiting for her return. There's a small hamlet down the way, she explained. We'll rest there for a single night before heading on again. Remember, you 3 are my daughters. Osha my sister and Sander here a sellsword we managed to hire to escort us to Harrenhal after we failed to find work at King's Landing. The girls all nodded, letting Nyra take the lead as they loaded up on their horses and slowly made their way out of the thicket and towards the small hamlet. Their presence was quickly noticed, not surprising seeing as how Sander's imposing form on his equally imposing warhorse took the lead. The few village women and children all quickly disappeared as they neared, leaving only a few men to come forth, led by a tall older man who was nearly as tall as Sander's warhorse even with a slight hunch in his back. He wore a simple tunic with an iron 7-pointed star pendant hanging around his neck. Good day, travelers, the Septon greeted them, stepping forward away from the village behind him. I am Septon Marybald. This village rarely gets travelers, especially a knight of such stature as this man here. May I inquire as to what purpose you have coming upon this small village? Stepping out around Sandor, Nyra motioned for the large man to stay back. G'day, Septon. I be Nia, and I be me daughters and sister. We be travelin' to Harrenhal lookin' for work after me husband, passed in King's Landing be no longer good for me girls. We only be lookin' to stay a night before movin' on. We have coin to pay for a bed, and mayhap any food ye could spare. The Septon passed a glance over all of them, his eyes lingering on the imposing form of Sandor. Most be a fair bit of coin to afford the services of such an imposing sellsword. Nyra, playing her part, thought back to several intimate encounters she and Alum shared in Harrenhal, encounters that brought a blush to her face. He serves well, and takes payment other than coin. Septon frowned but nodded. I see. Such is the world we live in, my dear. A pity that there are enclosed stables and only homes for those who call this hamlet their own. Yet you and yours may stay in the September tonight and may purchase any food that these villagers are willing to part with. And should your sellsword require payment tonight, I ask you do so quietly. There are many children in this village who do not need to know of such activities. As night fell, Nyra and the others found themselves alone in the September as the village slept. Despite the late hour, the small group of 6 stayed awake in the light of a single candle. Laid out before them were the few pieces of gold and several purses of silver, along with a roughly drawn map of Westeros that Nyra had hastily created. Ever since that day by the stream when Alum had contacted her through the glass candles, they had been in almost constant contact with one another. It was strange being able to speak with her love who was on the far side of Westeros from her, yet still they spoke every day. And from her husband she learned the true depth of the Boy King's madness. A price on their heads she expected. But to declare an exalted march on the north? To outlaw the practice of the Force and the old gods? Madness almost seemed too light a term. None of the girls had taken the news of the impending war well, nor the news of their father's imprisonment. Jane wept silently as fear gripped her heart. Arya wanted to turn around and head right back to King's Landing to free Lord Stark and kill as many Lannisters and Baratheons as she could. Sansa was the most level-headed of the three, the oldest girl keeping her silence yet her mind clearly reeling as she tried to make sense of their current situation. This exalted army will most likely gather at either Harrenhal or Riverrun, Nyra said, pointing to the 2 roughly marked locations in the middle of her map. Whatever army Joffrey can gather from the Crownlands will need a staging location to meet up with the armies from the Westerlands. Tywin Lannister is not foolish enough to charge into the north, leaving House Tully, kin to the Starks, at his back. He'll want to either ensure the loyalty of the Riverlands, or make sure they are no threat to his rear flank before he heads north. Meaning the Riverlands will soon be swamped with the fuckers, Sandor growled, the imposing man refusing to leave his armor even during the night. Tens of thousands of Lannister shitlickers and fanatical 7-ass-kissers. All looking to run one sword or another through each of you. And we're heading straight towards them. We could turn around. Head for Dorne. Arya suggested. The Dornish will take us in. Hells, once they learn of this stupid exalted march Arianne will probably lead the Dornish spears herself into battle. Dorne is just as far away as the north, Arya, Sansa countered, frowning as she looked at the crude map. And we would have to pass by King's Landing if we were to take that route. And travel through the Stormlands, the lands of the Baratheons to reach the sands of Dorne. At least in the Riverlands we have kin that can aid us. In the Stormlands we have none. But Arya does raise a good point. The North, no matter how strong and even when favored by the Force, can't stand up against the entirety of the South. But we, the North, need allies. Or, at least, we need to fracture the full strength of the southern kingdoms. And with Lord Knox and our brothers in the North. And father, held prisoner. We are the only ones who can do that. Sansa had a point. If the entirety of the South united against the North, it would be disastrous. But even with the faith backing this war, was that truly a concern? Considering the truth of the royal children and the actions of both Renly and Stannis, she would hazard a guess that, if they weren't already, the Stormlands would soon be fractured completely between Renly, Stannis, and Joffrey. The Riverlands were never truly united, and it would be even worse now. Families like the Blackwoods would fight against this exalted march. And others would hold true to the faith regardless of House Tully's stance. The Crownlands would fight for the crown, as would the Westerlands. But the Dornish would side with the North, if for no other reason than the chance to have their revenge for Robert's rebellion and what happened to Elia Martell and Rhaenys Targaryen. Which left one significant kingdom up in the air. We need the Reach on our side, Nyra said plainly. As does Tywin Lannister. Their gold, food and over 100,000 men at arms will turn the tide of war in favor of whoever they side with. I can ensure that the Reach will side with us. Nyra frowned and looked at Sansa. As smart as the girl had become under her lord husband in her own tutelage, she was still a girl. You are betrothed to Willias Tyrell and you are set to become the next Lady Tyrell, but you are not her yet, Sansa. While Willias, Margaery and Garland are decent folk, the Tyrells are well known to covet the throne to the point where it might override their sense. Renly was well known to favour the Tyrells, almost to the point where he spent more time amongst the bannermen of the Reach than he did his own. It would be easy for him to pose the offer to make Margaery his queen should they back his claim. Or worse, what if Tywin makes the same offer? To make Margaery queen to Joffrey? Will they hold to their senses? Or will their desires for the throne set them against us? Which is why I must go in person. Sansa countered. A simple raven will not do. I need to be there in person to ensure their loyalty is to the north. And while I agree that Renly as king would not be for the best. No shit, Sansa. He left father to die. He would not hold to the stupidity of the exalted march, Sansa finished, continuing over Arya's protest. But if not Renly, then who will be king? Perhaps Stannis, but we know little about him outside of what Shireen has told us. And truth be told, given the tales of her father, I find Renly the preferable option. Nyra had to bite her lip to keep from saying what she wanted to say. That there was a king that they could back, one that would put an end to this stupidity. One that understood the north. That had the favor of the south. One who, while still young, understood the burden of rulership and more importantly respected it. But she could not name him. Not now. Not while they were still in the south. Though, she had a feeling that if her husband truly had his way, then all the realm would know soon enough. Sansa is right, Nyra sighed. The north, regardless of how strong it has become, needs allies. Not just to win this war, but to ensure stability of the realm after all blades have been sheathed. Leaning forward, Nyra divided the coin in half, giving half to Sansa and keeping the other half for herself before pointing towards Highgarden on the map. Sansa, Jane, and Osha will head for Highgarden and get the Tyrells on our side. It won't be easy, Sansa. While the Tyrells will more than likely be willing to side with us, you must remember that most of the Reach holds true to the Seven. At best, you may only be able to push for the Reach to stay neutral in this war. But even that would be a win, as it would prevent the strength of the Reach from bolstering Tywin's numbers. Her fingers moved away from the Reach to just east of the Riverlands. While you secure the Tyrells, Arya, Sandor, and I will make for the Vale. The Vale? Why the fuck would we go there? Sandor asked, snorting. Those pious fucks are worse than the damned Reachmen. Won't even take a shit without begging the Seven forgiveness for lifting their skirts. Be that as it may, we still have allies in the Vale, Nyra countered. The Royces, for starters. Let us not forget that Arya and Sansa's own aunt now rules the Vale as regent until her son is ready to take up his role. And Sir Brynden Tully still serves as Knight of the Gate at the Bloody Gate. With Arya with us, he will grant us passage and hopefully a route to secure the Vale's knights at best. And at worst perhaps their neutrality. Sandor scoffed. With all respects to the girls here, but their beloved aunt is more than a little touched in the fucking head. Hells, she still fed the little shit Robert Doran at her teat despite his age. Be that as it may, we still need to try, Nyra pressed. Truthfully, she had heard the whispers of Lady Lisa Oren as well, and they were discerning to say the least. But despite her husband's prowess, and the prowess of the Starks in the north, they needed allies. The Riverlands and Dorne they could count on. But if they could sway the Reach and the Vale to aid them or to stay neutral, then the scales of this war would quickly tilt in their favor. We only got the 3 horses, Osha said, speaking up for the first time. And 2 groups of 3. Nyra nodded. You, Sansa, and Jane will be taking 2 of the horses. The Vale and the Riverlands are not far from here, so Arya, Sandor, and I will make do with only the 1 horse while you 3 have much farther to traverse. Stay to the forests and off the roads until you reach the Rose Road. But even then, never let your guard down. Word has already spread to most, if not all, of the keeps in the 7 kingdoms. And just about anyone with some sort of blade will be out looking to collect on the bounty. Trust only yourselves until you reach Highgarden. Now let us turn in for the night. We leave at first light tomorrow. And just in case, we will leave together, heading east. Then you 3 will break away and swing back southwest. May the Force, and the old gods, be with us. Much had changed in the years since Mance had taken the chance and set upon the path that would, in Mother Mole's own words, bring about salvation through death. Death. Death of thousands upon thousands of free folk, though in truth few shed tears for the passing of the likes of the Lord of Bones, Harma, or Crowkiller. But there was also the death of what they knew of their way of life. To a degree. Many followed Val south of the Wall. Many who shed their past and knelt, swearing themselves to Val and Lord Stark. Death. Yet through death came their salvation. Many now safely south of the Wall. And the Wall opened to the rest of the free folk, both for trade and for when the day came that the White Walkers and their ilk came for them all. The crows on the Wall no longer hunted them down, at least not north of the Wall. In fact, it wasn't unheard of now for trade to be frequent between the crows and the free folk. They were not friends, and they never would be. Thousands of years of hunting and killing one another had ensured that. But for now, at least there was an understanding that as long as the free folk did not bother the crows, so shall the crows not bother them. There had been dissent, on both sides, regarding that decision. But Mance, and surprisingly Lord Commander Mormont, had been quick to deal with any dissenters who sought to upend the fragile peace that hung between them on a knife's edge. And now, that peace was about to truly be put to the test. So, the Northern Kingdom is at war. A war against you Force users and against the true gods. And you want me and mine to join you in fighting this war. Across from sat none other than the one who was the sole reason that the free folk and the Starks of the North even came to speak to one another. The sorcerer Alim Knox. And by his side sat Stark's son, Jon Stark, while Ygritte sat close by Jon's side. Yes. Mance turned his head towards those that sat with him. His woman, Della, sister to Lady Val of the North, and the last major chieftain that still held allegiance to him, Tormund. When the deal was struck with the Starks, we were told that those who stayed north of the wall would not be forced to kneel nor heed the call of the Starks should the need arise. Knox's expression didn't change, not that Mance expected it to, considering a good portion of the man's face was covered with the strip of cloth that hid his ruined eyes. A tale only a few knew the truth of, though many had their theories. Each one more outlandish than the last. Robb Stark has called the banners, aye, and Val will answer as she has sworn to do, the sorcerer agreed. And you are right in saying that those of you here have no need to heed the call. Yet you are still here to enlist our men and women in a war that is not our own, Mance countered. While he hoped to sound strong, in truth he was terrified. He'd seen what this man before him could do with a mere flick of his wrist to those who angered him. And besides, given what you and yours are capable of doing, even an army of 100,000 sent against you should mean little more than a swatting away 100,000 gnats. The sorcerer didn't so much as twitch. If all of my enemies were lined up nicely before me, then I could swat them like gnats. But this war is not something that will be decided on a specific field of battle. It will be a war ranging from the snow of the far north to the sands of Dorne. Even with how powerful I and my apprentices are, even we have our limits. And one of those limits just happens to be being able to be at multiple locations at once. Mance would give him that. Wars were not simple things. There might be some that be willing to fight for ye, Tormund said from beside him. Fucking hells, I'd be willing to fight with you just cause I been bored as shit up here lately with all this peace between us and the crows. But those here in the true north won't kneel to ya or the Starks. Knox turned his unseeing sight towards Tormund. I don't need you to kneel to me in order to fight. Mance furrowed his brow. If he wasn't looking for them to kneel, then how was he to gain their allegiance to owe? You mean to use us as if we were sellswords? Sellswords? Della repeated, his wife staring at him. What the fuck be that? Men and women who do not fight out of allegiance to a lord or king, but rather to one who pays them. Mance answered. Tormund perked up even more as the towering man leaned forward. Hold your shit. Ya mean ta tell me dat not only would ya be talking us south of the wall, but we'd get to fight those fancy southern kneeler shits, and ya pay us for it? Fuck. What are we waiting for? Figured that would get your blood going, Tormund. Ygritte sniggered from beside Jon. Mance leaned back and stared at the sorcerer. The man had them. He knew it, and the sorcerer knew it. The moment word left this tent that the sorcerer would not only be letting warriors south of the wall to fight against the kneelers, but would be paying for their strength as well? He doubted that there would be many left in his camp come morning. Gold would serve us well, but it is not what keeps us as a people alive, he said, trying to see just what the sorcerer was willing to offer for their warriors. The man didn't hesitate to answer. You and yours will be allotted 1/10 of all battlefield spoils, including weapons, armor, furs, coin, and horses. Against the likes of a southern castle, that will go to 1/20. The only exception will be women and men. No daughters or sons will be stolen by the free folk. And as I have made clear with any army that marches under my banner, there will be no rape. Any who do will only be able to wish they could die quickly. Mance had never been in a true battle south of the wall, but he was a learned man thanks to Maester Aemon. He knew well the type of spoils that were being offered. And he had a good idea of just how much was being offered as well. 1/5 of all battlefield spoils and 1/10 of castle loot. The sorcerer didn't move. 1/10 of battlefield spoils and 1/10 of castle loot. And you know full well those numbers will allow the free folk to be better armed and armored than ever before. And no heirloom weapons or armor. Mance could practically tell that Tormund was practically ready to leave the tent right now and begin his march to the wall. And he wouldn't be the only one as soon as Mance spread the word of the offer. We have an accord, he said, reaching over and grasping arms with the sorcerer. 1/10 of battlefield and castle loot. And I will make sure that my warriors know full well that the stealing of men or women will result in them answering to you. Unfortunately, I only have at best 5,000 here with me that will be ready to march. The rest of my people are at Hardhome under the eyes of Mother Mole. It will take them some time to gather them and march. The sorcerer nodded. Time you will have, Mance. But I do not have the luxury of waiting. I will take Tormund here and the 5,000 you have ready to march. You will gather your forces and make ready for your part. Intrigued, Mance leaned forward. And what will be my people's part in this war, Sorcerer? The sorcerer's response was a slight grin that more than slightly unnerved Mance. I plan on using your people for what they do best, Mance. Riding at the head of 10,000 men, Jaime Lannister fought against the boredom that was so common with an organized march. Though organized was not necessarily the term that he would use to describe the march that he was leading. Most were mere small folk that had been conscripted from within King's Landing. Young men, and even old men, were pulled from all walks of life and made part of King Joffrey Baratheon's exalted march. Either by force or through their own volition on the promise of favor with the Seven or coin. There were a few courtiers and lords from the court that were riding with him. But those few and their guards made up a small minority of those he led. Try not to look so glum, Sir Jaime. We are here to do the work of the Seven and bring honor to King Joffrey Baratheon, your own nephew. You should be proud. Fighting against the growl wanting to escape him, Jaime turned his eyes towards the man who'd decided it was his right to ride alongside him. The newly named High Inquisitor was a mystery to almost everyone. In fact, until Joffrey named him to the position, no one even knew who he was. Not even the Spider apparently knew about him. Though how he gained Joffrey's favor quickly became a well-known secret throughout the Red Keep. The man, despite being a Septon ordained by the High Septon himself, was a well-skilled torturer. In fact, in the Senate it took to organize this many men at arms, it was said that the black cells were filled constantly with the screams of those that had been condemned by Joffrey and this new High Septon. The mere thought and memory of which brought back more than a few unpleasant memories of his time serving the Mad King. The Seven don't give a shit about us, High Inquisitor, Jaime responded, wanting to avoid any and all conversations with the man. Ramsay shrugged, a grin on his face. That is quite heathenistic of you to say, Sir Jaime. You may wish to be careful with such words. After all, it was the king's own words that declared any who follow the old gods are heretics and to be converted by us inquisitors accordingly. I am no follower of the old gods, Jaime ground out through clenched teeth. In truth, he didn't believe in any gods. If the gods, old and new, existed, then why would they let creatures such as Ramsay or even the Mountain live? Mercifully, before his unwanted traveling companion could open his vile mouth again, several of the outriders that Jaime had sent ahead made their way back to the column. Sir Jaime, the lead rider wearing a red cloak, greeted him, though Jaime noted the large 7-star pendant on the man's chest. A true believer despite being one of his father's men. We've spotted a small hamlet a short distance off the road. No more than 20, maybe 30 men, women, and children. Jaime was simply ready to pass the hamlet by, but before he could give the order, Ramsay opened his mouth. A small hamlet, you say? Well, this is quite a fortuitous situation. A chance to replenish some supplies. Preach to the small folk, and perhaps find a few more volunteers to join the king's grand march. Gritting his teeth, Jaime kept his focus on the outriders. Gather 24 men. We ride for the hamlet to see if they have anything of value to add. The outrider gave him a salute, and within no time at all, Jaime was leading a small company of 24 men on horses towards the small hamlet. Unfortunately, Ramsay and 2 of his inquisitors, one a woman of all things, decided to join them as well. Arriving at the hamlet, Jaime found it to be exactly as the outrider had described. A small settlement with maybe 30 living within the few buildings. And the central point of the hamlet appeared to be a small september that was nearing completion. Approaching the hamlet, the residents quickly spotted them before trying to make themselves scarce. Understandable. Though what was surprising was when a septon came out from the nearly finished september and approached them. He was a tall man, older. Yet surprisingly had no fear in his eyes despite staring down nearly 24 well-armed men on horseback. Good sirs, the septon called out in greeting, inclining his head. This hamlet does not have much. But we. What is your name, Septon? Ramsay cut in, moving his horse forward so that he was beside Jaime. The man's eyes went towards the High Inquisitor suspiciously. I am Septon Marybald, good sire. I wander the Riverlands and have recently begun walking the Crownlands too. Then as a fellow Septon, you will appreciate what I am about to say, Ramsay smiled, nudging his horse forward so he could command the attention of all the villagers. His Grace, King Joffrey Baratheon with the support of the High Septon has declared an exalted march against the heathens of the north and their vile magic. With the backing of the Seven, we will remove all who worship the old gods and practice their vile sorcery. All men of age are expected to aid in this march against the non-believers of the north. And each village is expected to contribute however they can. Be it coin or food, or warmth for those marching. Septa Miranda, take a few men and see what sort of tithe this 7 abiding villagers can manage to support the great work of the 7 and their chosen king. The lone woman who came with them smiled at the High Inquisitor before easily sliding down from her horse while 4 men followed her. With barely any heed for the villagers, the 5 began going from house to house, pulling out anything and everything of value from food to coin from the house. All tithes to be given to the exalted march. Some of the villagers protested, but their protests died quickly as the men with Jaime put their hands on their swords. As for Jaime, he was bored with the display. He'd seen it more than once. Soldiers taking anything and everything they needed for a war effort. His own father's army was known to leave villages completely barren whenever they passed through. And the villagers here at least knew their place as, after a few half-hearted protests, none tried to stop them. The Septon watched on with weary eyes as the small village was turned upside down as the men and Septa looked for anything of value. Just as they were clearing out the last of the buildings, leaving the mostly completed September alone, the Septa came rushing out of one of the houses. As she drew closer to the horses, she threw something up to the High Inquisitor. From his spot, Jaime could see that it was a coin purse. Pursing his lips, the High Inquisitor appended the contents into his hand, revealing a shining silver moon as well as 3 shining silver stags and a handful of copper stars. A hefty sum. But it was not an unusual amount if the home was the place where the village kept their coin. However, the High Inquisitor seemed very interested in the silver moon, even going so far as to hold it up to the sun and even to clench it between his teeth. Interesting, Ramsay said, smiling at the villagers before him. This is a freshly stamped silver moon. Something that would take moons to reach this far out from King's Landing, unless someone from King's Landing has recently come this way. Tell me, the ones who gave you this coin, was it a woman with dark hair? Accompanied by 3 young girls. Another woman and an imposing man in full armor. The villagers all started whispering together, yet the Septon did not say a word. Jaime caught on to the implication of what was going on quickly and turned to 2 of the men that rode out with them. You 2, back to the column. I want 10 search parties formed and riding before we return. Nyra Knox and the Stark girls are nearby. Turn over every leaf if you have to, but I want those women found. As for Sandor and the sworn sword of the Starks, we have no need for them. The 2 men saluted and turned their horses to gallop back to the main column. By the time Jaime turned his attention back to Ramsay and the villagers, the High Inquisitor had nudged his horse closer to the Septon. You knew, didn't you? Ramsay asked, his smile still present. You knew who they were. And you aided them anyway. The Septon didn't say a word. He just stood his ground before the High Inquisitor. They paid for what they needed. Spent a single night, then left. They made no threats, and we had no reason to suspect ill intent from them. Ramsay turned his horse around and faced Jaime and the others. King Joffrey has declared any that aid the Starks are traitors. Put the villagers in the September so they have a good view, and get a strong rope. To Jaime's mild surprise, all of the men behind them immediately dismounted and drew their swords. The villagers cried out in protest, but their words fell on deaf ears as they were forced into the September while the Septon of the village was brought over to where a strong tree was located near the village. A rope was brought forth and thrown over a thick branch of the tree and tied into a noose. Through it all, the Septon did not fight back nor give any word of protest as he was forced up onto a chair and a noose was put around his neck. Once the knot was tightened and the rope tied off to the tree, the men who'd pushed the villagers came forward carrying several lit torches. High Inquisitor, the villagers are secured in the September and we are ready to burn the village when you give the word. Ramsay turned his attention away from the soon-to-be-dead Septon and towards the men. Burn the village? Why? It would serve no purpose. No. Burn the September. Jaime felt like he took a battering ram to the gut. Turning, he found Ramsay staring at him with that same smug smile on his face. These villagers aided the Stark bitches and the sorcerer's whore, Ramsay immediately countered, nudging his horse forward so the 2 men were nearly within arm's reach of each other. The king himself has decreed that any who aid the Starks or hold to the old gods are traitors to the Seven and traitors to the realm. And traitors deserve a traitor's death. Now, Sir Jaime. Are you a man loyal to the crown? To your own nephew, the king? Or, are you a traitor as well? Jaime wanted to take his sword and run it right through the man's smiling face. This wasn't right. This was just like the days of the Mad King. Standing in the throne room watching men, women, and children burn for their crimes much to the Mad King's delight. Yet even as his hand itched to grab the hilt of his blade, he chanced to look around at his men. All of them were gripping the hilts of their swords. But their attention wasn't on Ramsay, but rather on him. And all of them were proudly wearing a pendant of the 7-pointed star on their chest, worn proudly over any symbolism showing their allegiance to House Lannister. These were not his men. They were men of the faith. Fighting to keep himself from shaking with fury and ignoring the cries to stop from the strung-up Septon behind him, Jaime roughly grabbed a lit torch from one of the men and rode forward towards the nearly finished September. Stopping just before the September, Jaime glanced at the wood structure, the villagers inside, and then the torch in his hand. Come back to me, Jaime, he heard his sister's voice in his mind. Come back so that we can be together as we were always meant to be. Come back to me so that we can watch and guide our children as they rule the 7 kingdoms. Just as they should. Tightening his grip on the torch, Jaime tried desperately to drown out the slightly panicked voices coming from inside the September. The things I do for love. And with that thought, Jaime brought his arm back and threw the lit torch onto the thatched roof of the September. The men around him acted immediately, running forward to secure the door of the September by putting a spear through the handle, preventing it from being opened before running around and forcing shutters on 2 windows closed. More torches were quickly added to Jaime's. Soon, the fire grew and engulfed the entire roof. The begging within turned quickly from frightened to pleas for mercy and cries of agony. He forced himself to remain as he watched the shutters rattle from within as the villagers fought to escape the flames eating away at the building. He even saw a small opening being forced in the wall, where someone tried to force a child through. Yet the child did not get far as one of his men with a maul bashed the child's head in, using the child's broken skull to plug the chance for escape. As the fires swept down the walls of the September, the screams and pleas grew in intensity. Sounds he remembered all too well as men, women, and even children met their end to the flames eating away at the September. Any who tried to escape were met with a maul or spear to force them back into their deaths. And through it all, Jaime forced himself to stay and watch. His hands were shaking as he watched the fire eat away at the September and those within. The same sick feeling he felt every time he'd been forced to watch the Mad King burn someone alive came back, yet far worse than ever. As, this time, it'd been he who'd thrown the first torch on the pyre. "You've indeed proven your loyalty to your nephew the king, Sir Jaime," Ramsay said from beside him. And again, it took everything Jaime had not to end the horse and then and there. Only his sister's voice pleading for him to return stayed his hand. "Spread the word. The stark bitches and whore of the Sorcerer are nearby, and they slaughtered this village before taking what they needed and fleeing." Jaime's eyes snapped towards Ramsay, who held his head high and dug his heels into his horse's flanks. "Come, Sir Jaime. We have a lot of ground to cover if we are to reach Riverrun in any reasonable time." Jaime was the last to leave. He couldn't leave. Not until the last voice from within the blazing September ceased. Turning his horse around, Jaime made the slow ride towards the still strung-up Septon. The old man was still standing on the chair with a noose around his neck. Tears streaming down his face as his lips mumbled. "In the name of the warrior, I charge you to be brave. In the name of the father, I charge you to be just. In the name of the mother, I charge you to defend the young and innocent. In the name of the maid, I charge you to." Unable to take it any longer, Jaime drew his blade and buried his Valyrian steel right into the Septon's heart. He hadn't even realized that tears were falling down his own face until a single drop fell from his face and landed on his outstretched hand, which was holding his sword now buried in the Septon's heart. "The oaths of knighthood don't mean shit. Even if the gods old or new even exist, they don't give a shit about us. If they did, then men like us would not exist." Pulling his sword free, Jaime wiped the blood off the blade before sheathing it and urging his horse to a trot to catch up with the rest of the men departing the village. Arriving back at the main column, Jaime felt nothing but a creepy numbness. He didn't even realize that night had set in until a man came to him, asking if they should make camp. After camp had been built, Jaime found himself alone in his tent. His armor still on. His pristine white cloak still on his shoulders and his Valyrian steel sword in hand. He could still hear them. The screams of the women, children, and men as they died in the flames of the September. He could still see the child that had tried to escape, only to have their head bashed in by a maul. And worst, he could hear the voice of the Septon, reciting the oaths of knighthood. The same words he'd repeated while kneeling before Sir Arthur Dane while Dawn rested on his shoulder. Shaking his head in a vain attempt to shake the noise, he spied a bottle of wine that had been left out for him. Tyrion always said it worked well to drown out any ill-wanted voices in his head, Jaime reasoned, grabbing the bottle, and pulling out the cork, not even bothering with a glass. "Time to see if my brother was right." Ariane's feet moved swiftly as she marched quickly through the halls of Sunspear towards her father's solar. She didn't run. No, that was beneath her. But she was moving quickly enough that the purple silken dress she was wearing was pressed against her front with the looser ends trailing behind her. It'd been more than a se'night since those terrible feelings had started. They kept her awake at night, making her snap at anyone and everyone who even slightly bothered her. She had no idea what was going on, but she knew that something bad had happened. Something that involved Jon and Ygritte, as she could feel their anger as clearly as if it were her own. So, after nearly a se'night of demanding to see her father, and being rebuffed with each attempt, she was practically running now that her father had summoned both herself and her uncle to his chambers. Seeing her father's chambers looming before her, she didn't even hesitate nor wait for the guards to open the doors and announce her presence. Instead, she raised her hand, a sphere of water forming in her outstretched hand before speeding towards the door. The water struck the twin doors where they met with the force of a battering ram, throwing both doors open and leaving the two guards that were standing watch scrambling to get out of her way. Marching into her father's solar with her head high, she saw both her father and uncle standing near the balcony. Her uncle had a dagger drawn, ready to skewer the one who interrupted them. Raising her hand, she created two more snakes of water and snapped her fingers. The two snakes slithered through the air to each door and forced them shut with a slam before dropping to the floor and disappearing. "Put your dagger away, uncle," she said calmly, far calmer than she truly felt. There is only one man who gets to skewer me. And you are not him. Her uncle smirked, and with a flourish put away his dagger into a hidden sheath up his sleeve. You are getting far more open with your magic, dear niece. He wasn't wrong. Ever since Jon and Ygritte left Dorne some time ago, she stopped hiding what she could do. For sure there had been more than a few rumors that she had been blessed by Mother Royne with the magic of old. But she had never openly admitted or shown her abilities. But after Jon and Ygritte left, she no longer cared about hiding what she could do. Ignoring her uncle, she kept her gaze focused on her father. Father, enough stalling. What is happening? Her father moved slowly away from the balcony, his gout while better than it was still hampering his movements. Reaching his desk, he pulled out a raven's scroll. This arrived from King's Landing some time ago. Robert Baratheon is dead. The news shocked Arianne. One of her family's greatest enemies was dead. Her uncle was similarly stunned, but he recovered far faster than her. Ha! The fat usurper has finally met his end. Wonder what did him in? Did he choke on his wine or try and swallow too much meat at once? Oh, what I would have given to watch as the life left his eyes. It was a hunting accident, her father continued. Robert is dead, and Joffrey Baratheon has been crowned king before Robert's body could even grow cold. Ned Stark has been arrested and thrown in the Black Cells on charges of treason and attempted usurpation of the throne. Her uncle's good nature disappeared instantly and Arianne felt a rush of cold pass through her. Ned Stark? The Ned Stark has been thrown in the Black Cells on the charge of treason and attempted usurpation? What fucking horse shit is this, brother? Her father sat down in his chair, his face never changing. It is no joke, brother. Ned Stark has been charged with attempted usurpation of the throne and his retinue in King's Landing has been slaughtered to the man. In response to the attempt on his throne, King Joffrey Baratheon, with the support of the High Septon, has declared an exalted march on the north. And, henceforth, the worship of the old gods and the practice of magic is hereby considered heretical under the laws of gods and men. Neither herself, nor her uncle, could say anything. Madness, her uncle finally muttered before smiling. Though he has done our work for us. The alliance between the Baratheons and Starks is now shattered beyond repair. The lions and stags have lost their most important ally in one fell swoop. While Arianne did agree with her uncle's assessment, she lacked his enthusiasm. Nyra? Sansa and Arya. Mentioning their names quelled whatever good humor her uncle had as his eyes went wide before searching out her father. Unknown, her father answered. They are not mentioned alongside Lord Stark. And my eyes in King's Landing have said that word has spread throughout the city that Lady Nox and the Stark girls fled the city in the confusion. Their whereabouts are currently unknown. Before she could ask anything further, her father pulled a second raven scroll from his desk. Between this letter from King's Landing and hearing back from our spies, I received this missive from Tywin Lannister. The Old Lion has not only been reappointed Hand of the King, but also Supreme Commander of this exalted march. He was wise enough not to demand our spears, but he calls for our neutrality. In return, he offers Tommen Baratheon to Arianne, a seat on the small council, and his assurances that once the North has been brought to heel, that Gregor Clegane will be dispatched to the Stepstones with only a small crew to deal with pirates near Dorne. Arianne's rage coursed through her. You cannot seriously be thinking of accepting this, father. They think they can take away my wolf and give me a mewing cub whose balls haven't even dropped yet. And for what? Clegane on a silver platter? And a place on the small council? Both of which we can easily obtain by going against the Old Lion. Her father held up his hand, demanding silence. Your thoughts mirror my own, daughter. The realm is fracturing, far more than you know. According to my spies, Stannis is holed up on Dragonstone and he has been quietly moving as many ships away from King's Landing to the port at Dragonstone. No doubt he is building his strength through a naval force to push his claim. And Renly has fled King's Landing as well, neglecting to swear allegiance to Joffrey. Last sighting had him heading into the Reach. No doubt the fool intends to push for his own claim to the throne as well. Her uncle Oberyn hummed. So, the Baratheons are completely fractured. And while the Old Lion is distracted with a war his nephew started with the North, Stannis and Renly will march and make their own claims for the throne. That seems most likely, her father nodded before turning his eyes on her. Arianne. We will have no better chance than this. Joffrey has proven himself a vicious little shit that is clearly unfit to be king with this one action. Tommen is but a boy who will end up being nothing more than a puppet for the Old Lion should he ascend to the throne. And given their recent actions, neither Stannis nor Renly will make for even a half-decent king. No. There is only one option for who should hold the throne. And it will be up to you to make him see that. Arianne felt her heart hammer in her chest. Jon. He meant to have Jon put forth his claim as Jaehaerys Targaryen, or Jaehaerys Stark. Doing so would put her on the throne as his queen. And it would give Dorne their full revenge against the Baratheons and the Lannisters. She vowed that she would never push Jon to take the throne if he didn't want it. But, she could see her father's point. The Baratheons had proven that they were not fit for the Iron Throne. And she would be damned before she knelt to a Lannister on the Iron Throne. No. To keep the realm whole, there was only one option for King. I understand, father. Good, her father nodded, pulling out another rolled-up scroll and holding it out to her. There are a few spies that I know of that report to both the Spider and the Old Lion in Shadow Town. I will ensure that they sing the tale that you and your uncle, along with a decent household guard, left a fortnight ago to visit your mother in Norvos. Nodding, Arianne took the scroll from her father. And in truth, you and Oberyn will leave at first light at the head of a dozen ships and 2,000 of our best. Her father stated. You will sail towards Pentos before turning north towards Bravos and then west towards White Harbor, doing all you can to avoid Dragonstone and any prying eyes loyal to the Baratheons or Lannisters. 2,000 is not a significant sum, Doran, Oberyn countered. Her father nodded. Yes, but it is all I can assemble and transport on such short notice. Once at White Harbor, you will head to Moat Cailin, which is the most likely staging point for the Northern Army to counter this exalted march. And once you meet up with the Northerners, you will do all in your power to convince your betrothed that he must take up his birthright to bring about peace. As you do, I will send ravens and assemble as many spears as I can and amass our armies on the northern borders of Dorne. And after the exalted march has been repelled from the north, we will begin our campaign here in the south once we see where the rest of the pieces swear their allegiance. Nodding, Arianne turned heel and left her father's solar, leaving her uncle and father to discuss the finer details on their troop movements. It wasn't until she was back in her rooms that the full weight of what was about to happen settled on her. War had completely fractured the Seven Kingdoms, again. The best path forward to end the war was for her wolf, her dragon wolf, her love, to claim his birthright. To become king. And her, queen. Queen. Of the Seven Kingdoms. Being queen was the dream of many a girl throughout the Seven Kingdoms. But those girls were idiots. She had honestly never wanted to be queen. She was satisfied with her lot in life in ruling Dorne. But now, that is not where her path would lead her. I'll be queen, married to a Targaryen Stark who was raised by the North. The lords of the North will balk when they learn the truth of Jon. But they know him beyond his name. They know him for who he truly is, and while the revelation of his birth will shock them, they will follow him. I must show them that I am a woman worthy to be his queen. A woman worthy of leading the North and the rest of the Seven Kingdoms. Hearing her chamber door open, she didn't need to turn her head to know that her cousins Nymeria and Tywin were now with her. Arianne, Tywin called out to her. What did your father have to say? Not saying anything, Arianne went over to her wardrobe and threw open the doors. Silken and other soft material dresses meant to tempt and accent her best features met her eye. Tywin. I need new dresses. Warmer. Made of a mixture of wool and silk. Buy what you can in Shadow Town tonight. We will have time to make any necessary adjustments to them later. Nymeria. I need armor. Not a full plate. But leather and scale mail. Her cousin stared at her. Arianne, Nymeria said slowly. What's going on? War, Nymeria. She answered simply, turning her gaze towards her two cousins. We're going to war. Standing before the Great Wall, Knox glared at the closed gate that was before him, blocking his path through the wall and into Castle Black. The moment he and the 5,000 free folk that were marching with him cleared the tree line, he heard not one, but two horn blasts from the top of the wall. 2 blasts. Wildlings. Not a single blast for a returning ranger or Northman. 2. And now he was met with a closed gate blocking his path. And he had no doubt that the inner gates within the tunnel leading through the wall were also closed. Standing beside him were Jon, Ygritte, Benyon, and Tormund. The only one of their group missing was Leaf, who had disappeared the night before after stating she would not go south of the wall yet, and that she would see her people to rights. Turning his head partially, Knox stared at Benyon, who was staring at the wall and the closed gate in confusion. Something to say in defense of your sworn brothers, Ranger Benyon. Benyon let out a hiss of air through his teeth. Odds are that the Boy King or Tywin Lannister has ordered the Night's Watch to bar our passage south. Jon came up beside them, the young man's eyes traveling over every inch of the wall. But the Night's Watch doesn't take part in affairs of the crown, do they? We don't, Benyon nodded. But there is enough hatred amongst my brothers that should orders come from the king or hand that they are to ignore whatever edicts have been made by the Warden of the North and bar passage to any and all wildlings and their allies? Well, I can name off a fair number who would not hesitate to follow those commands. So the fucking crows think they can stop us, Tormund spat, eyeing the wall hatefully. Lost more than a few against dat damn gate. Even more trying to climb the wall. Either way, we won't be getting through easily, nor quickly. Time we do not have, Knox replied, walking forward and holding his hand out towards the wall and the gate barring his path. A low groaning of metal against metal echoed across the snow. The heavy gate shuddered only a single time before slowly rising off the ground, revealing the darkened tunnel under the wall leading to Castle Black. "John," he called over his shoulder. "Hold the gate. I will take the lead." The gate dropped slightly as Nox let go. His apprentice was quick on the uptake, reaching out through the force and holding the gate open before the heavy iron could fall barely a foot. "By the gods," John growled through clenched teeth. "I think this thing is heavier than the stones in your tower, Master." "Well, keep it up. Or you'll be holding those stones for a full day." Nox threatened before marching headlong towards the gate, leaving Benyon, Tormund and the 5,000 free folk scrambling to follow him. As he passed through the gate and underneath the wall, he felt a wave of a force barrier pass over him. "Bran Stark, I know not what importance you held to the Jedi of old. But your skill was such that you would have given even the Emperor and Ravan reason to pause." He could feel multiple force barriers as he passed underneath the wall. Wards upon wards. Layered. Interacting with one another to strengthen or as backups should aspects fall. "I could spend months in this tunnel, studying the intricate layout Bran devised and still only have half the puzzle of the wall figured out. Even should the wall be breached, the wards will still stand. Weakened considerably, but still there. Incredible." The sound of muffled yelling brought him out of his musing. Just as the telltale twang went through the air followed by a whistle. Holding up his hand, Nox caught the offending object, a crossbow bolt, just as it was but a few inches from striking his face. Glaring at the closed inner gate that was shrouded in darkness. Twirling the bolt in his hand, he threw the offending object back towards the gate. The bolt whistled back through the air, the strength of his throw aided with the force made the bolt speed through the air faster than it did from a crossbow. The bolt sailed through the lone murder hole in the gate, striking the offender who'd shot at him in the shoulder. "Idiots," Nox grumbled as he heard the men who'd been stationed just on the other side of the iron gate scramble and yell as they backtracked through the tunnel. "What do ya expect, Sorcerer?" Tormund asked as Nox raised the first of the inner gates, several free folk moving forward with spears or whatever they had to brace the gate up. "They're fucking crows. They be fucking idiots the moment they put on that black cloak and swear off the warmth of a good cunt. Don't forget I'm a brother of the Night's Watch as well, Giantsbane," Benyon grumbled from his place beside the two of them. "Aye, and you're still a fucking idiot," Tormund repeated. "But you'll be a Stark, so at least you'll be a decent sort of idiot. Still don't know why you swore off the warmth of a good woman though. No better way of stayin' warm when the snow's hit." There was no attempting to stop them beyond the closed inner gates the rest of the way through the tunnel. By the time they reached the last gate before the exit, Benyon commented on the lack of resistance, noting how strange it was. But Nox could tell that while these brothers of the Night's Watch might be fools for trying to bar his path, they were not complete idiots. Had they tried their luck against him in such enclosed quarters, Nox would have slaughtered them. No. He could sense that the Night's Watch had pulled their men and were waiting for them within the courtyard of Castle Black just beyond the tunnel's exit. "When we breach the exit, keep your weapons lowered unless directly attacked," he ordered Tormund and the free folk following him. "As annoying as this delay is, destroying the defenders of the wall will only harm us in the long run. So, I'd prefer to leave as many brothers of the Watch alive as possible." Tormund clearly wasn't pleased with the command, but he knew better than to question him. So, the large man turned his head and relayed the orders to those behind. Using much more colorful language of course. But Nox was realizing that that was just how the man was. As they passed through the end of the tunnel, Nox's force vision once obscured by the strength of the wall cleared. And before him he saw all of Castle Black and the Night's Watch standing before him. Men were on the walkways, bows and crossbows pointed towards him. 100 more stood in the courtyard before him. Some had steel bared, and spears lowered. Yet even more, like Lord Commander Mormont, was merely standing before him. He felt resigned, though to what Nox did not know. "Hold ready." Sir Alliser Thorne called out from his place beside the Lord Commander, his sword in hand and ready for blood. Yet despite all the Night's Watch standing in his way, Nox did not break his stride. He continued forward, uncaring of the dozens of arrows and bolts pointed his way nor the men meaning to bar his path forward. "Archers!" Thorne yelled, holding his sword high. "Loose!" Only the sound of softly falling snow responded to the command. No strings snapped. No arrow whistled through the air. No men yelled out in charge. There was nothing. Save the sound of boots walking slowly, purposefully, across the snow-covered yard of Castle Black. Sir Thorne looked around, as did a few of the others who had blades drawn, confused as to why the men of the Night's Watch were not readily attacking their long-standing enemy. Not only were they not attacking them, but by the time Nox had crossed half the distance between them most of the Night's Watch had either sheathed their blades, if they were even drawn, or lowered their bows. "Fucking cravens!" Thorne shouted, charging headfirst towards Nox. Shouts broke out. The Lord Commander yelling for Thorne to stand down, other Night's Watch brothers finding their courage or yelling to cease. And the free folk behind him calling to arms. But Nox did not but watch as Thorne charged, his stride never once faltering. Just as Thorn was about to bring his blade down, Nox raised his hand. Thorn's entire body ceased as if encased in ice as Nox grabbed his entire body with the force and picked him a foot off the ground. Several voices called out in alarm as two more left Mormont's side to charge him, but they ended up just like Thorn, wrapped in the force and left floating in the air. Tilting his head, Nox regarded the disgraced knight dangling in the air before him. I did not take you for a man that would so blindly follow the orders of a Baratheon king birthed by a Lannister mother, Sir Thorn. Especially not after what they did to the Targaryens you held your allegiance so vehemently to. Thorn glared down angrily at him. I am a sworn brother of the Night's Watch. I care not for which Baratheon or Lannister ass polishes the Iron Throne. Yet you are the only brother who attacked me and mine as we were merely passing by, Nox replied, turning his head towards the other brothers of the Night's Watch, none of whom were making any moves towards Nox or the Free Folk, even as Tormund motioned for the Free Folk to continue walking past Nox and towards what remained of the gate of Castle Black. Even now, with you dangling in the air, helpless, none come to your aid. Even with him being held helpless in the air by the force, Nox could not sense fear from Alliser Thorn. Only contempt. Hatred. Had he been blessed with the force, he would have made for a great Sith Lord. Fucking cravens. The lot of you. Alliser shouted, struggling in the air as he fought against the invisible binds holding him. It takes more courage to sheath one's blade than it does to draw it, Thorn, Nox stated, before realizing what he'd said. Fucking hells. Now you have me sounding like a force-damned Jedi. I should tear you limb from limb just for that alone. Not to mention the slight aggravation you've caused me by trying to impede my way south to save my wife. But, you're not even worth the effort of flicking my wrist to snap your neck. Opening his fingers, Nox released his hold on the force, dropping all the men to the ground. Thorn scrambled quickly to his feet, his hand clutching at his retrieved sword. Even still, there was no fear in him. Only anger. Resentment. Thorn, the Lord Commander called out, his voice hard as Valyrian steel. Stand down. You have embarrassed the Watch enough with this display. For just a moment, Nox was sure that Thorn was about to turn his blade on his commander. But the moment passed within a split second before Thorn sheathed his sword and marched purposefully out of the yard. The few that charged with him staying close by his side as they left while the remainder of the Night's Watch, realizing that there would be no fighting, slowly started to disperse back into what warmth there was to find. Approaching him, Lord Commander Mormont watched quietly as hundreds of Free Folk raiders walked past him and into the lands of the north. The Watch plays no part in the Game of Thrones, Lord Nox, the Lord Commander said, his unease clear to see even without the force and despite Nox's lack of sight. I let you through the wall today because of your status as a Lord of the Realm, who is merely passing through with an army of sellswords. But any ill that these Free Folk bring upon the people of the North and the gift, you will answer for. Nox nodded. I accept responsibility for their actions here in the gift and the North. They will behave. At least until we are in the South and I remove their shackles in order to set them loose on those southern twits. Gior nodded before turning so that he was facing south. As Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, my place is here, to be the shield for the realms of men. And as a man of the North? Nox asked. As a man who holds to the old gods? As a brother and uncle. Gior's hands tightened into fists. Kill every one of those southern cunts, Lord Nox. That is all I can ask. The cheers and wild chanting of the crowds that echoed through the streets was almost deafening. Streams of flower petals that were prominently red, white, and blue were being thrown from the rooftops, fluttering down upon the crowds of cheering people below. All along the main thoroughfare that stretched from the port to the outer walls of the city was a long and dense gathering of celebratory small folk and slaves. Waving in the air at irregular locations were banners, some hastily made by the ladies of the house with only marginal skill and others professionally woven. Though there were several banners on display, the most common and the one that received the most love and attention was that of the now famous sellsword company of the Storm Dragons. The event that was taking place in the free city of Myr was one that was very rarely held. In fact, throughout Myr's long and illustrious existence, the sight of a grand triumph that was wholly embraced and celebrated by all its citizens, whether magister, civilian, or slave, could have been easily counted on one hand with fingers to spare. As a city that was renowned for its fine arts like tapestries and carpets, lace and blankets, mirrors and glass making, the fact that Myr did not have a history of strong warriors or armies was quite well known. In fact, this general lack of any homegrown fighting force was one of the primary reasons why Myr invested so heavily into hiring sellsword companies and fleets of sell sails for its military defensive and offensive needs. That this rarity of a grand triumph being held in his charge's honor for a military conquest made the event even more grand and memorable for the old lord standing proudly within the leading chariot. As was befitting for his own role in the war, the old mentor and former Storm Lord was riding alongside his young charge who was leading the procession, dressed in his armor that had been polished to a mirror shine. Fluttering in the air overhead them was the proud banner that Aegon had commissioned for their initial sellsword troop. That of a red dragon's head on a field of white surrounded by bolts of blue lightning. Under his personal banner, Aegon rode atop a grand chariot, also dressed in polished armor, smiling, and waving proudly to the adoring crowds that were crowded upon the street's edges. Thanks to the fact that he'd been forced to wash out the blue from his hair during the war, Griff couldn't help smiling in starstruck melancholy at his old love's son. In this moment of triumph, Aegon truly looked every bit like his father, Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, had at that age. It was a sight that brought both joy and melancholy to Griff's old heart. "I'm so proud of you, boy," Griff said lowly over to his charge so that only he could hear him, earning a quick glance from the young man. "Now, we just have to make them love you too." Aegon shot him a knowing smile. "Considering that we managed to break the siege and send both Lys and Tyrosh back to their own lands, I don't think that'll be hard to do, Sir Connington." "The war isn't over yet, my prince," Griff stated knowingly. "We managed to catch Lys and Tyrosh by surprise, but they will regroup and launch new offensives in the near future. They always do. The trick will be in subduing them before they can build up their strength too much." "Oh, that won't be a problem, my lord," Aegon said, his smile unwavering as he turned back to waving at the crowd. "I already have plans for how to deal with them. But before we can do that, we need to consolidate things here." Griff knew what Aegon was speaking of. They had discussed it privately during the war many times. As distasteful as he found it, Griff knew it was necessary to have happen. After all, if Aegon was to regain his inheritance, or for Griff himself to be able to venture home, they would need such a strong claim that refuting them would be akin to suicide on the parts of the Westerosi lords and nobles. And the easiest way to get that kind of power was with a much larger and fanatically loyal army than any of those lords could hope to overcome without grievous losses. Myr was to be but the first of those whom Aegon planned on claiming. The chariot they were riding in came to a smooth halt in front of Myr's grand magisterium hall, causing Griff to shake off his dark thoughts. Now was not the time. Together, the two stepped down from their chariot and moved up the steps of the grand building. In a rather strange way, Griff couldn't help but stare up at the domed building with a bit of amusement. Although the only similarity it had with the massive dragon pit of King's Landing was its domed roof, that single comparison still told Griff quite a bit about the monsters that inhabited this building. Just as the dragons of the old Targaryen kings had once inhabited the domed dragon pit. Reaching the top of the staircase, Griff and Aegon turned back to the still cheering crowds below and around them. Standing arrayed around them were the numerous Magisters of Myr, the wealthiest and most influential men who controlled this city and the people therein. All of them were dressed in the finest silks, wearing large, gilded robes, jewels, and gems of such luster that they shone in the slightest of light. Some carried swords of clearly ornamental make and use. Others wore golden pauldrons or jeweled breastplates over their robes. It was a blatant and rather obnoxious display of their personal wealth, Griff knew, and a subtle attempt by the lot of them to try and intimidate the exiled lord and his charge. To remind them that although this triumph was being held in their honor, it was the Magisters who still ruled this city. And it was by their whims that it was even being held to begin with. Aegon Targaryen paid them no mind as he and Griff turned back to the crowd. Smiling, his young charge raised his hand, bringing about a silence to the crowd. And as he did, Griff couldn't help but beam in pride. He knew, now more than ever, that this truly was the son of his Silver Prince. For who else but a dragon could command a crowd so effortlessly? Magisters, lords and ladies, good people of the free city of Myr, Aegon cried out, pitching his voice that it could carry for as far as possible. My name is Aegon, captain of the Storm Dragon's Free Company. I stand before you now to deliver upon you all my solemn vow. I had sworn to save your city. To send your enemies fleeing into the night back to the hovels they call home. To pursue them without rest. To end their threat to you and yours. He paused for a moment, to catch his breath and to let his words sink in. And now, here I stand. Victorious. The armies of Lys and Tyrosh a broken husk of what they once were. And the people of Myr safe. A loud cheer of agreement and approval swept through the crowds, many raising their hands in victory. After several long moments to let them cheer, Aegon raised his hand for silence, which the crowd quickly acceded to. Now, if you would have me, I and my men would be honored to remain here. To safeguard this city and its people, all of you, from all future threats that might arise. And should fortunes be good, help you once again begin to grow and expand your domain. With fire and blood, to make the free city of Myr more than just another city. With fire and blood, to make this city into a grand empire. If you would have me. There was a long, tense moment. Well, tense for Griff as he glanced worriedly over at the young boy he'd helped to raise and protect. Although he and the boy had both discussed this, he hadn't expected the boy to act on the idea so soon. Perhaps this was the rashness of youth? Still, the boy had made his goals known and hinted towards his dream. Now, it would be up to the people to decide. A calculated risk, as Haldon the half-maester had said. It started slowly. A few individuals scattered throughout the crowd started clapping. Clapping which soon spread throughout the crowd till it was a dull roar. Voices roared out, cheering for him. Chanting, Aegon! Aegon! Aegon. It was a response that caused Griff to fight back a sigh of relief, whilst causing yet another swelling of pride within him for the young man who stood before him. Aegon let the cheering and clapping continue for another few moments, letting the crowd work it out of their systems, as he remained where he stood, smiling serenely down at them. Finally, he raised his arm again and the crowds quieted down. Thank you for your vote of confidence. I shall endeavour to make the most of this trust you place in me. Now, I fear we must speak with the Magisters for the next phase of our campaigns against Tyrosh and Lys. But, in the meantime, feel free to help yourselves to food and drink at the Storm Dragon's camp outside the walls. I do believe that most of them are still celebrating our victory and would welcome your attendance. This last remark earned him quite a few barks of laughter and affirmative responses. Nonetheless, the crowd slowly began to disperse as Griff and Aegon turned and followed the Magisters inside the opulent building of governance. Once they'd passed through the entry doors, Aegon and Griff were directed to wait in a side chamber as the Magisters continued onwards, seeking to find their seats within so that they could speak with the duo as a gathered collective in dignity. What should have been a simple matter to find one's seats in a matter of moments turned into a mind-numbing wait with Griff growing increasingly impatient. Yet another subtle political maneuver. He'd seen it before amongst the lords of Westeros. But he didn't mind the wait. In fact, the delay would play to his and Aegon's favor in this case. They're ready for you, one of the attending slaves spoke up from the doorway. Thank you, Aegon said politely to the man, nodding in gratitude. Without another word, the duo followed the slave to the set of large double doors that stood nearby, with the slave opening and holding the door for them. On the other side of the doorway was another hall, covered in exquisite paintings and masterfully crafted statues set between a series of long windows that were filled with painted glass depicting grand scenes of Meer's long history. As they walked through this hallway towards the second set of double doors at the end, Griff found himself feeling somewhat nostalgic. The rather blatant display of wealth and arrogance around them reminded him very strongly of the many castles he'd visited back in his youth, most prominently being of course the Red Keep when he was the Hand of the King. Along with the nostalgia came amusement. Two different cultures separated by a sea and yet sharing similar views of wealth and what it means to be in power. Passing through the second set of double doors, again opened by a slave standing ready for them, Griff and Aegon finally entered the Magisterium's meeting hall. Though the function of the meeting hall was similar to the throne rooms of Westerosi keeps, the hall itself was nothing like what he was used to in Westeros. This hall was circular in shape and had a series of elevated rows with cushioned benches and tables for the Magisters to be seated behind and used to take notes with. Standing at the front and center of the room was a singular gilded throne upon a slightly raised dais, no doubt where the Lord of the Keep would have sat had this building been in Westeros, in Griff's mind. The duo of Westerosi exiles had apparently entered at a good time. They heard the closing statements of a Magister, no doubt giving a welcoming speech for their arrival into the hall. Griff would have scoffed derisively at the sheer ridiculousness of that. All these Magisters had quite literally stood with them upon the Magisterium's entrance as Aegon had made his declaration. They were all fully aware of who the two of them were, and yet they still felt the need to go through all this pomp and ceremony. Either these men were fools, or they were just amusing themselves, or perhaps both. Without missing a beat, Aegon quietly made his way over to the throne in the center of the hall. Griff hung back slightly with his left hand resting nonchalantly upon his sword's pommel, standing behind and to the side of the young man as Aegon took his rightful seat. Thank you for the introduction, Magister Nahor, Aegon said with a calm, friendly tone, nodding to the man who was making his way up the row of benches to take his seat. Getting no response from the man, Aegon turned his attention to the collected Magisters around him. In total, there were close to 30 men seated, all watching him with mixed expressions. And thank you, Magisters, for granting me this audience. I understand that you are all busy men with many responsibilities to attend to, so I shall endeavour to keep this brief. Indeed, lad, one of the Magisters replied. After that show outside, I imagine that you have much to tell us. That is correct, Magister Aenerlis, Aegon nodded. But to summarize, I shall be blunt. Even with this victory, my Storm Dragons, and the other free companies that you have access to, you must all already see it. Meer is dying. Thanks in large to Northern Westeros's rapid and quite impressive glass production surpassing and even now seizing the market, Meer's most lucrative export is no longer in demand. You have lost upwards of 60% of your previous income and thus can no longer purchase the services of nearly as many sellsword companies or sell sales to protect you. In 5 years, maybe less, Tyrosh, Lys, and Volantis will overrun and subjugate you. Yes, we are all keenly aware of Meer's dire straits, boy, Magister Aron said in a rather snide tone, no doubt annoyed with Aegon reminding them of those facts. Is there a point to this? My point is, Aegon continued, shooting the man a cold stare, just barely managing to keep his voice under control as his Targaryen temper flared slightly. As it did so, Griff couldn't help the slight chill that ran down his spine, causing him to shift uncomfortably away from Aegon. That what you have been doing is clearly not working. Something needs to change. And what would you suggest? Magister Enolis asked patiently. He had a placid look about his old and heavily lined face. Clearly, you have something in mind. Aegon nodded. For many centuries now, Myr has been run here, from this very room, by a council of magisters, you. And for many centuries, you have indeed prospered. But times have changed. Magic is returning. New players are coming onto the game board. Power is shifting as moves are being made. The lords of Westeros now squabble over the Iron Throne. Lys and Tyrosh stood ready to conquer you and finally claim the disputed lands. The Dothraki have been broken with the death of Khal Drogo and are now trying to build new Khalasars. The House of the Undying has gone silent. And my aunt, Princess Daenerys Targaryen, has brought forth a dragon and made known her wish to rebuild the Valyrian Empire. And yet, Myr has not changed. Why? He paused in his speech just long enough to let his question sink in and have the magisters start grumbling and shifting uncomfortably in their seats. Clearly, they were feeling as uncomfortable being in Aegon's presence as Griff did. But he didn't allow any of them to speak up before he continued. I believe it is because of this council, Aegon stated bluntly, his arm raising and sweeping slightly to encompass the room around them. This council is indeed a good governing tool for leading and regulating this city. But with so many voices speaking, so many people trying to push through so many personal or trivial agendas, you get bogged down bureaucracy and thus nothing meaningful occurs. Not until a single large enough external threat forces you all to put aside your differences and plots to work together. Like when Tyrosh and Lys were about to batter down your walls and burn your fleet. Too many men trying to voice too many opinions to lead in too many directions, Aegon said, rising to his feet and striding a few steps forward until he was standing upon the edge of the dais. What I am suggesting to you all is that while this council is good for governing the city, your armies require a single guiding hand to control it. A single voice to command where you are to attack. A single voice will be able to topple the likes of Lys and Tyrosh and finally claim the disputed lands for Myr. I propose to you magisters here and now that you proclaim me to be supreme commander of the armies of Myr. Both Myr's own sons and any sellsword company that comes under your employ. There was heavy silence that filled the hall at Aegon's bold declaration. Despite his relaxed posture, Griff couldn't help tensing his muscles as his hand tightened its grip upon his pommel. The moment of truth. There is no going back after this, he smiled wanly at the thought. Finally. Aegon's proposal was met with silence for all of 3, maybe 4 heartbeats before the magisters of Myr broke out into a cacophony of noise that nearly made him wince. Some voiced support for the idea, though not for Aegon to hold such an important role. He was a foreigner. He was too young. He commanded sellswords, not Myr. But a few gave their support. Like how Aegon had won a significant and tactically brilliant battle against the combined forces of Lys and Tyrosh. Surely, if he were given full command, he could beat both rivals back. Maybe even force them to surrender so that the disputed lands would finally be united beneath Myr's banner. And amidst the noise, his charge stood tall, letting the words flow over him. After listening to the same argument for the 5th time, Aegon finally had enough and raised his hand. The action, so simple in nature, quieted the magisters in the hall almost immediately. He is truly his father's son. Jon thought with pride. Oh, Rhaegar, if only you could see the man your son has become. He is a true king. I understand my age is concerning for some. But do not be fooled. The blood of Valyria runs strong through my veins. And while I have not said this openly before, I say it now. I am Aegon Targaryen, son of Rhaegar Targaryen and descendant of Aegon the Conqueror. The blood of conquerors, the blood of the dragons, flows through my veins. And more besides. Holding his hands out to his sides, Aegon turned so that his palms were facing up before slowly raising his hands. Shouts of alarms cried out as 2 of the more vocal magisters that spoke out against Aegon's appointment were raised into the air till their feet could no longer touch the ground. Twisting his hands, both magisters fell back to the ground and onto their asses. Not a single voice was raised as all eyes stared at Aegon in wonderment and fear. Jon wouldn't lie. When their patrons had first brought them tutors in the form of a group of disgraced red priests and priestess, along with a warlock from Qarth, he had been more than apprehensive about allowing the tutoring to commence. In his opinion, magic was akin to trying to wield a still white-hot blade without a hilt or guard. Yet both the tutors and their patrons said that Aegon had the spark of magic. And with the recent resurgence in magic in the forms of the Sorcerer and his acolytes in Westeros, he was willing to let the tutoring commence. After all, word was that the Sorcerer had taken a liking to the usurper's faithful attack dog and was even training the man's children in the art of magic. If Aegon was to truly reclaim that which was rightfully his, he needed every advantage he could get. And magic, as dangerous as it was such an advantage. While the magisters all stared in shock at Aegon, Jon only beheld the young man he had raised with pride. Tell me, magisters. How many wars have you won before I came? Aegon asked, his voice low and commanding. How many victories has Myr claimed on the soil of your enemies? I could have offered my services, and the services of the storm dragons, to Lys and Tyrosh. But I chose instead to come to Myr. Because I see the potential for greatness in this great city. I see the strength and beauty of the people of Myr. And I know that under the right leadership, that Myr will finally claim dominion over the disputed lands, as is your right. Magister Aron was the first to recover, his snide facade falling slightly in the face of Aegon's power. And say that we agree to this proposal. That we appoint you Supreme Commander, say you strike down Lys and Tyrosh, what then? Will you simply leave? Aegon turned his purple eyes towards the Magister. I will leave. My aspiration is to reclaim that which was lost. So, yes, when I defeat Lys and Tyrosh and affirm Myr's dominion over the disputed lands, I will leave. With new allies that I trust will remember what I helped them reclaim. And in return will help me reclaim that which I have lost. The Magisters all shared a look with one another. You have given us much to speak of, young Aegon, Magister Inoles stated. Please. We must speak amongst ourselves to decide the correct path for Myr. I understand, Magister, Aegon nodded. However, please remember that I cannot wait around for a long time. Should my offer be so unappealing, I will be leaving with my men once our contract is completed. Bowing once more to the Magisters, Aegon turned on his heel and marched out of the Magisters' hall. Falling into step just behind and beside his charge, the duo made it back to their private chambers before it happened. The moment the door closed, Aegon nearly all but collapsed. Jon, having expected this, was right beside him, helping Aegon keep to his feet. Thank you, Griff, Aegon huffed, his breath coming in short pants. That was taxing. Keeping his arms around Aegon, Jon led the last remnants of his love to one of the luxurious couches within their private chambers. Of course, Aegon, he said, helping him sit. Are you? I'll be fine, Jon, Aegon cut in, taking a few ragged breaths to try and steady himself. The Red Priest told me that magic is just like a muscle, one that needs to be exercised regularly. I'll need to increase my training with them if I am to have even a chance against the Sorcerer and his spawn of usurper dogs. If it were up to Jon, he would make sure that Aegon spent as little time as possible with the Red Priests. He saw the danger of magic when his love became obsessed with prophecy to the point where he was easily seduced by that wolf bitch thanks to Elia's failure as a woman. But that was not the world that they were able to be in. The usurper and his attack dog, not to mention the old lion, had magic, powerful magic at their command. The only way that they could retake Westeros and instill Aegon to his rightful place as king would be if they had powerful magic at their command as well. Deciding to stay silent on the matter, Jon stood by his young charge as Aegon closed his eyes and went through a few meditation exercises that his mentors in the magical arts had taught him. It was just as the sun was beginning to near the tallest tower that a knock came to their door, disrupting the moment of peace the two had. Opening his eyes, Aegon took a deep breath before nodding to Jon to answer the door. Walking over, Jon opened the door and was unsurprised to find a slave, prostrating herself on her knees with her forehead almost touching the floor. Forgive the intrusion, masters. The slave's voice could barely be heard as her lips were nearly pressed to the floor. The Magisters have called for you. Jon was a true Westerosi lord, so the very idea of slavery disgusted him. But he also could acknowledge that this was the way of the world. So instead of dismissing the slave or thanking her for delivering the message, he simply ignored the kneeling slave and turned back to Aegon. His charge took a moment to collect himself before nodding and marching out of their chambers with his head held high. He did notice that Aegon nearly walked over the slave as he walked, but the slave girl was experienced enough to quickly scurry out of his path to avoid him. He didn't know why, but that one act bothered him slightly. But he put that out of his mind. He would talk with Aegon later about proper etiquette towards his servants after he takes the crown, but now was not the time for such a conversation. Marching back into the Magister's hall, Jon fought against his heart threatening to thumb out of his chest. Their patron had promised them a substantial army to retake Westeros. But Jon did not fully trust them. They needed an army of their own, free from the influence of their patron, if Aegon was ever to retake his rightful place as king of the Seven Kingdoms. The Magisters were the same as when they left them, however he did note that their demeanor was significantly different. There was an almost resigned look to most of them with a few showing open anger. A sure sign if he ever saw one. Though a sign to what he wasn't sure. We have come to a decision, Magister Inoles said, his face betraying nothing as he stood in the middle of the audience hall. Aegon nodded, standing tall and confident. Just like his father. And your decision? The aged Magister kept his eyes on Aegon. You will be named High Commander of the Myrish armies until our enemies are brought low. However, you shall be assigned a war council made of those whose loyalties are to Myr alone. You shall have complete control of your storm dragons, as they are your company. However, the Myr commanders shall have the ability to retake command of the armies should you prove yourself inadequate. Understandable and acceptable, Aegon acknowledged, and Jon felt his spirits raise. They had done it. Now Aegon could truly make a name for himself. And after I claim the disputed lands for Myr and seek to reclaim that which is rightfully mine. At this, Magister Inoles did not necessarily look pleased. Then you shall find an ally in Myr. However, we will expect proper compensation for our aid. Jon wanted to scoff. They accepted Aegon's offer of bringing all the disputed lands under Myr's control. Yet when the time would come for them to return the favor by aiding Aegon in retaking his birthright, they had the nerve to demand compensation. But thankfully, he was not the one currently negotiating with the Magisters. Understandable, Aegon nodded. You are paying for not only my services, but also the services of the Storm Dragons. It makes sense that I would return the favor and provide comparable compensation for your aid in retaking my home. Name Myr's price, Magister Inoles. The Magister didn't hesitate. The northern glass trade will end. And the artisan glass makers in the north will be gifted to Myr. The demand was surprising and took Jon aback. He was expecting maybe a Magister to be placed on Aegon's council, or perhaps a daughter to be promised to Aegon. But the end of the northern glass trade? That was not something he expected. Though when he thought about it, he shouldn't have been surprised. Since the time of the fall of the Valyrian Empire, Myr had stood at the pinnacle of the glass trade throughout all of Essos and Westeros. Until the north discovered the secret to making glass, and even improving upon its strength and beauty. And with that discovery Myr's wealth, and their strength, diminished rapidly. Leaving them easily the weakest they had ever been since the times of Valyria. Myr's demand of the cessation of the northern glass trade would bring their wealth back. But in doing so it would also weaken one of the newest demanded exports that Westeros had. An export that brought in a fair amount of coin. Coin that would be needed for Aegon to aid in rebuilding Westeros. And if that wasn't enough, they were also demanding the craftsmen to be gifted to them. And he was under no delusions that as soon as those craftsmen were handed over, they would immediately become slaves to the Magisters. Westeros abhors slavery of all forms, Jon thought, almost surprised at the intensity of his own displeasure at the almost unreasonable demand. If one of Aegon's first acts as king is to destroy one of Westeros's main exporters in glass, and then to also throw craftsmen into slavery, it will take a long time for him to regain the goodwill of the people and the nobility. A steep price, Aegon replied evenly. As is asking for Myr's aid in reclaiming an entire kingdom the size of the Seven Kingdoms. A kingdom your family lost. The Magister countered just as evenly. Aegon hesitated just for a few heartbeats before giving the Magisters a curt nod. Very well then. We have an accord. I will lead Myr's army to victory over Lys and Tyrosh. In return for my ending the glass trade and bringing you the craftsmen from the north, Myr will aid me in reclaiming that which is rightfully mine. Jon smiled slightly. Despite the steep price, the deal was made. Now all they needed to do was win a several centuries-old war to bring fame to Aegon's name. After that, they would return home. With the storm dragons, the full strength of Myr, as well as whatever army their patron could muster. Then, my love, all those who betrayed you will pay. With fire and blood, they will pay for what they did to you. Chapter 43, Moving the Pieces. Welcome back everyone. Not much to say unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately depending on your point of view. RL has been a royal pain in the ass. So not a whole lot of time for writing. But, not giving up on this one. I'm fully committed to seeing this story through till the end. Even if it takes some time. Big thank you to my beta reader and brainstorm partner Telemachus Sundus, who personally wrote an entire section of this chapter, helping me immensely. Lastly, I do not own Disney, nor am I Lucas or Martin, I have no ownership of A Song of Fire and Ice, Game of Thrones or Star Wars. This is purely for fun with no profit being made. And with that out of the way, let's get to the chapter. Stay safe out there everyone. Chapter 43. Riding in the saddle with Jane behind her, Sansa Stark felt her heart beating up in her throat as they took a familiar path through the woods out into a clearing. The path was familiar only because they had traversed this same path not a few days past. After separating from Lady Nox, her sister Arya, and the Hound, the plan had been for them to head south a bit and let this exalted army pass them northwards before cutting west towards the Rose Road and later the Reach. But the day after they separated, Sansa felt something from the Force. Something dark. It was the same feeling she'd had the day in King's Landing when everything had gone so wrong. She'd hoped and prayed, to both the old gods and the Force, that what she was sensing was just nothing. But as they came into the clearing that held the small hamlet they'd stayed in for just a single night, her hopes and prayers were dashed. There were no children running about. No men working in the fields nor women tending the homesteads. There was just silence. And even more noticeable was the fact that the September was gone. Shite, Osha growled, her sworn sword still trying to get used to controlling a horse beneath her. Something don't feel right about this little lady. That's because it isn't right, Sansa replied, tapping her horse with her heels and urging the beast forward as Jane whimpered and pressed her face into Sansa's back. As they rounded the buildings, they caught sight of the September, or at least what was left of the September. But more than that, they found the Septon that had been so nice to them. Dried blood covered his front and legs. His lifeless body swinging from the tree beside him by the rope around his neck. By the gods! Jane whimpered again, burying her face harder into Sansa's back even as Osha maneuvered her horse in front of them, her sword spear drawn and eyes searching the tree line. But as disturbing a sight as the Septon was, his corpse was not what demanded her attention. No. That was the scorched ground and burnt remnants of the September that once was being erected in the center of the hamlet. Sliding off her horse, Sansa slowly approached the scorched ground on foot. With each step, she could almost hear, screaming? Yes. Screams. Screams of pain. Pleas for mercy. Yet, there were no mouths to utter them. These screams, these pleas. This pain. It was like a memory. An echo from the force. Arriving at the base of the September, a clear line of burnt and untouched soil, she knelt and gently brushed her fingertips across the soot-stained ground. Her head snapped back as the force raced over her. Pain. Anguish. Fear. Despair. All rushed through her faster than Lady at a full run. By the gods old and new, Jane muttered from just behind her. She'd been so distracted that she hadn't even realized that Jane and Osha had drawn level with her, nor that the two had dismounted and tied off their horses. Where are the villagers? Sansa knew. Osha knew. And she was sure that Jane knew as well, though she was clearly in denial. Seeing something in the soot, Osha reached out with the tip of her sword spear, flipping over a charred piece of wood. Beneath the wood was a pendant, a simple bronze 7-star pendant. But it was one that she recognized. For she'd seen it being worn by one of the children of this hamlet just a few days before. And these kneelers call us free folks barbarians, Osha muttered, lowering her head and offering a quick prayer to the old gods. Not even the worst of us would do this. Tears streaming down her face, something prickled at the back of Sansa's mind. Standing, she turned and stared down the path leading up to the hamlet. Walking towards them was a pack of men. A dozen men clad in golden cloaks. The 7-pointed star displayed proudly on their chest. Chite, Osha growled as she saw that they were no longer alone. You girls get behind me and chite. Sansa. Sansa didn't hear Osha call out for her. Her eyes were fixed on the approaching dozen men in golden cloaks. Her ears filled with the screams of the force. The men saw her and stopped. They all began looking at each other in astonishment. But the man in the lead didn't. He kept his eyes on her. Taking a few steps closer, Sansa stopped when there was less than a dozen paces separating her from the dozen armed men. No more than a year ago, standing like this would have frightened her. But now? Now she felt nothing. You are gold cloaks. The guards of King's Landing. Yet you display the 7-pointed star so proudly. Are you part of the exalted march? The leader's eyes passed over her from head to toe before shifting to over her shoulder towards where she knew Osha and Jane were standing. Proudly, the lead man replied simply. Unblinking, Sansa turned her head to look at the burnt remains behind her. What happened here? The leader's face didn't shift from the stony look he'd been holding onto since spotting her. They were punished accordingly on orders from the High Inquisitor. Punished? She questioned. The man gave her a curt nod. A fate they deserved. They gave aid to heretics trying to flee. They were tainted and deserved their fate. It was my pleasure and honor to serve as the Seven's righteous hand and strike them down. Their fate. The screaming of the force grew louder and louder in Sansa's ears, her hands shaking by her sides. They were women, children. Men seeing to their fields and their families. They did nothing but live their lives. And you all, did this. The man studied her closely. Then a small grin came over him as he rested his hand on the pommel of his sword. Gladly, Lady Sansa Stark. Upon having heard her name, the dozen men in gold all drew their blades. The leader, however, didn't. He just stared at her with a grin. I thought I recognized you, girl. The little heretic slut strutting about the Red Keep like you belonged amongst us righteous followers of the Seven. I cheered when I heard your father was beaten near to death before being thrown in the black cells to rot. I gladly departed King's Landing with the exalted march to have a chance to do the Seven's righteous work. And now, they have rewarded my faith and service to them by delivering you to me. It's a shame that you cannot be touched, but it will be my honor to watch as those two little sluts behind you are broken by the Inquisitors. Perhaps they will even allow me to join them in their education. Sansa was near shaking. The screams of the force. No. The screams of those who died here reaching a level that she almost couldn't hear her own voice speak. Monster. The man smirked. No, I am not the monster. I am a faithful servant of the Seven. It is you, little heathen whore. You and your filth are the true monsters. And monsters deserve only one fate. To be hunted down and killed. Take the two whores through whatever means necessary. But the Stark girl is not to be touched. The screaming ceased. Her shaking stopped. The world around her slowed. She could almost see the bits of mud splashing off the men's boots as they took a step towards her. Without thought, Sansa felt a warmth near her side. The distance between Sansa and the men disappeared as Sansa closed it in a blink of an eye. The world went green as her lightsaber cut through the air, through the man's armor and opening his gut before he was thrown backwards with a force push from her outstretched hand. She could hear the sound of men shouting and boots thumping on the ground. But it was strange. Like her ears were covered or she had her head under the water. Seeing one man charge at her with his blade tip pointed at her, she turned, her blade spinning around her body before slicing clean through the man. She wasn't her brothers nor her sister. She couldn't, and didn't, fight like them. Jon was agile and powerful. Robb was strong and skilled. Arya nimble and small. But, despite their differences, there was no doubting that all of them were incredibly skilled with a blade in their hands. But she was not. Even Master Knox told her that she would not be a swordsman, or rather swordswoman, like her sister and brothers. She could not fight like them. So, instead she danced. Her blade was not a blade, it was an extension of her arm. Twisting and twirling through the air as she spun and moved around those near her as if she were in the midst of a ballroom dance. The men around her struck nothing but the air as she danced her dance. Her blade sung like a bard as she moved from one to the next, her feet daftly avoiding the slew of bodies she left in her wake. Spinning one last time and stomping her foot to accentuate the end of her dance, Sansa breathed in short pants as she looked at the carnage around her. The dozen men were dead. Parts of their bodies, arms, legs, hands, even heads, laying a fair distance from the rest of them. And there was silence. No moans. No screams of pain. Nothing save for the sound of her breath entering and leaving her. She had killed these men. Killed them all. And she felt nothing. Hearing a single low moan, Sansa turned her eyes back towards where she started. The arrogant fool who'd led these men was clutching at his stomach while trying to push himself backwards away from the carnage. His eyes were wide with fear. Fear. He was scared. No, he was terrified. She could almost taste it. Fully turning, she raised her hand, commanding the wounded man to rise off the ground and holding him in the air. She lifted him just high enough that his feet helplessly dangled merely a hand's width from the ground. Please. The man groaned. Wah, wh. What are you doing to me? The man's plea did nothing more than to stoke the flames of fury within her. Curling her fingers in, the force responded to her command and brought the man through the air towards her. I'm merely doing as you said, she said, her voice like ice as she held up her lightsaber. Killing monsters. The man tried to fight, to scream. But it was useless. Her hold on him was too strong and he was powerless to do anything. He was pulled swiftly right onto the tip of her lightsaber. The green light sinking effortlessly into his chest and into his heart. Deactivating her blade, she let the man's corpse drop to the ground. Just behind him were Jane and Osha. Her eldest friend was looking at her in wide-eyed astonishment and even a slight bit of fear. But Osha, her loyal shield, she was looking at Sansa with respect. Something that Sansa had honestly never seen from the former spear wife. At least not pointed in her direction. We have to search the bodies. They should have some silver or gold on them and it will help us, she said, calling back on the quick lessons on survival Lady Knox had given her before parting ways. And they should have horses nearby. We'll remove any Lannister or King's Landing markers and use them. They're bound to be far better than our horses right now. We'll take them to the Reach. Without waiting, Sansa slipped her lightsaber into its holster on her belt and went about scanning the bodies for their purses. Only half the men had one, and while they were only able to collect a single gold dragon, a few pieces of silver, and nearly double in copper coins, it was more than what they'd had before. Feeling a hand on her shoulder, Sansa turned and saw Osha standing just behind her. You did good, girl, the former spear wife said, making Sansa feel proud. Despite her pride though, she felt something wrong. She'd killed these men. Looted their corpses. Yet. I feel nothing. I killed these men like they were nothing. Father said his first kill was hard. Jon and Robb said the same. Yet I feel nothing. That's okay, Sansa. Her name drew a look from Sansa. Osha had never called her by her name before. It was always little lady. It's when you start enjoying the killin', Sansa, that is when you should stop. But when doing something like this, these men deserve to die for what they did. Don't be feeling guilty for that, girl. You did a good thing here today. And showed that you are a true warrior. Just like your brothers and sister. Giving her one last pat on the shoulder, Osha went about checking the men's boots, seeing if any would fit any of them. Another tip from Lady Knox, and something Osha no doubt learned during her time as a spear wife. A good pair of boots were almost worth their weight in gold while on the road. Looking around, she saw a small pair of feet. They wouldn't fit her, at least not well. But given the current situation, she knew she couldn't be picky, so she took the boots off the dead man. Jane looked more than slightly pale as she tried to pull a still fully intact traveling cloak off a man, only to cause his severed limb to roll away from his body and away from them. Moving away from her task, Sansa went over to her oldest, and quite frankly only, friend and put an arm around her shoulder. "We're going to be okay, Jane," she said quietly, pulling her friend in close. "I won't let anything happen to you. I swear." Riding with his head held high at the head of over 10,000 men at arms, Lord Tywin Lannister stared down in contempt and disappointment at the display laid out before him. Riverrun was surrounded. That was perhaps the only good thing he could note. But the attacking army was a mess. The gates cutting the flow of the Tumblestone and the Red Fork had been raised, flooding the moat and making Riverrun all but inaccessible to an attacking army. Just beyond the rivers, he could see the army's tents were unorganized. Men milling about without seeming a care. Corpses strung up and swaying in the wind. Some had even started to rot, which would no doubt soon lead to disease spreading amongst the camp. No one was pressuring Riverrun. No boats being constructed nor walkways or bridges to try and reach the castle. The attacking army was standing around with their dicks in their hands and doing nothing. And worse yet, at a quick count he estimated the attacking numbers to be around 10,000. Which was nearly two-thirds what he estimated the army should have numbered. He had only managed to collect 10,000 himself from the Westerlands before crossing into the Riverlands. But he knew that there were another 10,000 a fortnight behind him, with perhaps another 20,000 that would be ready to march within the moon's turn. No proper organization. No attacks at the gates. No calls for talks. No outriders to greet an advancing army, his brother, Sir Kevin, noted. Making Tywin's jaw tighten. "Raise the banners," he called out, only just able to keep the anger out of his voice. It would not do for a commander to lose his composure. "Clegane. Get the men situated into camps. Then do what you must to bring structure and discipline to that rabble. But keep the deaths at no more than 5. Clegane grunted before wheeling his massive warhorse around and ordering the men to make for the camp. As he did, Tywin dug his heels into his own horse's flanks, urging the beast forward with his own honor guard close behind. To his further annoyance, no one rode out to greet him and his host until he was nearly upon the general perimeter of the camp. To his even further disappointment, it wasn't his son who rode out to greet him, but a minor lord he had no intention of knowing. "My Lord Lannister," the lord called out to him from atop his horse as the man, and 4 others bearing sigils of the Faith of the Seven and a yellow banner with 3 small creatures scattered about, "I am Lord. Where is my son, Sir Jaime Lannister?" Tywin cut in, not caring nor wanting the man's name or platitudes. "Why has he not led outriders to greet me properly as commander of this army?" The lord bristled, but wisely kept his rebuke to himself. "Sir Jaime is, resting in his tent, my lord. I can have my men escort you." "No need," Tywin cut in again, urging his horse forward as he scanned the sea of tents, looking for a command tent. It wasn't hard to find. The large red canvas which had golden trim and with the sigils of the Kingsguard and the Lannister lion standing tall beside one another, almost begging for an assassin with a sharp blade to come and take his son's life. Even worse yet, as he approached the tent, he saw only 2 guards standing watch near the entrance. 2 guards that hadn't even noticed him until he was nearly on top of them. "Lord Lannister!" One of the guards shouted, finally recognizing him as he swung down from his horse but a few paces from them. Fixing the 2 would-be guards a glare, he motioned a few of his men forward with his hand. "Take these 2 and have them publicly flogged for dereliction of duty. Then find my son a set of proper guards." The 2 men yelled in protest, but Tywin did not care. Stepping around the screaming men and entering the tent alongside Kevin. If he was disappointed at the sight of and shape of the war camp, then he had no words for his level of anger at what he saw within his son's tent. Nearly half a dozen bottles of wine, all empty and none of any decent vintage, lay scattered about the tent. And his son, his golden son, his pride, was sleeping in a wine-induced stupor on the far side of the tent. Not making a sound, Tywin grabbed the still half-full bottle from his sleeping son's hand and proceeded to empty the remaining half over his son's face. "What in the hells?" Jaime shouted, flailing about and falling off his bed as a result. "I will have you flogged for." His son's words failed him as his eyes finally cleared enough to see his father standing before him. At that moment, he looked more like a pathetic fish fresh out of water gasping for air than the proud lion that he should be. Holding up the empty bottle, Tywin inspected it, not wanting to look at his son out of a deep sense of shame. "I have come to expect such behavior from Tyrion. Not from you." Finally managing to close his mouth, Jaime scrambled drunkenly to his feet. Despite being in the midst of a siege, his son was without armor or even chain mail. Just a simple woolen shirt and breeches. How easy would it be for a Riverlander with a sharp blade and enough courage to end him? "Father, I..." Tywin didn't give him time to make excuses. Without warning he buried his gauntlet fist into his son's gut, forcing the air from his lungs and dropping him to the ground. The sight was pathetic. Though he wasn't sure which was more pathetic. The fact that his son was heaving up wine onto his boots. Or the fact that he, a man well into his later years, had managed to land a blow on perhaps the greatest swordsman in all the 7 kingdoms. Unable to take the sight any longer, he turned back to the entrance and called for his guards to enter. 2 men entered, and Tywin fixed them both with a look that made it clear that neither would be speaking of the sight before them. You 2 will take my son to the river and throw him in to sober him. Then after you pull him out, throw him in again to cleanse the smell of wine from him. Then throw him in again to make sure the message is sent. After that, see to it that he is properly dressed, armed and armored as befitting his status as a commander of this army. And not a word of this shall ever leave your lips. Turning his back on his son, Tywin paid him no mind as Jaime was dragged unceremoniously from the tent by his arms. Either because there was no fight in him, or he had indulged to the point where he could not properly fight back. Regardless, he would be having more than a few words with his son. He had raised Jaime far better than this. Walking back over to the table in the center of the tent, he looked down at the blank map of Westeros that was laid out on its surface. A map that was being held down with empty wine bottles. Send the word for any lord with sufficient rank that I am holding a war council. Now. Tywin called out to his brother Kevin as he began picking up and tossing the empty wine bottles off the table. Kevin, knowing him better than perhaps any other, said not a word as he gave him a curt nod before leaving the tent and barking out orders to the guards to begin collecting the lords of note. How did it come to this, he thought with despair, as he threw the last bottle off the table. For decades I have worked to restore House Lannister to its rightful place as the premier noble house of Westeros. And I succeeded. My daughter became the queen. My grandson the heir to the Iron Throne. My niece is now knowledgeable enough of the magic that has resurfaced with the sorcerer's arrival that she had been gifted one of his weapons that puts even Valyrian steel to shame. A new source of wealth for the Westerlands outside of our gold mines with the production of fine paper and the printing presses. And now? It all stands on a knife's edge. My grandson declaring a holy war against a man that should not be trifled with in a land that was only cowed by the strength of dragons. My daughter doing nothing to control her son. My heir acting more like a drunkard rather than a commander of a large host. It's shameful that the only one of my children and grandchildren that have proven their worth thus far is Tyrion. Hearing the tent flap shifting, Tywin broke from his musing to see the lord who'd greeted him at the edge of the camp make his way into the tent. The man made some passing pleasantry towards him, but Tywin said nothing. As time passed, a few more lords began to arrive, each of whom offered some platitude towards him. And each of which was subsequently ignored as Tywin kept his gaze on the map laid out before him. The last to arrive in the tent was his son, now properly dressed and his hair still wet, with Kevin. Though with the 2 of them was a third. A septon judging by the man's robes and the 7-pointed star emblem on his chest. His son wisely, perhaps the first wise decision he'd made since leaving King's Landing, did not say a word to him. Turning his attention away from the lords, Tywin grabbed a nearby chair, the only chair in the tent, and pulled it up to the table and sat down so that he was on one side of the table and the various lords under his command were on the other. He did not have more chairs brought in. No, these fools had not yet earned the right to sit down with him. Let us begin with your failures, he stated stonily, leveling his gaze at each lord in turn. This camp is pathetic. No organization. No guards. No sanitation. No outriders to greet an approaching force. Nothing. Disease and disorder will kill us long before the Northmen get a chance to. Clegane is out right now setting the camp to rights. And he will set it to rights no matter who he must kill or maim. Am I understood? He didn't give the lords a chance to protest or answer before pressing on. Riverrun is home to House Tully, kin to the Starks. Yet Riverrun is not under siege. No talks are being held. You lot are standing around with your dicks in your hands, puffing out your chests and polishing those 7-pointed emblems you are all so proud of. And with each day you waste, our enemies are given another day to prepare. An enemy that cannot be taken lightly. Again, he paused to stare at each lord in turn. I estimated that after leaving King's Landing and travelling through the Crownlands and the Riverlands that this army would easily number at least 15,000. A number which would swell to well over 25,000 once I had arrived with my advance force. Yet as I arrived, I saw less than 10,000. I will ask this once. Where are the other 5,000 men? His eyes first sought out his son for answers, but Jaime refused to meet his eyes. They were zealous and eager to take the fight to the northern heathens, the Septon answered, a smile on his face. They continued up the King's Road and have by now reached Moat Cailin. By the time we join them, we will have a foothold in the north and our conquest of the heathens will be no issue. Tywin looked closely at the Septon. There was something off about the man. It took him some time, but he saw it. The slight tightening around his eyes. The way he held himself. The way he spoke. He knew it. This man this beast was a monster. Perhaps not a battering ram of a monster like Clegane. But he was a monster. Sure, there were many that called Tywin himself a monster. But he wasn't. No, he merely held the leashes of monsters and used them to do what needed to be done. And as the one who held the leash, he could tell that this monster before him in the clothes of a septon needed to be dealt with immediately before he caused any damage. Or repair any damage that he had already caused. Resting his elbows on the table, he steepled his fingers and leaned forward, staring at the septon. And who are you, a mere septon, to speak with such confidence on matters of war? The septon seemed taken aback. Apparently, none here had bothered to put him in his place yet. So, it was of no surprise to Tywin that the man puffed out his chest proudly as he announced himself. I am High Inquisitor Ramsay Rivers. Appointed by His Grace, King Joffrey Baratheon the Blessed to oversee the exalted march, and act as his eyes and ears. And to educate the heathens and bring them into the light of the Seven through any means necessary. Tywin said not a word as he slowly rose to his feet. Your hand, High Inquisitor. The septon's face faltered only slightly, unsure of just what was going on. Slowly, the septon brought his hand towards Tywin over the table that separated them. Grabbing the younger man's wrist in his left hand, Tywin slammed the septon's hand against the flat of the table before drawing his dagger with his right hand and stabbing through the septon's hand and into the table beneath. More than a few men gave cries of alarm, and the septon's eyes widened in pain and as his jaw flapped up and down as the man tried to hold back yelling in pain. You think you are in command of this army, Tywin said, slowly twisting the blade back and forth, spreading the bones in the man's hand with the flat of his blade, bringing enough pain to the septon that cries of pain finally broke free from his lips. You are not. I am commander of this exalted march. And when I am not here, then Sir Kevin is in command. When neither of us are here, then my son, Sir Jaime, is in command. Further chain of command will be determined before we march again. But know that you and your inquisitors will have no say in command, or any decisions made by this army. You will preach to the men. You will question traitors, prisoners, or heathens that are found. But only when you are given approval to do so. If you and your inquisitors so much as try and command the placement of a latrine, I will have the lot of you whipped for your insolence. Do I make myself clear? Twisting the blade once more, Tywin roughly ripped the blade free from the septon's hand, causing even more damage before wiping the blood off on the panting septon's clothes. Leave. And have a maester see to your hand, Tywin stated coldly, sheathing his dagger and taking his seat once more. The inquisitor grasped his hand, trying to stem the bleeding and rose to his full height. Clearly, the man wished to press what just transpired, but Tywin kept his face stony and unyielding. Unfortunately, the man seemed to possess some semblance of a mind and instead of pressing the issue, which would give Tywin cause to have the man killed outright here and now, he instead turned and fled from the command tent, leaving more than a few confused and fearful men behind. Lord Tywin, one of the lords in the tent said slowly after the inquisitor left them. Forgive my saying and I mean no ill towards you, but I do not believe that was wise. High Inquisitor Ramsay is a man of the faith. One chosen by the Seven to educate the heathens and bring them salvation. It is not proper to treat one chosen by the Seven so. Folding his hands once more, Tywin met the eyes of each man in the tent. Tell me. How long have the Seven tried to claim the North? How long have the Andals tried to eradicate the faith of the old gods? How many times have armies that be marched against the North claimed that they were chosen by the Seven to do their work? And how many times have the Andals failed? Don't bother trying to answer. The answer is the same regardless. Each time the South has brought war to the North, either to claim the North or to eradicate the last bastion of the old gods, it has failed. Despite weakening during the reign of the Targaryens, the strength of the North and the faith in the old gods is now greater than perhaps at any point in the history of the Seven Kingdoms. Do not deceive yourselves. The Seven do not care about this war. If they truly cared about the eradication of the old gods and the conversion of the North to the faith, then it would have happened centuries ago. He let that thought sink into their feeble minds for a moment before pressing his point. Make no mistake. Even without the powers of the Sorcerer and his apprentices, none of whom should be underestimated, the power of the North has never been greater. They are united fully and wholly behind House Stark. And each foot we step into the North will need to be paid for with blood. We have two advantages that we must make use of. Our superior numbers. And the fact that the North was wisely not initially informed of the exalted march. Though make no mistake. They do know. They may not fully believe it, but they do know. That slight advantage though is now lost to us thanks to those 5,000 fools rushing headlong for Moat Cailin. But, if the North is not organized, then those 5,000 should be able to easily take the moat and give us a clear route north. Another lord spoke up. Tywin wanted to roll his eyes. Surely, he was not cursed so to be forced to suffer such idiocy. The moat has stood since before recorded history, you fool. Tywin countered, narrowing his eyes at the fool who dared to speak. Even in disrepair, which is no longer entirely true as the Starks have been pouring coin and manpower into the moat for years now, a small garrison could easily hold back a force of 5,000 to allow for reinforcements to arrive. All those fools have done is make true the reality of the exalted march to the North and cost us 5,000 in the process. The same lord who'd spoken looked uneasy. We we could send a raven to the twins? Perhaps Lord Valder could send a runner to the men and prevent them from reaching Moat Cailin. Tywin scoffed. There is no point. Those men are already dead. Or soon will be. No messages will be sent. Now, what is the situation with Riverrun? Have demands been made? All eyes turned towards Jaime, so Tywin turned his attention to his son. To his credit, Jaime did keep his back straight and his head up, but he could easily see the unease rolling off his son. Calls were made upon our arrival. But Lord Tully had already flooded the rivers and raised the bridges leading into Riverrun before we arrived. All calls and demonstrations have been met with silence. Apparently, the lessons he had tried to impart upon his son and heir never took hold. I see, he said calmly, rising from his chair. Jaime, with me. The rest of you see to it that this camp is in order before nightfall. We will be leaving in the morning to continue onwards to the north. He ignored the men nodding and bowing to him as he swept his way out of the tent, Kevin and Jaime on his heels as he walked towards the main drawbridge that would lead into Riverrun. Arriving at the river's edge, Tywin carefully examined the ramparts of Riverrun. He easily noted the dozens of defenders that were manning the walls. None of them had weapons in hand that he could see. Nor did there seem to be any urgency or panic amongst the men of Riverrun. Should we announce you, father? Jaime asked hesitantly. Tywin didn't answer him. Instead, he just stood silent, watching the gates of Riverrun. He knew Hoster Tully. He'd originally planned on having Jaime marry Lisa once upon a time, so he'd had more than a few correspondences with the man. Through those ravens, and the few times they had met in person, he had a good measure of the man. So, he was unsurprised when the gate shook, and the chains rattled as the drawbridge slowly lowered and extended, forming the bridge over the Trident. Stay here and stay silent, Tywin commanded as he saw none other than Hoster Tully waiting on the other side of the gate. Perhaps you will finally learn something. Hand resting on the hilt of Bright Roar, Tywin walked forward, uncaring of the Tully men at arms that were pointing arrows at him as he walked. As he reached the midway point, he stopped and waited. Hoster was not nearly as quick in coming forward. Apparently, the news of the man's fading health held true as he required aid to start moving forward and could only apparently walk with the aid of a cane. Foolish. The man was showing just how weak he was in coming out in such a manner. He should have ridden out on a horse, at least then he would have been able to hide his weakness better. Lord Tully, he greeted the man as he finally came just outside of arm's reach. Lord Lannister, Hoster greeted him back. I trust that you are here to take this rabble off of my castle's doorstep. Tywin didn't bother to answer. They both knew the answer to that question. King Joffrey Baratheon has called the banners against the north. You are sworn to the king. Yet your banners remain behind your walls. Ignoring the orders of your king is treason, Lord Tully. Are you a traitor? Or has this army's hasty march merely left you in such a state that you have been unable to properly assemble your banners for the march north? Treason. Lord Tully responded lowly. Family, duty, honor. Lord Tywin. Family is first because it is the most important thing we have in this wretched world. And the commands of the king call for me to march against my family. Your grandsons only. Your granddaughters are still in the south. And your daughter, the former Lady of Winterfell, is dead and already replaced with a foreign woman, Tywin countered quickly. Can they truly be called your family, Lord Tully? Last they visited, both Eddard Stark and Robb Stark bloodied and insulted you and your heir before leaving. And during the tourney of Harrenhal, the Starks seemed perfectly content to ignore House Tully. You may consider them family, but it is clear that they do not return the sentiment. Taking a single step forward, Tywin purposefully put the two of them within arm's reach of one another. And here you are. You have known about the king's decree for some time, yet you have done nothing. No riders have been sent north. Nor have any of your men gone north either. It is clear that you no longer consider the Starks family. Understandable, as they clearly do not consider you family. Hoster growled, a low sound in his throat that sounded almost like a cough. They are still my blood. Tywin could see the man teetering on the edge. He just needed a final push. And with your help, you can save them, he said calmly. Sansa is betrothed to Willias Tyrell, that union will go forward. Arya will be put into your care, so that you may educate her as to a woman's proper role as a lady of the realm. I will not lie and say that Robb can remain as Warden of the North, he cannot. But he can live in exile in Essos with his wife, who is daughter to a Triarch of Volantis, so he will not go wanting. Bran will inherit Winterfell after he swears his allegiance to his king, King Joffrey Baratheon. And I will even convince the king to permit you to foster Bran for a year to teach him what he needs to learn in order to rule as a proper lord of Westeros. Hoster licked his lips. Tywin knew he had the man already. The idea of having a direct hold on the Stark children, two of whom were set to be or be married to future wardens of Westeros, was enough. Giving him the chance to hold and use Arya as a bargaining piece to further his own influence, and the chance to impress himself upon Bran was enough to push him over the ledge he'd been holding out on. The princess, Myrcella, Hoster said, looking at him. She will be betrothed to my son, Ed Muir. No, Tywin countered easily. It will not be easy to truly quell the North, even after they surrender. A direct line to the throne by blood will be needed. Myrcella will wed Bran once he bends the knee. Though through this marriage, your blood will be tied to the royal family. Hoster, though clearly not pleased with losing the chance to have a direct marriage to the royal family, nodded. Then Arianne Martell for my son. This was not an offer Tywin had foreseen. And though he managed to keep himself indifferent, he was silent long enough for Hoster to push his point on the matter. Her betrothal to that bastard is a sham and you know it, Lord Tywin. The Martells, if they haven't already, will join with the North in their own attempt for vengeance for what happened to Elia and her children. When this march ends and the North is properly taken to task, Dorne will still need to be handled as well. What better way than to have my son, uncle to the Warden of the North, take the would-be Princess of Dorne as his wife? And, I will not let my daughter's memory be tarnished so by letting that bastard draw breath a day longer. The bastard dies, and Arianne is presented to my son. Those, along with the conditions you presented, and the Riverlands will faithfully bend the knee to the king. Tywin was not completely pleased with these demands, though he could concede the death of Jon Stark was a necessity. He still held out hope that he could sway the bastard to the cause of House Lannister. But with recent events and the exalted march, he knew that gaining control of the boy would now be nearly impossible. It was regrettable losing such a valuable piece in the game. But he would much rather have a piece removed from the board entirely instead of risking the chance of him turning against House Lannister in the future. Very well, Tywin agreed, reaching his hand out. Ready your troops, and I will have an official decree ready by nightfall. Come morning, I will march to the north with the exalted army while our sons ready the Riverlands as reserves to gather at the Twins. Hoster grinned and took the offered hand. We have an accord, Lord Tywin. Not bothering to waste any more time, Tywin turned and marched off the bridge. On land, Kevin was staring at him completely at ease while Jaime was looking at him in surprise and a slight amount of awe. Remove that look from your face, Jaime, he said as he stepped off the bridge, a bridge which didn't rise as soon as he was off it. A commander cannot afford to look surprised to the men he commands. Lord Tully has agreed to our terms then, brother? Kevin asked, already knowing the answer. Yes, Tywin nodded as the three marched back to the camp with an opened Riverrun behind them. There were two additional terms. The death of Jon Stark. And the Crown's endorsement of Princess Arianne Martell to Ed Muir Tully once the North has been brought to heel. Making their way back into the command tent his son had previously occupied, he was pleased to see that the camp hands had made the tent somewhat presentable and had removed all wine and ale from the tent. Walking over to the bed, his son's bed, Tywin sat down and began unlacing his boots. Come morning, Sir Kevin, and I will lead the remaining 10,000 of the exalted army, as well as 5,000 of our own men north along the King's Road, he explained, taking off his boots and tucking them under the bed. Jaime, you will lead this army like you are truly my son and not some simpering drunkard. You will march alongside Ed Muir Tully and the remaining 5,000 I have brought from the Westerlands. Together, you two will bring the holdouts in the Riverlands to heel and swell your numbers with those from the Riverlands and the second wave of men from the Westerlands. By the time I reach the Moat, I expect you to have the Riverlands well in hand and have the additional 15,000 from the Westerlands added to a force of Riverland men at arms and heading towards the Twins, ready to reinforce our assault of the Moat. Do you understand these expectations, Jaime? Jaime swallowed and nodded. I do, father. Good, Tywin nodded, laying down on the bed. My son or not, I will not tolerate a second failure on your part. Now ready the army to march at first light. We have lost far too much time and manpower here. We will need to move with all haste to make up for it. Now go. And make sure I am not disturbed for the rest of the night. Standing amongst the ruins of Moat Cailin, Robb was doing his best to ignore the cries of the injured and dying of those on the ground around him. The battle, if it could even be called that, had been a massacre. The Moat had once been one of, if not the, greatest stronghold in all of Westeros. Repelling invasion after invasion from the south. But after the unification of Westeros by the Targaryens centuries past, the Moat had fallen into disrepair. The 20 towers and the massive basalt curtain wall were reduced to little more than a wall barely 3 men tall with many parts sinking into the ground. Of the towers only 3 remained. And the once great keep was little more than a rotten husk. But despite its state, it was still a formidable structure. Even more so after his father had decided that Lord Knox would inherit the land and had since spent thousands upon thousands of dragons towards its renovation. And while it was not what it once was, it was still a formidable keep to assault. As these pathetic southerners had learned the hard way. The garrison that was stationed at the Moat, mostly small folk and builders, had put aside their tools and took up arms the moment the army was seen advancing on them. Despite their lack of numbers and lack of training, the defenders managed to hold out long enough, while only suffering minimal losses, for Robb and his small advance force to arrive. They were still outnumbered nearly 2 to 1, but that mattered little when they were backed with the strength of the moat. The Southerners were slaughtered nearly to the man once Robb ordered the gates to the moat to be opened so that he and his men could ride out and meet the Southerners head-on. The Southerners, having expected the Northmen to stay behind the safety of the moat, were unprepared for the sudden charge, and were therefore unable to mount a proper defense before Robb and his men set upon them. Robb, his blue lightsaber alive and singing, cut through the Southerners like they were nothing. While beside him Winter, Grey Wind, Lady, and Nymeria set upon the attacking force like the wolves they were. Hearing a man beg for mercy before being silenced, Robb looked over his shoulder and saw a heavily armored Stark man-at-arms with a spear, the tip of which was buried into the chest of a Southerner who was wearing a mash-up of ill-fitted leather armor. Watching the struggling man finally succumb, Robb could only shake his head. Granted, these Southerners had come with the purpose of ending their way of life, but he couldn't help but feel some form of pity for these Southerners. Only perhaps 100 or so had proper armor and decent weapons, let alone training. The rest were clearly small folk like farmers, stable hands, bricklayers. Men from all walks of life, yet none of them were soldiers. And they didn't stand a chance against the well-armed and armored Northerners. Robb's own armor, the same armor that his ancestor Bran the Builder wore, proved its worth. It was light, flexible, and gave him full mobility. Yet not a single blade nor arrow was able to even leave a scratch, provided he was struck. Feeling a hand grab his boot, Robb looked down. A young face was staring up at him. The boy was his age, if not younger. His face was bloodied. His arm and leg mangled beyond all hope. And a large gash had opened his gut, his insides clutched desperately in his hand as he tried to keep them in. Please, Mo Moth. Feeling his gut twist, Robb activated his lightsaber and swiftly ended the boy's suffering. This is the reality of war, Robb thought morosely, looking around as healers tried to heal who they could while others went about giving mercy with a sharp blade. Feeling a surge of panic and anger from the force, Robb turned sharply back towards the moat. Talisa. All but running back to the moat, Robb frantically sought out his wife. If he'd had his way, she would be back in Winterfell, caring for the potential child that was in her belly while seeing the day-to-day running of the North and educating Bran on how to be a proper lord. But, Talisa was his weakness. And she was strong enough to stand alongside him, not hide behind the high walls of Winterfell while others risked their lives. It was something that he admired, and something that he knew won her great favor with their bannermen. But still, he couldn't shake the fear of something happening to her. He did manage to get one concession from her. Once they'd confirmed that she was with child and started to show, then she would stay at the nearest holdfast they had control of until they could secure a means for her to return to the safety of the North. Entering the main courtyard of the moat, Robb saw a dozen of Stark men-at-arms forming a wall in front of his wife and a man who was being pinned down by 4 other Stark men. He immediately noticed 2 things. The first was that his wife's darker complexion was slightly paler than normal. And second, was the dagger that was being wrestled from the hand of the man who was being pinned. What in the name of the old gods and the Force is going on here? Robb shouted, letting the Force enter his voice, a trick he had learned from Lord Knox. Talisa looked startled. But after a quick meeting of their eyes, she looked down. Shame? Guilt? No, but, yes. The few emotions he could sense from her, something which had been amplified since their wedding to one another, were all a tangled web instead of her normally composed self. Forgive us, my lord, one of the men said, bowing to him as the others kept struggling to hold the man down. Lady Stark was seeing to the wound, my lord. She began treating this fucker and he drew a dagger and made for her. Rage. A rage even greater than the one he'd felt upon learning of his father's imprisonment at the hands of the Lannisters raced through him. The Force rang in his ears. All but demanding not just this man's death, but his painful death. But even as he was imagining 1,001 ways to kill the man who dared attempt harm towards his wife, his thoughts were immediately put on hold when Talisa simply touched his arm. Looking into her dark eyes, his rage calmed, though his anger was still very much present. My wife, the Lady Stark, is perhaps the gentlest, most loving woman to ever have been born, he said calmly, though his rage still very much apparent as he turned his attention to the pinned man on the ground. Despite all you have done, coming here to the North with the intent on killing us all and ending our way of life, my wife still offered to treat your wounds. And how did you repay her kindness? With an attempt to kill her. The man had ceased his struggles, but his glare had not lessened in the slightest. There was no shame in him. No guilt. Only hatred. Disgust. She's nothing more than a foreign heathen whore married to a barbaric heathen. The man shouted from his place on the ground. My only regret is not actually gutting the whore when I had the chance. Any chance for mercy left as soon as those words left his lips. Glancing up towards Talisa, he saw in her eyes that even she no longer held any mercy for this man. Glancing his way, she gave him the slightest of nods before turning her back and walking away. No doubt to see to others who would be more receptive to her care. Bind his arms and legs, he said, his voice as hard as ice. His men didn't question his orders. They grabbed some rope to tie his feet together and his arms tightly to his sides. The man didn't stop glaring. I am not afraid to die at your hands, heathen. For I do so in the service to the seven who are one. Robb side-eyed the man. Whoever said that I would be the one to kill you? He asked, motioning for his men to pick the bound man up and follow him. As they walked, Robb listed the man's crimes. You came to the north unprovoked and declared us all heathens. Marching with a force set on killing any and all whose only crime is that they do not owe reverence to the same gods as you. You killed my people. Raped our women. But I would not stain my hands with your blood. Reaching the edge of the ramparts, Robb looked over the edge and down into the murky moat below. The waters were still, but despite the still waters one could not see into the water's depths. There was no telling what awaited in the waters. But he knew. Any true man or woman of the north knew what waited in the waters of the marshes of the neck. And even if he didn't know through tales, he could sense them through the force. Without a word, he jerked his head in the direction of the moat. The man let out a yell of confusion and a cry calling him a coward as he was thrown into the still waters. The man splashed and cursed as he hit the waters, fumbling about as he tried to find some sort of footing despite his arms and legs being bound. This is how you mean to kill me? Fucking idiot, heathen. The man laughed, managing to right himself and stand despite his binds with his head just barely above the surface of the water. I can simply walk out of here, you dumb fuka. The fool was only able to give off a single cry of pain as the water shifted and he was pulled under. He surfaced again, screaming in agony as the water turned red. The man now firmly caught in the powerful maw of a lizard lion that began thrashing the man about while its serrated teeth dug deeply into his flesh. Then a second lizard lion surfaced, snapping hold of the man's legs. The two massive beasts, each easily twice as large as their newfound meal, began tearing and pulling the man apart. I wonder, Robb pondered as he watched the man being torn to shreds by the lizard lions. Is this the same righteous anger that my ancestor Theon felt when he brought death and destruction to the Andals after their failed invasion of the north? It's easy to judge his actions as harsh when looking back. But now that I am in the same situation as him, can I truly say that my ancestor went too far with his actions? Perhaps yes. But I think I understand just why he went as far as he did. Turning his back on the feasting lizard lions, he turned to one of his men-at-arms. Find Theon and inform him that I wish to speak with him. And then gather all able-bodied prisoners. I have a task for them that I want Theon to help oversee. His men looked strangely at him. What task, my lord? Whatever you need done, we would gladly see to it rather than putting our trust in these southern cunts. No, Robb replied sharply. Our men need to rest. These southern cunts can work. It's only right that they give back something after they tried to take what is rightfully ours. The men seemed agreeable, and just as they started to depart, Theon showed up. So, how many of these southern Greenlander cunts did you get, Robb? Theon asked, smirking as he looked proudly at his bow while fiddling with the string. I managed to take down 4 of the cunts. Well, 5 if you count the one bleeding out over there. And seeing as how he isn't likely to make it to nightfall, he counts 5. Robb nodded. Respectable, Theon. But war isn't a game. Theon smirked wider. So, I got more than you then. Robb shook his head. No, I got 11 Theon. More than double you. Theon's face fell. Fuck. Well, the next battle I'll just have to double you then. We'll see, Robb nodded. But first, I have a task that I want you to oversee. Theon held his head up higher and puffed out his chest. Name it, Robb. I told you I would march with you till the end. And I meant it. Robb was grateful for Theon. Even though they weren't related by blood, Robb did consider Theon a brother. Despite how much of an arse he could be at times. I want you to oversee the prisoners. Take whatever men you need and the prisoners and prepare a proper, northern welcome for Tywin fucking Lannister and the southern cunts who are coming our way. The Last Hearth was like many other keeps in the north. The tall walls made of stone and wood were imposing and built to protect the people from both attack and the harsh climate of the north that threatened their lives. The keep, and the homesteads within the walls, were not ornate or ostentatious, but rather built for strength and practicality. And the Umbers who held dominion over Last Hearth and the surrounding lands, mirrored their homestead almost perfectly. The Great Jon and his eldest son Smaljin both stood as giants amongst men, literally. Even Nox with his well above average height could only come up to each man's shoulder. The only one who could match the massive men was Tormund, who was standing with Nox and the 2 Umbers as the group of 4 watched the Umber men finalize their preparations for war, all the while keeping a wary eye on the thousands of free folk that they now found themselves marching with. Never did I think I would ever be marching south with a band of fucking wildlings, the Great Jon grumbled, eyeing the mass of free folk making camp outside his holdfast. My father, and his father all the way back to the Age of Heroes, would be turning over in their fucking graves if they could see this. Tormund grunted as he raised a chicken leg to his mouth before proceeding to devour nearly half of it in one bite. As would mine, Umber. But as the lovely Cersei put it years ago at Hardhome, fuck 'em, they're dead. Great Jon grunted but didn't say much in response. What news have you received from Robb Stark and the other lords and ladies of the north? Knox asked. Despite his ability to contact Robb at will, they did not keep daily conversations with each other as using the glass candles were draining, even for one of Knox's power. And the other keeps did not have glass candles or force sensitives, so he was handicapped to the agonizingly slow pace of travel this world was limited to. Everyone has gotten off their asses and is preparing for war. The Great Jon replied, with no small amount of eagerness in his voice. All the keeps are readying their men and marching towards Winterfell or straight to Moat Cailin. Robb Stark is showing his Stark blood is stronger than his southern blood. He's already marched to the moat to begin reinforcing it. Just hope that he leaves some of those Andals for the rest of us. It's been centuries since those Andal fucks last tried to claim the north. Never thought I'd see them dumb enough to try again. But I'm glad they decided to try while I still draw breath. Knox nodded. During their last talk via the candles, Robb had informed him that not only had he already reached the moat, but that they had not been alone. Some 5,000 Southerners had apparently decided to strike out at the moat ahead of the rest of the army. A foolish notion. And one they paid for in blood. But that was merely the warm-up of what was to come. For Knox knew that Tywin Lannister himself would be leading the next wave to descend on the moat. And given the rate of travel, the heir of Winterfell would have to hold his own against perhaps one of the greatest lords and battle commanders currently alive in Westeros. Not a promising proposition. But he had faith in his apprentice. We'll let the men rest for one day, Knox stated, turning his back on the encampment. At first light, we ride for Winterfell then onwards to the moat. I set the pace of march. Anyone who falls behind will be left to deal with whatever scraps of fighting is left. Ha, no worries there, Sorcerer, Smallgen laughed. Half our men will probably outpace even you to the moat. Shaking his head, Knox made his way into the sturdy keep and towards the small room he'd been given for the night. It certainly wasn't the height of comfort, but after sleeping out in the elements or within a tree for months on end, it was a very welcome change. Closing himself in the room, he immediately drew out the glass candle he had and began to meditate. His foresight shifted. No longer was he seeing the room around him, instead he had a bird's eye view of Last Hearth and the surrounding land. He could see the thousands of free folk he had brought south of the wall, as well as the hundreds of men of the north that were staging themselves around the keep in preparation for their march south. Shifting his sight, he saw more and more men, and even some women, gathering around the various keeps of the north, readying themselves to once again fight off Andal invaders. Venturing further south, he saw the moat. Robb had made it, and judging by the piles of bodies burning he could see, the young heir of Winterfell had not been the first to arrive, but he had held strong and thrown back the first wave of their enemies. Pushing further south, Knox began straining with the effort of keeping his sight strong, but the further and further he ventured the fuzzier things became. The last image he could see before he was forced to break his connection was a large mass of bodies moving north along the King's Road. The main force of this exalted march no doubt. And this wave he was positive was being led by Tywin Lannister himself. Forcibly breaking the connection, Knox took his time to compose himself. Despite his ire about this war and its waste of resources he felt could, and should, be put to better use. Part of him, the part that was still deeply ingrained in the Sith way of life, couldn't help but feel excited. Not just about the chance to fight, but also the chance to go against Tywin Lannister. The one man in all of Westeros that could give Knox even the slightest moment of hesitation. Despite not being force-sensitive, Knox had no doubt that had Tywin Lannister been born amongst the Sith Empire, he would have become one of the greatest moffs in the Empire. He was tactically brilliant. And his cunning was only matched by his ruthless nature. In short, he was everything that Knox, as a Sith, could wish for in an enemy. While not his equal, Tywin was as close as an equal as Knox was likely to find on this world. And that would have to suffice. If nothing else, Tywin would serve as a good way of knocking the rust off his mind before the war against the undead began. Standing at the bow of the ship, enjoying the feel of the wind on her face and the sun warming her skin, Daenerys watched with a wary eye as the port of Astapor slowly grew closer. In truth, if she could choose any other place to sail to other than Astapor, she would. But now that she was without Drogo and the Khalasar, she had little to no support. She could have perhaps sailed back to Westeros, sought sanctuary in the north using her ties with the Sorcerer and her nephew. But that was not the life she wanted. She didn't want to be a burden, nor beholden to anyone. She'd lived that life once, and that was enough. But still, she needed support. A dragon, while powerful, was not enough to make her dreams come to fruition. She needed soldiers. And according to everyone she'd talked to, there were no better soldiers than the Unsullied of Astapor. Khaleesi. Turning her head away from the side of the port, she spied her sworn sword, Ser Jorah, coming up beside her near the bow of the ship. Ser Jorah, she responded cordially before turning her attention back towards the approaching port. The two stood in silence until Ser Jorah broke it. Is your arm healed? The reminder sent a sharp stab of pain in her arm. The day after they had set sail, her curiosity to fully explore her new blade got the better of her, and she brought it out in the confines of her cabin. The white blade glowed brighter than any candle she had seen. She began carefully moving it around, taking care to keep the white blade far away from Rhaego and Drogo. Unfortunately for her, despite the blade producing no heat that she could feel, she underestimated just how truly dangerous the blade was. And because of that, her small bed ended up being cut in half, and she ended up cutting deeply into her left arm. After that single instance of stupidity, she decided that she needed to learn how to handle her weapon. Unfortunately, Jon could only talk to her and show her. He couldn't physically be with her to aid, and their time was exceedingly limited. No. Her best options were to either ask Ser Jorah to teach her the blade, or one of her blood riders. After watching all the men train on the limited space provided on the ship, she knew that she couldn't ask Jorah. It wasn't the man's skill that was in question. But she knew from watching him fight that she would not be able to fight like him. He used his size, strength, and armor when he fought. 3 things that she did not have. So, instead, she continued her lessons with Rockero. Her blood rider was clearly hesitant to continue what they'd started back in the Dothraki Sea without Drogo still around to lead him. After all, women, especially a Khaleesi, did not fight like the men. But she persisted, and he relented quickly enough. So, for the entirety of their voyage, she spent every waking moment that wasn't with her children with Rockero learning how to move, how to incorporate her blade into being just an extension of her arm. And he did not take it easy on her. Each night she went to bed, her entire body ached. Each morning was almost painful to rise from her bed. But after a few days, the aches began to fade. She could feel her body getting stronger, faster. And she felt a thrill when she practiced with her blade that she'd never felt before. And while she knew that she was nowhere near even a proficient swordswoman, she was confident that she could at least hold her own in a fight should it come to it. As well as can be for now, she replied, now able to see the docks and the workers thereon. She couldn't help but frown as she watched the people on the docks. Those who were working were in little more than rags. Scattered amongst the mass of workers were a handful of men dressed in fine clothes, carrying whips. And they were not afraid to use them if they spotted any worker, no. Any slave not working hard enough to their liking. Ser Jorah saw where her eyes were being drawn to, and her sworn sword growled lowly at the sight of it. The growl persisted in his voice as he said, there are other choices, Khaleesi. No, there are not. Daenerys replied firmly. I cannot return to Westeros. Nor can I return to the grass sea of the Dothraki. My brother burned all bridges we had in the free cities. No. If I am to see my dream come to fruition, I must start here. Coming into the harbor, Dany noticed a large statue of what looked like a cross between a woman, a dragon, and some manner of beast for legs and a long curled tail. A harpy, she realized, keeping her eyes on the statue as their ship slowly drifted past and towards an opening on the docks. The idol of Slaver's Bay and a symbol of the Master's power over those they keep in chains. Watching as their ship slowly pulled up next to the dock, Dany tried to keep her face impassive as she watched the slaves on the dock work quickly to tie the boat off. Only to be whipped by a large man behind them for not working fast enough to his liking. Pushing down her disgust, she looked over her shoulder at Irri and Yahiki, stay on the ship with my children. Allow none to come near them while I am speaking with the good masters. Once the ship was fully docked, Dany departed with Ser Jorah and Rockero right behind her. Her remaining blood riders, Aegon and Iago, were going to stay on the ship to protect her children along with Irri and Yahiki. It took all of her power not to react as she carefully observed the slaves and the way they were being manhandled by the good masters on the docks as she slowly made her way back onto solid land. Just as she was about to ask Ser Jorah to see if he knew where to head, they were approached by a half a dozen slaves that were carrying a large, gilded palanquin on their shoulders. The slaves purposefully put themselves directly into her path before a voice from the inside barked out several sharp orders, bringing them all to a stop as they then lowered the palanquin off their shoulders and onto the ground softly as to not disturb whoever was inside. Curiosity getting the better of her, Dany stood her ground as the curtain covering the opening to palanquin was opened and an older man stepped out. The man had hair white as snow, wrinkles covering every part of his flesh that was visible beyond the confines of the rich tocher he was wearing. The man straightened himself out before his eyes landed on her. He didn't smile, nor did he show any surprise at her appearance. The man barked out a command in bastardized High Valyrian before approaching her with a skittish slave breaking away from the others and walking to the man's left and a pace behind. Walking forward, the man gazed at her, but didn't bow his head in greeting. Welcome to Astapor, Daenerys of the House of Targaryen of the former Valyrian Empire. I am good Master Grazdan Mo Old Whore of Astapor. Daenerys remained impassive as she let the slave by the man's side change his words into the common tongue. She immediately wanted to respond that the slave was not necessary, but she held her tongue as one of Lord Nox's lessons came back to her. This man clearly suspected that she did not understand High Valyrian. A weakness for her, in his mind. And if he thought she was weak, then he would underestimate her. I appreciate your welcome, good Master Grazdan mo old whore, she replied in the common tongue, keeping her eyes on the good master as the slave translated in High Valyrian. Dany kept her eyes on the good master. The man did not show his disgust. But his words spoke all that she needed to know now that his suspicions had apparently been confirmed. The dumb cunt doesn't even speak the language of her ancestors. How pathetic. Ask the dumb cunt what she wants in our city. Dany kept her face impassive, not an easy task, but she kept her pose as the slave translated, albeit in a much kinder verbiage. I am looking to purchase the services of an army of Unsullied. As soon as the words were translated, the good master's eyes changed. No longer was he so utterly dismissive and disgusted of her. Now he gained a greedy glint in his eyes. Amazing how much one can change when you go from being a simple passerby to a potential buyer. At least the ignorant cunt at least knows where to come to buy the best. Tell her to follow. Send word to Krasnus Monglas that we have a potential buyer. If he is not at the Plaza of Pride before we arrive, then all of you will be decorating the Plaza of Punishment. Tell the ignorant cunt that we will be walking around the city before viewing the Unsullied. Dany accepted the invitation, biting her tongue the entire time as the good Master Grazdan showed her around the city. He made a point of calling out the various pyramids that were scattered about, as well as the various plazas, grand manors, and fighting pits. By midday, they entered a bustling city market that the good master called the Plaza of Pride, while also stating that it was here that they would be meeting with a fellow good master before they go to view the Unsullied. Making their way around the market, Grazdan led her towards a specific area where a large man, very large man with an oiled black and red beard. By the gods, she'd thought that Illyrio was large, but this man. She swore his breasts must have been larger than her own. And she was producing mother's milk. Standing beside the large man was a small girl, maybe the same height and size of Dany. Her darker skin clashed with the golden collar around her neck and the white talker that clung loosely to her body. So, this is the last of the Valyrian Empire. The obese man snorted. At least she looks the part. Though I can find 100 better bed slaves in Yunkai in less than a day. This is her, Grazdan nodded. She says that she's here to buy some of our Unsullied. The fat man snorted. Doubt she has any coin to spare. Probably hoping she can flash her tits or ass at us and get a pity sum from us now that her pathetic cull is dead as well as her beggar king of a brother. I guess that makes her a fucking pathetic beggar queen. Miss Sandai, ask what the cunt wants. The small slave girl stepped forward, her voice soft and sweet. Though Dany could hear the undercutting of strength that stayed in her voice despite her station. The good master, Krasnus Monaklas welcomes you, Daenerys of House Targaryen, to the great city of Astapor. He inquires as to what has made you voyage to Astapor. Dany decided to keep the charade of her not speaking Valyrian for the time being. Greetings, good master Krasnus Monaklas. I am Daenerys of House Targaryen, Khaleesi Tikal Drogo. I have come seeking the Unsullied knowing that there are few, if any, fighting forces that can match the prowess of the Unsullied. Miss Sandai repeated her words exactly to the good master, who merely scoffed. The dumb cunt thinks flattery will work. Fine, let's show her what she wants but will never be able to afford. If nothing else, it'll be gratifying to have this dumb cunt groveling at my feet for the worst we have to offer. Again, Miss Sandai translated for her, albeit not word for word and with a significant amount of flattery. Following the good masters, Dany along with Yora and Rockero were led into what she recognized as a training field. Men, although given their age she wasn't even sure they could be called that, were training under the unrelenting sun high in the sky. They were practicing with spears, bows, shields, short blades. Anything and everything. Even barehanded combat was being taught. And more. Boys were running around in circles. Practicing different formations. Even some standing under the sun wearing 2 or more layers of arms and armor. Hundreds. No, thousands were before her. All under the watchful eyes of the good masters who were carrying heavy chain whips and were clearly not afraid to use them against any they felt were not trying hard enough. She had to bite her tongue as she watched as one boy who was running stumbled and fell over. The good master overseeing the running whipped the boy repeatedly until his back was little more than a bloodied mess. All the while, none of the other future Unsullied stopped what they were doing. Eventually the master stopped, but only when it was clear that the boy was no longer going to get up. A fact emphasized when the master used his whip handle to raise the boy's head, only to let it fall back down to the ground lifelessly. The weak are purged before they have a chance to become Unsullied, Krasnus said, with Miss Sandai translating into the common tongue. Only a third of all slaves bought to become Unsullied live through the training. Dany could not deny that the Unsullied were impressive. Having lived with the Dothraki for so long, she felt she had gained an eye for martial prowess. And the Unsullied were skilled. But what was more, they were disciplined. But the training was, well, extreme. Only a third lived through their training? That was wasteful. They are impressive. But does losing a third of all recruits truly match the skills they obtain? Would it not be better to have 3 times the number of soldiers after their training is completed? Krasnus scoffed. The dumb cunt lives amongst savages for a brief time and thinks she knows all there is to know about war. We would kill 9 out of 10 of these slaves if it meant producing better Unsullied. Miss Sandai hesitated for a moment before responding. The good Master Krasnus said that while the training is harsh, it is necessary to keep the high standards expected of the Unsullied. Dany nodded, accepting what Miss Sandai said while trying to ignore Krazen's continued insults towards her. Motioning them onwards, Krasnus led them towards another area of training where dozens of Unsullied were standing still in full armor under the full heat of the sun. Walking amongst the lines of Unsullied, she noticed the visible strain many were under just trying to keep their positions. How long have they been like this? She asked, admiration and disgust warring within her. Krasnus shrugged, and for once Miss Sandai did not need to twist his words as he spoke. This lot has been in position for 3 days and 3 nights without food or water. And they will stay like this until they are given the order to move or until they die. Such is the obedience installed in the Unsullied. Krasnus made a move with his whip, and the Unsullied parted as one, giving them a path to walk through. The Unsullied have had all individuality stripped from them. They know only orders and fear nothing. Beside her, Sir Jorah snorted, clearly not pleased with what he was seeing. Even the bravest of men fear death. Miss Sandai hesitated before relaying what Jorah had said to Krazens. The good master wrinkled his nose and scoffed. Tell the old man he smells of piss and shit. Miss Sandai hesitated. Truly, master. Krasnus sneered and backhanded Miss Sandai across her cheek, turning her head but not dropping her. The action made Dany want to lash out, but she held herself in check. No, not truly, you dumb cunt. Are you a girl or a goat to ask such a stupid thing? Tell the dragon whore and the old cock that the Unsullied are not men. And therefore death means nothing to them. Tell the whore-beggar queen to watch closely. Walking away, Krasnus walked up to one of the Unsullied and commanded the slave to take a step forward. The slave did so, and offered no resistance as the good master moved aside his shield and spear before pulling out the slave's dagger. As he cut loose the straps exposing the man's chest, Dany's gut sank as she got a sudden suspicion of what was about to happen. Tell the good master that there is no need. She's worried about their nipples. She does know that we cut off their balls. Without hesitation, he slowly cut the man's nipple off before holding it up to show her the bloodied piece of flesh in his hand. Now back in line, I have no further need of you. Once the Unsullied stepped back in line, Krasnus spoke again with Miss Sandai translating word for word. To earn his shield. An Unsullied is given a single silver coin and then sent to the slave market. They are then to find a newborn and kill it before its mother's eyes. This ensures that there is no weakness left in them. And to prove that they are no longer men and will obey any order given. The practice was so barbaric that it was all she could do to keep the contents of her stomach in place. She loved her son, her daughter. Should any take them from her and kill them before her eyes? The pain was not one she would wish on even her worst of enemies. The coin they. Is it given to the mother? Krasnus scoffed after Miss Sandai translated. Why would we waste coin on a slave? No. The coin is given to the slave's master as repayment for the loss of property. Dany's heart plummeted even further. Her course was now set. She knew what she needed to do. How many do you have to sell? Miss Sandai relayed her question, earning a curious look from Krasnus. In response, Krazens held up 8 fingers, to which Miss Sandai vocalized. 8,000. 8,000. 8,000 mothers who had lost their child. And for what? Tell the whore-beggar queen that she has until tomorrow to make her offer. Miss Sandai lowered her head. Good Master Krasnus gives you till tomorrow to make an offer. There are many other buyers who are interested in purchasing. Without another word, Krasnus raised his whip, causing the Unsullied before them to separate, creating a pathway between them. Miss Sandai bowed her head towards Dany before stepping down from where they were standing and quickly moving to follow after the departing master. Time had lost all meaning. There was only darkness. And pain. Unending. Throbbing. Pain. The pain of the blows he'd received in the throne room that fateful day. The pain of the gashes the blunted weapons had left upon his flesh. And the pain in his heart he felt for his failure. For there was no other word he could use to describe what happened. He failed. He, Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell, had failed spectacularly. Groaning with effort, Ned forced himself into a seated position and stared off into the endless abyss that was the Black Cells. Why had he not acted faster? Why had he not realized that Robert was the key to their survival until Nyra reminded him of the fact? Why was he, always such a fool? Hearing latches clatter accompanied by the clinking of chains, Ned turned his head and saw something he had not seen in gods, he didn't know how long now. A low light that just barely outlined the door of his cell. Hearing keys jingle, Ned held up a hand to shield his eyes the best he could as the door was opening, the light of a single torch spilling into his cell and near blinding him as it chased the darkness away. Leave us, he heard a voice say, a voice he recognized. Lowering his hand, Ned didn't try and keep the wolf's blood in check as he glared in hatred at the man across from him. Baelish. Peter Baelish, master of coin, Cat's friend, stood just across from him with a smile on his face. Two guards standing silently behind him as Peter took the torch from one of the guards and lowered it towards Ned's face. Good, it seems like it has worn off enough for us to talk properly now. Worn off? Ned growled. He would have strangled the man had he the power to do so. But, with his arms chained and his body still suffering from the beating he'd received, it was all he could do to stay conscious. Indeed, Baelish smiled, which made him look like the weasel many claimed him to be. You see, as much good as you think you've done over the years, you have made numerous enemies. Enemies that I have meticulously gathered with one purpose. The end of House Stark. One such group are the Maesters that managed to survive your purge of the Citadel years ago. Amongst there were several great minds who have come up with a way to deal with yourself, as well as the Sorcerer. Still smiling, Baelish pulled out a small vial of dark liquid and held it before him. This is a mixture of several things that I cannot name. But that doesn't matter. What does is the fact that this little potion addles the mind, leaving one unable to focus. And because they cannot focus properly, they cannot use your strange magic. While you may not be as powerful as the Sorcerer or your spawn, you have displayed several instances of using magic. So, you have worked as quite a decent test subject for the Maesters to refine this little potion, ensuring that it will be enough to level the field against the Sorcerer and your spawn. Ned made to lunge at the man, but his wounds along with time in the black cells had dulled his muscles to the point where he was nowhere near as fast as he once was. And because of that, Baelish was easily able to move back to avoid his strike. The two guards took a step forward, but Baelish held up his hand to stop them. I see you still have quite a bit of fight left in you. I'll have to tell the Maesters of this. They assured me that you would be unable to move so well for some time after ceasing taking the potions. They will have to adjust the amount, I believe. Growling, Ned forced himself upright. A feat that was far more strenuous than he cared to admit. What is your game, Baelish? Who do you truly serve? Baelish just laughed. Have you not figured it out yet, Stark? I knew you were dim-witted, but I never realized you were this bad. I don't serve anyone. I am my own man. As for my goals, I have only one. Though that has now changed. Motioning towards the two men, one produced a stool for Baelish to sit upon. You see, Stark, all my life, there has been only one thing that I have cared about. One thing I wanted. Cailin. We were inseparable as children while we grew up together. She was everything to me. And I knew I was everything to her. Then, just as I gained the courage to approach her father about what we both desired, he informed us that he had sold her to your fool of a brother. So, you challenged my brother for her hand, Ned said, still wanting nothing more than to strangle the man before him. Baelish pursed his lips and nodded. Yes. Not my smartest idea by far. But I was young and foolish. Time has taught me that there is more than one way to skin a wolf. And as the years went by, I was surprised to discover that I was not the only one who wanted the wolves removed. Smiling, Baelish leaned back. It's amazing what one can find when they are in charge of overseeing the flow of coin throughout the Seven Kingdoms. And the Maesters, despite their cunning, did not have infinite coin to spend on their plot. But once I saw where their coin was going, I reached out to them and offered my support for your removal. Ned's eyes widened. Nox's wedding. You had a hand in it. Of course I did, Baelish spat. Despite years of planning, I was no closer to bringing House Stark down than I was when I challenged your brother for Catelyn's hand. The Maesters had a good plan, a scapegoat to take the blame, and the means to deal with loose ends. Of course I aided them. Ned wanted to laugh. You say you loved Cailin. Yet you are responsible for her death just as much as those Maesters. It was a testament to just how weakened Ned was that he was unable to react at all as Baelish stood up and took his stool in hand before bringing it down on his head. No. Baelish shouted, the sounds of the stool shattering against Ned's body echoing throughout the cell nearly as loud as his yell. You are responsible for her death. You and Corbray. I sent him there specifically to make sure no harm came to her. And even if he had failed, you should have given your life to protect her. But you didn't. She still died. Because you failed her. Groaning, Ned spat out a wad of blood from his mouth as he glared at the fuming Baelish. Are you truly so blind to think that she would go to you after what you did to me? To her children? Baelish scoffed. She would never have known. But it matters not. Corbray failed. As did you. Cat died while the rest of you lived. And the only repercussions you and the Sorcerer suffered for your failures was the death of 2 children. Throwing aside what remained of the broken stool, Baelish fiddled with his cuffs. With Cat gone, I lost the one thing I wanted. So, I vowed that, in honor of her memory, I would destroy House Stark, the Sorcerer, and all of the North. And that has been my one driving force, until recently. Smirking, Baelish knelt so they were nearly eye to eye. Sansa. She truly is her mother reborn and more. She has changed my plans. First, I planned on simply using the idiot king to wipe out the north. Then once you all had killed one another, I alone would be there to stand at the top of the pile of bodies. But now? Now that has changed. I won't be alone. Sansa will be by my side. But don't worry, you'll live just long enough to watch the two of us wed. After all, what lady doesn't want her father at her wedding to the king? And then, and only then, when I have taken the last thing you cherish, will I allow you to die, Stark. The wolf's blood howled, and Ned would not be denied. Wounds, aches, fatigue be damned, he lunged for Baelish. Only this time the slippery weasel was not fast enough to escape Ned's fist as it connected solidly with his face, leveling the bastard out in the small cell. His small victory was short-lived as the two guards immediately descended upon him with clubs, striking his head, arms, chest, and legs. Wherever they could find purchase, they struck. Again and again, the clubs beat at him until his vision started to fade, and darkness threatened to overtake him. Stop. That is enough for now. Had he the power to do so, he would have spat in Baelish's face. But all he could muster was to glare at the wretched man through blood-stained eyes. Send for the Silent Sisters, he heard Baelish say as the man turned his back on him and walked away. I don't want my future good father to die before he can witness his daughter's wedding after all. The Silent Sister walked with her veiled eyes firmly fixated on the tile floor of the Red Keep. Beside her were 5 others. 2 other Silent Sisters and 2 guards wearing leather armor and full helms just in case their charges became unruly. The 2 gold cloaks that were leading them turned and started descending into the depths of the Red Keep, the tile floor replaced with stone as the light began to fade as they walked deeper and deeper into the part of the Red Keep that everyone ever hoped to never step foot in. Reaching the bottom of the stairs, the Silent Sister almost had to strain her eyes to try and see in the dim light provided by the few torches as the darkness around them almost seemed to be trying to destroy all light. The black cells indeed. I had never thought to step foot again in this accursed place. One of the gold cloaks raised his fist and pounded on the solid wooden door barring their path. Hey, turnkey! Get off your ass and the door already. Got the Silent Sisters here to treat the fuckers down here. There was grumbling on the other side, accompanied by the clinking of keys before the door slowly opened. On the other side was a bare-chested man who looked as if he had not seen a proper bath in at least a month eating away at an apple. "'Bout damn time," the turnkey belched before jerking his head. "Dis way. Lord Baelish's men did a number on one of 'em, need dat one alive. The rest don't matter. Just make sure they ain't dead." Keeping her head down, the Silent Sister and her followers trailed after the turnkey deeper into the black cells as the 2 gold cloaks seemed content to stay near the entrance. Good, she thought as the turnkey stopped at a seemingly random cell and opening it. Peering in, the Silent Sister nearly broke her silence at the sight within. Within was a single man, beaten and bloodied to the point of nearly being unrecognizable. His clothes, what few were left, were torn and soiled with blood, sweat and gods only knew what else. "The Warden of the fucking North," the turnkey spat. "Fucking traitor. Can't wait to see what the king does with him. Heard he's getting pretty creative with his executing heretics. But they want this one alive for a bit longer apparently. So, heal him up and then check that the others down here are still breathin'." The sister said not a word as she walked into the cell, her 2 fellow sisters following her. Going to her knees, she gently moved the warden's hair out of his face. Blood was covering most of his face and was dried in his hair. With her 2 guards setting up the torches, the 3 sisters set to work. First, they cut away what few remnants of his clothes were left before washing away the dried blood as best they could with only damp cloth. The warden's eyes flickered open briefly, his steel-grey eyes staring unseeing into the distance as he mumbled incoherently from the pain and exhaustion. "Fuck, how long will this shit take?" The turnkey grumbled as the sisters began bandaging the wounds as best they could given the circumstances. The sister said not a word as they continued to work. "Right, Silent Sisters," the turnkey grumbled. "Well, I have to shit. Check the other cells to see if any of these fucks are dead yet. If they are, I'll open the cells when I get back." Leaving them, the sister listened carefully as his steps faded into the distance. Once she was convinced that they were alone, she met the eyes with one of the guards and nodded. The guard didn't say a word, merely slipped out of the cell seeking out his target. Within moments, she heard a door being opened and someone trying to say something before the condemned man's words ended in silence. The door out in the hall then shut again as the guard moved back towards the entrance. She heard not a word of what was said as she kept treating the injured warden, but soon enough the turnkey marched angrily down the hall, past their open cell and towards another. The rattling of keys and the grinding of the door opening against stone was soon followed by curses. "Shit, forgot this fucker was even down here," the turnkey growled. "Get him out of here before he starts to stink." The turnkey almost ran away from them, shouting not to bother him again until they were done. Alone once more, the sister shared a quick glance with either sister at her side. Without a word, they began moving quickly, divesting the warden of all of his clothes as their guard dragged in the corpse from the other cell. Working quickly, the two guards stripped the corpse down to his small clothes. As they were doing that, the sister pulled out a small vial from within her robes. Taking the warden's head in her lap, she tilted his head back and opened his mouth. Uncapping the vial, she quickly poured the liquid inside down his open mouth before holding his mouth shut. He struggled for but a moment before the contents of the vial took hold and his movement ceased and his breath slowed as his skin grew pale. Placing her fingers to his throat, she let out a sigh of relief as she felt the slow beat of his heart. Lowering his head, she watched as one of her fellow sisters pulled two small pins out of her hair and began undoing the shackles around the warden's wrists and ankles. The moment he was free, they immediately set upon the two men, switching their clothes so that the now dead prisoner was dressed in the clothes of the warden, and the warden was wearing the dead man's clothes. With the clothes changed, the sister who'd unlocked the shackles replaced them onto the corpse as the other sister tied a large piece of cloth over the warden's face. A common way to treat the dead, and one that would provide them with the cover that they needed. Saying a quiet prayer to the seven, the old gods, and whoever else might be listening, the sister got to her feet as one of her guards hoisted the now limp warden over his shoulder. Violet eyes met old pale blue eyes as the sister shared a look with the guard who was carrying Eddard Stark. Giving one another a nod of reassurance, the group quietly left the cell, making sure to shut the door securely behind them. The ruse would not last long. A day, perhaps two if they were lucky. But that was all they needed. Passing by the turnkey, the silent sisters and their guards said not a word to the gold cloaks or the turnkey as they were let out of the cells. And none looked twice at the dead man they were carrying out. Do not run, the sister urged herself. Forcing herself to walk normally as she led her small group out of the black cells and back up into the red keep proper. Do not draw attention. You are a silent sister. Nothing more. Either through blind luck or divine intervention, the sister didn't care which at this point, they managed to make their way through the red keep and out into the courtyard where their cart waited for them. Climbing up into the cart, her guards deposited the limp body into the back with them before quickly making their way up to the driver's seat and urging their horses onwards. They were stopped just once as they reached the gate leading out of the red keep. But after just a single glance at the three silent sisters and corpse in the back of the cart, the gold cloaks on guard let them pass through the gates without issue. It was only when the gold cloaks and walls of the red keep were obscured from view did the cart divert away from the road that would lead them to the September of Baelor, taking them instead down towards the docks. Sharing a look, the sister nodded at the other two with her. Together they began divesting their septa habits, revealing far seafaring clothes instead. Throwing her habit out the back of the cart, the voice stared down at the covered face of Ned Stark. Hold on, Ned, we're almost free. Walking slowly through the gilded halls of Highgarden, Margaery Tyrell, the Rose of Highgarden, watched on as the numerous courtyards of Highgarden and the lands around their keep bustled with activity. Smiths plied their trade day and night. Weavers and seamstresses turned away from dress or simply clothing to more robust jerkins and leather covers. Men drilled in the yard day and night preparing themselves. The realm had been thrown into war. And the Reach had no choice but to answer the call. Though we will not answer in the way most believe. Margaery mused as she continued her slow walk through Highgarden, thinking back on to how they came to this point. Robert Baratheon dead. Though considering his lavish lifestyle I suppose many are surprised that he even survived this long. Joffrey being crowned king, and Lord Eddard Stark being accused of treason against Joffrey. A laughable notion if there ever was one. Everyone knows that Lord Stark not only despised the Game of Thrones, but that he had already passed on the chance to be king years ago when the Targaryens dynasty met its end. But regardless, the people now know that Lord Eddard is a traitor. And that Joffrey has declared a war on the north, and the religion of the old gods as well. The idiocy. Not even Aegon the Conqueror demanded the cessation of the worship of the old gods when he forced the north to yield. But Joffrey's stupidity would lead to House Tyrell's ascension. Renly is but a sennight away. A fortnight should he be delayed. And once he arrives, we shall wed, bringing the Reach and the Stormlands under his banner. The north will join with us the moment Renly declares himself as king and condemns this exalted march. And Sansa's betrothal to Willias will only solidify the alliance. And with the north will also come the Dornish, through Jon Stark's betrothal to Arianne. And the Riverlands and the Vale should join our ranks as well considering they are kin to the Starks. The Reach, Stormlands, Dorne, the North, the Riverlands, and the Vale, against such odds the Lannisters will have no choice but to renounce their claim to the Iron Throne should they wish to survive what is to come. As she thought on the future, she slowly came to the realization that this war would be the easiest part. It would be putting the realm back together after the war that would be an issue. Assembling a proper small council would be key. Perhaps Stannis as Hand of the King and reinstating him as Lord of Storm's End would help ease the inevitable tension that was sure to arise between the two brothers. Master of Ships would go to one of the Redwynes, however there was also the concern of giving House Redwyne too much control of the sea. Something to discuss. Master of Laws would undoubtedly be given to someone of the North. During her time in the north, she'd come to greatly respect the northerners' sense of judgment and fair play under the law. Lord Eddard would be a prime candidate, should he survive his captivity. But there was a chance that he would turn it down, so she needed to be prepared for that eventuality. Perhaps ask him for a list of candidates should he turn the position down? And, of course, Master of the Arcane would go to Lord Knox. As much respect as she had for the man, she could acknowledge that he was an unknown. And he was someone that she would much rather have closer to her so that she could keep an eye on him. Walking nearby one of the many gardens littered throughout the keep, Margaery was pulled from her thoughts of the future as she saw her handmaiden Myra sitting quietly and alone amongst the garden. Her heart leapt at the sight of her friend. She was from the north. The very land that was now being persecuted by the south, and here she was in the south. Her family's liege lord was imprisoned by the would-be king. And her family was no doubt marching to war to defend themselves. She couldn't fathom what her friend was feeling right now. And truth be told, she selfishly never wanted to find herself in the position Myra now found herself in. Putting plans for the future aside, Margaery made her way out into the open air and towards her friend. It was a testament to just how much the current situation was weighing on Myra that the northern girl didn't even realize Margaery was there until she reached out and put a hand on her shoulder. "My lady," Myra stuttered, her hands quickly wiping away the tears that Margaery hadn't even noticed were pooling in the corners of her eyes. "Forgive me. Recent events have distracted me greatly and I've been neg." "Myra," Margaery cut in sharply. "There is nothing to forgive. If you weren't distracted by recent events, then I would be concerned." Myra smiled, and while the smile did not reach her friend's eyes, Margaery was glad to see it. Gathering her dress, Margaery sat down next to Myra, all the while holding the girl's hand in her own. The two didn't say anything as they sat together enjoying a slight moment of peace together. A peace that was ended all too soon as the steady beating of armored boots against stone reached their ears. Turning her head, she saw two of her family's guards entering the garden. "My lady Margaery," one of the guards intoned, bowing his head respectfully. "Your lord father has requested your presence immediately." "Lady Myra's presence has been requested as well." Nodding, Margaery got to her feet while pulling Myra to her own. Giving her handmaiden a moment to compose herself, Margaery waited until she got a nod from her friend before turning and following the guards out of the garden. Though as she walked, she became slightly confused as the two guards led her not to the main hall, but instead towards one of the small meeting rooms that were typically reserved for intimate family gatherings. The ones that were meant to be out of the eyes of the small folk. Entering the small hall, she was further surprised to find that she was the last of her family to arrive. Her father, mother, brothers, and grandmother were all in the hall waiting for her. "Well, now we're all here, Mace," her grandmother sighed as the guards shut the doors behind her. "So, what is this grand announcement you have to make?" Her father glared at her grandmother, something which surprised Margaery. She knew that her grandmother could be, well, overbearing at the best of times. But her father never once showed any disdain for her. The look disappeared as he turned towards her, his face shifting into one of glee. "I brought you all here to announce that I have finalized an important decision for our family. Margaery shall wed and become the next queen of Westeros." Margaery felt confused. This was not some grand announcement. This was something that they already knew. "Of course she is, you dolt," grandmother sighed. "Once Loras arrives with Renly, we can have the ceremony and crown Margaery." Her father blinked, then shook his head. "No. We will be traveling to King's Landing and she will be wed and crowned in the September of Baelor as is only proper for one of her future standing." "That could take some time, father," Willias interjected. "And with the war against the north, it would be best to tie Margaery to the throne as quickly as possible to ensure our standing." "I agree as well, father," Margaery added, agreeing with her brother. "I am aware that there may be some challenges in marrying Renly. But I will ensure I do my duty to our house and the crown after we are Wednesday." At this, her father gave her a queer look. "Renly? No, no, my dear daughter. I will not have the rose of House Tyrell wasted on Renly. You will marry His Grace, King Joffrey Baratheon, the Blessed, first of his name." Margaery couldn't believe her ears. She was struck silent, unable and unwilling to comprehend just what her father had said. And she wasn't the only one. Her brothers were just blinking. And her grandmother was staring at her father with shock. The only one who seemed even slightly pleased with the announcement was her mother. "Gods, Mace," her grandmother sighed angrily. "If I wanted to hear a dumb joke, I would get a proper fool." The Lord of Highgarden's face contorted. "Enough, mother!" he shouted, surprising all of them with the anger in his voice. "I am the Lord of Highgarden and Warden of the South. Not you, however much you might wish to pretend that you are. Margaery will marry King Joffrey and become his queen. And through her House Tyrell will finally have control of the Iron Throne." Margaery was still unable to form a proper response. Mercifully, her eldest brother was not as tongue-tied. "Father, Joffrey has declared a holy war against the north, and the Starks and Sorcerer in particular. By aligning with Joffrey, you are forcing the Reach into this war as well. A war, honestly father, I do not believe we can win. Her father nodded. That he has. And that reminds me. Guards. The doors to the chambers were thrown open as half a dozen heavily armed guardsmen charged in, blades drawn. And pointing towards Myra Forrester. Take this heathen witch to the dungeons, now. Myra's eyes went wide in fright as the men grabbed her and began dragging her out of the hall. Her brothers overcame their shock before she could and took but a single step towards her to intervene before her father shouted at them to stop. Margaery was powerless, something she was wholly unused to, as she watched her closest friend and confidant dragged out of the room and to where only the gods knew. Father, Willias growled. What is the meaning of this? You would ensure House Tyrell not only maintains our proper place as Wardens of the South and Great Lords of the Reach, but also as the future royalty, her father stated firmly. Tell me, sons, daughter, mother. How many of our bannermen will continue to follow us should we go against the faith? You, mother, never fail to remind me of my failures regarding Robert's Rebellion and the Greyjoy Rebellion. The High Septon and the Starry September have given their support to King Joffrey's exalted march against the heathens of the north. Half of our bannermen are ready to march on the heathens based on that fact alone. Many others have lost sons, brothers, or fathers when the north came down and butchered the maesters and are eager for vengeance. Should we not march against the north, our own bannermen would rebel against us and not only would we lose our place as Wardens of the South and Lords of the Reach, but our family would go the way of the Gardeners before us. Her father's reasoning was, not misplaced, much to her chagrin and shock. House Tyrell's position was unfortunately precarious. Which was one of the reasons why they needed a royal marriage, outside of wanting a Tyrell on the Iron Throne. But still, they could have worked through any religious discontent. They didn't need to go to this extreme. Father. Have you lost what little sense you had left? Garland asked, his eyes narrowing dangerously. And it was only then, as Margaery stared into the hard eyes of her brother that she remembered. Garland had a son. A son born to a woman of the north. A son who was being raised in the faith of the old gods. Their father's eyes hardened. No, son, I have not. In fact, I have more sense now than ever. For I have been blessed by the Seven themselves. The very night before I received Tywin Lannister's offer for Margaery's hand, the Seven blessed me with 2 dreams of the future. One in which we followed the plan to marry Margaery to Renly. I had to watch as our family was destroyed by our own bannermen. I had to watch as each of you died. As Margaery and your mother were raped and brutalized before being discarded like cheap whores. The second, I watched as Margaery married King Joffrey and gave birth to the next generation of royalty. A generation where House Tyrell was held above all other houses in Westeros in recognition of us being the cause for the downfall of the heathen old gods and the treacherous sorcerer and his ilk. Then the next morning I received Tywin's missive, and I knew what course we had to take. For one does not reject visions granted to them by the Seven so easily. And it is not just the throne we will win by siding with King Joffrey, their father continued, a greedy smile crossing his face. Lord Tywin has assured me that Willias's marriage to Sansa Stark will be honored. And with her brothers either being forced into exile or meeting their ends, that means that while the firstborn son shall be the heir of Highgarden, the secondborn son will have a claim to Winterfell. House Tyrell will control the throne, the Reach, and the North. The plan, obscenely enough, was not a bad one. It would give House Tyrell more power and control than ever before. But there was a problem with it. One that her brother Garland was more than happy to point out. Sure, that all sounds grand. But, father, there is one significant aspect that you are conveniently forgetting about. For us to follow this path, we would have to directly confront a northern force that is stronger than ever. And we would have to confront the sorcerer himself on the field of battle. Neither of which is something one should seek out if they wish to live for long. Their father merely brushed off the threat as if it meant nothing. The sorcerer means nothing when up against the righteous cause of the Seven who are one. As for the north, we shall take our time marching to King's Landing and will not commit our forces to the field until Margaery is queen. By the time that happens, the north and Tywin will have bled themselves dry against one another. And the Reach will be able to move in with our fresh men and eliminate the northern threat and take the credit for the end of that heretical faith. Hearing a sigh, all eyes turned to their grandmother, who was tiredly rubbing at her eyes. Gods, Mace! I swear the wet nurse must have dropped you on your head as a child or was drinking wine as she fed you. Her father's face went red, but surprisingly he didn't back down. Something that surprised everyone, most of all her grandmother. You are not the Lord of Highgarden, nor the Warden of the South, mother. Much as you seem to claim and think you are. I am. I will decide my daughter's future, and the future of the Reach. Not you. Aligning with King Joffrey will give Margaery the crown without a fight. From what I hear, the boy king is easily controlled, meaning it will not be the lions or the stags who control the Iron Throne, but rather us. And no matter how powerful the sorcerer might think he is still just one man. One man against the strength of the South backed by the power of the faith of the Seven. Even should he prove resilient to defeat on the battlefield, there are other options. His wife, who is still in the South. Or a more direct method can be pursued. Regardless, the decision has been made and I will hear no more on the matter. Now, I suggest you all return to your rooms and prepare yourselves for our journey to King's Landing and Margaery's upcoming wedding to the king. For once Renly arrives, we will set out. And what of Renly, father? Garland asked pointedly. He is coming here expecting to find allies in his bid for the throne. Again, her father was dismissive. He is a traitor. But one who might still serve a purpose. We will ensure that he is not given guest rights to not offend the gods. But then he will be taken into our care and given a choice. Renounce his bid for king and swear his allegiance to the true king. Or be brought before King Joffrey in chains as a wedding present and a show of House Tyrell's commitment to his cause and the cause of the gods. And what of Sansa? Willias growled, truly growled like a beast ready to attack. A sound so surprising from her normally calm and composed brother that she had to give herself a slight shake to make sure she was still looking at her brother. Do you truly think she will consent to becoming the next Lady of Highgarden? To be my wife when it was our family that was responsible for the fall of her family, her magic, and her gods? Her feelings are irrelevant on the matter, her father replied dismissively. If the Stark family line truly matters to her, then she will realize that marriage to you will be her only hope in preserving the Stark line. Now I will speak no more on this matter. All of you need to retire and begin packing. Father, Margaery called out tentatively. Honestly, she had never seen her father this assertive before and it scared her slightly. What of Myra? Her father hesitated only slightly before sighing and shaking his head. Best you forget her, daughter. You are to be queen to King Joffrey the Blessed. You cannot be seen to have a lady-in-waiting that is a northern heathen, let alone as a friend. She will be given the opportunity to repent her sinful ways. That is all I can offer you. Her fate is in her hands now and you best forget her. And with that, her father left with her mother on his arm. Now alone, her brothers and grandmother were all left staring at the doors he'd just left through, still trying to come to terms with what had just transpired. Her grandmother was able to sum up all their thoughts on the matter with a simple word. Fuck. Her grandmother was never one to curb her tongue. But she still rarely resorted to such foul language. I think we can use stronger words than that, grandmother, Garland muttered. She could see the anger bubbling just beneath her brother's face. No doubt his mind focused solely and only on his paramour and son in the north. Though I don't think any have been thought up yet. Her grandmother didn't say anything as she paced a few times around the room. There might be a means for us to salvage this mess, she said after a long pause. But we will have to move swiftly and quietly. Salvage this mess? Garland scoffed, shaking his head. How in the hells are we supposed to salvage making enemies of the most powerful man, and arguably the most powerful family, in all of the known world, grandmother? Firstly, we need a few leal men that you trust implicitly to follow your orders, Willias, and yours alone. Can you find such men? Willias turned his gaze towards the ceiling for a moment before nodding. Yes. There are a few that traveled north of the wall, who know what we are about to face that I could call upon. Then do so, her grandmother commanded. Next will be difficult, but we must free Myra from wherever your father has her held and place her into these men's hands. They will then move to intercept Renly and divert him back to the Stormlands. Aiding him in avoiding a potential trap, even one of our own house's making, will force him to be indebted to us. A debt we will need to make use of soon. We will then travel to King's Landing and Margaery will take stock of the king. We will exert what influence we can over this foolish boy king and convince him to end this farce of a war and bring the north to the peace table. Numerous concessions will need to be made for this slight against them. But in the end we will have peace in the realm once again, and it will be House Tyrell who will be known for ending this violence not through the strength of our arms, but rather through our strength of voice. Willias frowned thoughtfully. I doubt it will be that easy, grandmother. Their grandmother scoffed. Of course it won't. But this is the only course we have available to us that will avoid direct confrontation with the North and the Sorcerer. Let them bleed the Westerlands, Crownlands, and Riverlands dry. The loss of life is unfortunate. But, in the end, it will aid in strengthening our position. As much as it irks me to say, your oaf of a father is right in saying that he is the Lord of the Reach. It is his words that our vassals will follow, no matter how foolish they are. And what of the faith? Garland asked. They have regained a taste of power, and they won't be likely to give it back so freely. Huffing, her grandmother nodded. Indeed. There is a reason why people say the crown and the faith are the two pillars that hold up society. Two pillars. Not one and the same. History has shown time and time again that the faith cannot be trusted to hold power over the laws of men. And if they cannot accept the peace we offer with the North, then we will use our reforged kingdom to remind the faith of their place. With blood, if need be. And what guarantee do we have that the Northerners will even be willing to meet with us at the peace table to begin with, grandmother? Willias questioned. That is why Myra will be vital to our success. Grandmother answered simply. Grandmother, she said slowly. What of, Joffrey? What if I cannot influence him? Her grandmother tsked. You underestimate yourself, Margaery. You are the rose of House Tyrell. You have beauty that could make even the maiden envious and a mind as sharp as my own. You can ensnare this boy. And if for some reason his addled brain is not susceptible to your charms, well, you just leave him to me. I will handle him. Chapter 44, The War Begins. Welcome back everyone. Apologies for the long delay but, life is a real sob sometimes. Not much to say other than thank you all for your continued support in reviews, alerts, and favorites. I am honestly blown away with the reception that this story has received. And I can honestly say that I did not expect it to get this big, in more ways than one, when I started brainstorming it out years ago. I just hope that I can keep you all entertained. Big thank you to my beta reader and brainstorm partner Telemachus Sundus, who personally wrote an entire section of this chapter, helping me immensely. Lastly, I do not own Disney, nor am I Lucas or Martin. I have no ownership of A Song of Fire and Ice, Game of Thrones or Star Wars. This is purely for fun with no profit being made. And with that out of the way, let's get to the chapter. Stay safe out there everyone. Chapter 44. Riding through the Gate of the Gods, Tyrion Lannister frowned at the lack of fanfare to which he entered the city. He wasn't expecting there to be people lined up in the streets, screaming his name and saying his praises and thanking the gods that he had arrived. But there was no one around the gate save for the gold cloaks. No merchants. No small folk. No farmers. No traders. No one. Outside of the Street of Steel, Silk, and the harbor, the Gate of the Gods was known to be one of the busiest locations in the city for trade. Yet now, there were only a few merchants lining the streets. None of whom were even trying to sell anything to him despite his large retinue and obvious wealth. Little activity at one of the main gates did not bode well for the health of the city, combine that with the lack of activity he saw at the port as they were arriving, and he was not feeling optimistic. And the city just felt different. He'd been to King's Landing several times during Robert's tenure as king. And while no one would ever claim that he was a great king, he did keep the joy of the people high, and King's Landing was always a hub of activity. Now, the city almost felt dead. Not a pleasant start to my tenure as hand, he mumbled to himself, urging his pony forward. A few were looking towards him, but none were even trying to step forth and try to sell their wares. There was only one thing that could stop a merchant from trying to pry good coin from the highborn. Fear. Fucking hells. It'd barely been a moon's turn since Harrenhal and only a fortnight since King Joffrey took the throne. What in the hells had happened here? Just as he was about to order his retinue towards the Red Keep, a small child darted out from one of the side streets. No one tried to stop him as he ran straight towards Tyrion, running full speed into the side of Tyrion's pony, causing the beast beneath his legs to jolt, and it was only because of Tyrion's special saddle and his experience with this pony that he was able to keep from being thrown from his saddle. Polo geese, lord. The child stuttered before darting off as fast as he'd appeared. My lord, the captain that had been assigned to him rode up next to him, hand on his hilt and ready to draw his sword and run the retreating boy down. I'm fine, Tyrion replied, shrugging off the interaction while reaching down to readjust his boot that had been dislodged from his stirrup during the collision. The boy was no doubt excited about. His words trailed off as his hand reached his boot. There was something new tucked into the upper part of his boot. A small, folded piece of paper barely larger than his finger. Pulling the paper out from his boot, he unfurled it and found a single location written on the note. September of Baelor. Frowning, Tyrion crunched the note up in his fist. Barely in the city for a few moments, and already part of the game. Though I won't deny it, I am looking forward to playing with the spider. Change of plans, Captain, he said, flicking his reins. We're heading for the September of Baelor before the Red Keep. The captain didn't question his orders, such was the discipline that his father had installed in those sworn to House Lannister. An order given from a member of House Lannister was not to be questioned. Ever. As they rode through the city and towards the September, he was disheartened to realize that the conditions at the Gate of the Gods was not unique, but in fact the norm throughout the city. But it wasn't until they were approaching the September of Baelor and the plaza surrounding it that they finally found some actual activity. Dozens of large wooden structures in the form of a seven-pointed star were erected throughout the plaza. But it wasn't the constructs that made him halt. No, it was the people whose limbs had been broken and twisted through the wooden stars that drew him up short. Men. Women. Old, middle-aged, even a child or two were strung up on the stars. Their broken and bloodied limbs twisted through the wooden frame of the seven-pointed stars. All of them were dead. By the gods. He heard a few of his own men mumble from behind him. Tyrion was about to answer when he heard a roar from the crowd that was surrounding the base of the macabre display. Standing up in his stirrups, he once again cursed his lack of height as he tried to see what was drawing the attention of the crowd. Then he saw it. A new, empty, wooden seven-pointed star was laying on the ground. A woman, kicking and screaming, was being forced onto the ground while a large man with an equally large maul stepped forward while septons yelled over the roar of the crowd, condemning her to her fate. "Oh, to hell with this," Tyrion grumbled. "Captain, we're putting a stop to this. Now." The captain nodded, drawing his sword, which caused all the others under his command to draw theirs as well. "In the name of Lord Tyrion Lannister, you will cease this display now." The captain yelled, his voice, and more accurately his drawn blade, stopping the execution from going forward. The crowd swiftly parted, giving room for Tyrion and his men to make their way forward towards the base of the stars and where the condemned woman was still being held down. The septons and septas that were surrounding the woman stopped what they were doing until one brave septon stepped forward. "This is no concern of yours, Lord Lannister," the septon growled, clearly not pleased with his presence. "Turn and leave now." Tyrion felt his brow raise. The faith had sure gotten bold in a short time. Or rather, they had always been bold. But now some idiot had let them off their leash. "Please, Lord." The woman screamed from where she was being held down, fear in her voice and eyes. "I done nothing, Bulletin." "Shut up, whore." The septon roared, whirling back to face her. "You are an abomination and deserve to be put upon the seven-pointed star to atone for your sins." "And what sin has she committed to be condemned to such a fate?" Tyrion asked. "And who has condemned her?" The septon growled, but the executioner with the maul held firm. "I said that this is no concern of yours, Lord Lannister. We are performing the work of the seven, and no one, not even a noble like yourself, is free of their laws." Tyrion nodded. "True. We are all under the laws of gods and men. Even you. So, I ask you once again, Septon. What law has this woman broken and who was it that condemned her to this fate?" The Septon was clearly not pleased. But a quick glance towards the men, and their bare steel, behind Tyrion finally had the man show some semblance of a mind. "She was outed as a witch and a heathen worshipper of the false old gods. Her punishment is atonement on the seven-pointed star." Tyrion noted there was a significant omission in the man's tale. "And who was it that sentenced her?" "The king? A lord? Hells, I'll even accept a magistrate." The Septon waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for such things. She is guilty. And her atonement is now at hand." "No, it isn't," Tyrion countered harshly. "No one. Not the king, not I, not you, and not this girl. No one is above the laws of gods and men. And those laws state quite clearly that no one shall face death or any other punishment without proper trials. Granted, history had shown that these trials need not be equal or even fair. But they still needed to take place." The Septon scowled and waved his hand dismissively once again. "The king has decreed that the faith need not hold a trial to do what needs be done." "Has he?" Tyrion smirked, though a pit of fear also formed in his gut at the same time. "Let me see it then." The crowd began murmuring as the Septon's brow furrowed. "See what?" "The decree the king has made which gives the faith the right to act as the king's law and justice." He saw small beads of sweat beginning to form on the brow of the Septon. "The king has not written it down. But all know." "Ah, you see that is a problem," Tyrion interrupted, sighing dramatically. "You see, people know what they are told. And you have told them that the king has given you this authority to act as his law and justice. Yet now you are saying that you do not have proof of him doing so." The Septon growled. "Fine. The heathen whore will be tried before the seven, then sh. "Oh, there is no need to bother the seven with this," Tyrion replied, swinging his leg off his pony and sliding down onto the ground. "I am a lord of the realm, after all. I can oversee this girl's trial. Now, let her up and stand before me." The moment the Septons let go of the girl, she immediately threw herself at him. His men all tensed, but instead of attacking him, the girl threw herself at his feet and began begging. "Please, lord. I know not what they say I did. But I swear I did not do it." Tyrion frowned and glared at the Septons and Septas. "You were going to execute her, and she didn't even know what crimes have been levied against her? What crimes has she been accused of?" The Septon, whose face had long since gone red, drew himself up to his full height. "She is a heathen whore who is known to sell her body for the pleasure of any one of the faithful," came forth, saying that she was seen praying to the false gods and denying the faithful their due. The woman kept clutching at his feet and sobbing. "Is what he's saying true, girl? Are you a whore who is faithful to the old gods?" The woman tilted her head back. He had to admit that, if the situation were different, he wouldn't mind paying a hefty sum for her services. I am a whore, me lord. I do not deny that. But I ain't no follower of the old gods." Tyrion turned his attention back to the Septon. "And who is this faithful that you speak of that claims that they saw her praying to the old gods?" The Septon growled, but eventually beckoned a man forth. The man was clearly disheveled and dirty. But he honestly was nothing special. The only thing that honestly stood out on the man was the wooden 7-pointed star pendant he wore around his neck. I was the one who saw her, me Lord Lannister, the man said, though his tone clearly indicated that he did not care for Tyrion's rank or station. Tyrion looked the man over before turning to the girl. Tell me, girl. Do you recognize this man? She nodded. How? The girl whimpered but still managed to speak just loudly enough to be heard. He frequently visits the brothel I work at, me lord. But he ran out of coin and demanded my services for free as he was one of the faithful. I told him that I could not, and he yelled at me, demanded I service him anyway. I kept saying no. Then he left. Then this morning the Septons and Septas came for me and told me that I am a heathen that needed to face my atonement upon the 7-pointed star. The whore is lion. The man yelled instantly, but Tyrion held up his hand to silence him. Is there any present who can verify this girl's story? I can, Lord Lannister. That was a voice that Tyrion not only recognized but was surprised to hear. Turning his head, he saw the speaker making her way through the crowd. Her darker skin standing out in stark contrast to those around her. Madame Chata, Tyrion greeted her, having gotten to know her quite well considering how often he visited her establishments during his time in King's Landing. I take it that this girl is one of yours. Chata nodded, she is. And I can vouch for her word. This man came into my establishment and demanded her services. When she gave him her price, he countered saying he was a man of the faith and that she should give him her services for free. When she denied, he got angry and threatened her. I had him removed just as he was about to strike her. Before the sun rose this morning, a dozen Septons and their thugs showed up on my doorstep. Dragged her out of her bed and threatened all of us to share her fate should we even think of interfering. Tyrion turned his eye back towards the accuser. The man suddenly seemed to find his feet the most interesting things in the world. How many can confirm your words, madam? Tyrion asked. Every worker I have, plus a few merchants who were across the street and saw this man yelling that he demanded free services for being a servant of the true faith. Tyrion glanced at the Septons, Septas, and the accuser. The Septas kept their eyes down and the Septons were all glaring openly. You, he said, waving towards the accuser. Are there any you can call forth that can dispute the counter-claims laid against you? That you demanded free services of a whore. And that when she, correctly might I remind you, denied your request, you retaliated by trying to have her executed by the faith. The accuser was sweating heavily and shaking slightly. You should know, Tyrion continued. That should I find out that if you are lying, that Madame Chata and the girl's version of events are true, then you can be held accountable for bearing false witness resulting in the near execution of an innocent woman. Such a crime is punishable by death. The man was now shaking. I take the black, my lord. It was a damning thing to say. The man all but admitted to lying to have the girl punished without admitting it. That is your right. Captain, see to it that this man is put on the first ship heading to the Night's Watch. And let that girl go. She is clearly innocent. The Septon looked like he was about to argue, but he couldn't and instead motioned for the girl to be released. As soon as she threw herself at Tyrion's feet. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. Thank you. Tyrion felt proud. He was finally able to do some good. I do not need your thanks, girl, he said before turning his attention towards Chata. Waving her over, he lowered his voice so that few could hear. Take her and get her out of the city. I do not doubt that someone will try and claim some sort of vindication against her for this embarrassment. Chata nodded before coming to the girl's side and leading her away and disappearing into the crowd. Hold one moment, Tyrion called out as the Septons and Septas, as well as their minions, began to wander away. We have more to discuss. Namely, you claiming to have the right of the king's law and king's justice. The Septon sneered. We are the faithful of the true God, the seven who are one. We do not need to answer to you, Lord Lannister. I'm afraid that you do, Tyrion countered with a smile. You see, ever since King Jaehaerys the Conciliator disbanded the faith militant, it was made clear that the faith would have no authority over the king's law or the king's justice. Yet here you are, executing people both in clear violation of the laws of gods and men. The Septon and those following him did not back down. King Joffrey the Blessed has seen fit to decree that the faith can act as we will for the betterment of the people and in honor of the true gods. He has? Tyrion questioned, holding out his hand. Then let me see it. The Septon blinked. See what? The decree that King Joffrey signed granting the faith the right to act as the king's law and justice. The Septon blinked dumbly as around them the people began murmuring. And he could understand their murmuring. Most here were illiterate. So, they could only count on the words they were told. If the faith told them that the king said they could act like this, then who were they to question? But Tyrion was not them. There is no written decree, the Septon growled. Tyrion tsked and shook his head. You see. That is a problem. Simple word of mouth is not enough to justify your actions in this regard. Claiming the king's law and king's justice as your own without a written decree from the king. And unlawfully killing anyone you wish. Tell me, Captain. I do believe we have a term for both actions, do we not? What are they? The captain stepped forward, his sword at the ready. Treason and murder, my lord. Treason and murder, Tyrion nodded as he stared at the gathered faithful before him, all of whom suddenly looked very unsure of themselves. Turning his gaze upwards, Tyrion frowned at each corpse decorating the sky. As hand of the king and as a lord of the realm, I, Tyrion Lannister, do hereby find all these poor souls that have been unjustly executed innocent of the charges that were levied against them. Captain, see to it that they are all taken down and given proper rights. Then make sure that proper restitution is given to the families of the deceased. Draw the coin directly from the coffers of House Lannister to see it done. And as for this lot, I hereby find these men and women of the faith to be guilty of treason and murder through the attempted usurpation of the king's law and king's justice. Captain, once you have taken these innocent souls down from the stars, take the few ringleaders from the faithful who oversaw these executions and put them back up in their place. The plaza exploded into a cacophony of noise. The people cheered, though whether from bloodlust or justice Tyrion didn't know, while the condemned faithful fell to their knees, protesting their innocence. Tyrion ignored them all as he got back up into his saddle and continued his way towards the Red Keep as most of his men remained behind to see his orders were followed. Arriving at the main gates of the Red Keep, the gold cloaks that were stationed at the gate didn't hesitate to raise the gate for him the moment they saw the sigil of House Lannister flapping behind him. Moving just inside the gate, he immediately heard cheering and merriment coming from one of the nearby courtyards. He could also see at least a dozen gold cloaks and red cloaks standing guard around the battlements surrounding the courtyard. What is going on over there? He asked one of the gold cloaks who had approached as the keep's stable hands rushed over to see to their horses. The gold cloak didn't look over his shoulder and his face remained completely impassive. King Joffrey's name day celebration, my lord. I see, Tyrion noted, hearing another cheer coming from beyond the walls. I take it that the entirety of the royal family is celebrating then? The Queen Mother as well as the princess and prince as well. The gold cloak nodded slightly. The Queen Mother is currently with the small council. Princess Myrcella and Prince Tommen are with the king. Nodding, Tyrion turned to the rest of the men that had stayed with him to the Red Keep instead of seeing to the execution of the septons and septas. See to it that the men are squared away. I doubt I will have need of any of you for the rest of the day now that we are safely inside the Red Keep. Not waiting to hear their responses, Tyrion marched off towards the courtyard where his nephew was holding his name day celebration. Time to see just what sort of mess I am walking into. Though given all that transpired before the September of Baelor, I already know that I'm about to have a lot of work ahead of me. Ascending to the top of the battlements surrounding the courtyard, he immediately spotted an ornate pavilion tent that was surrounded by several imposing men in gold armor with white cloaks on their backs. And sitting in the middle of the tent were his niece and nephews. Just before the pavilion were 3 gold cloaks, holding a man up by his legs while forcing his head into a large barrel of what looked like wine. King Joffrey was smiling widely and sitting on the edge of his seat in eagerness at the sight before him. While Princess Myrcella was half shielding Prince Tommen, who was clearly trying his best not to stare at the vicious display before him. Before he could raise his voice, the 3 gold cloaks pulled the poor sod out of the wine barrel. The man was dead. Drowned in a barrel of wine. My dear nephew. Tyrion called out, drawing attention to himself as he walked forward, taking care to avoid the freshly made corpse that was now being dragged away from the king. I was expecting to find you on the battlefield, giving aid and counsel in your exalted march. Joffrey seemed taken aback by his sudden arrival. Uncle Tyrion, I have been where I am needed, here running the kingdoms. Tyrion smirked as he picked up a cup and poured himself some wine. Arbor gold if he was not mistaken. And a fine job you are doing of it as well, he smirked as Joffrey frowned, clearly trying to figure out if Tyrion was insulting him or not. Which of course, he was. Turning his attention to his other nephew and niece, he favored them both with a smile before giving each a hug. My lovely niece, your beauty is growing with each passing day. And you, Tommen, you take after your father with the way you are growing. Why, one day you will be bigger than any man here, and far better looking as well. The maidens will certainly swoon at the sight of you as you pass by. Tommen smiled shyly at him, while Myrcella beamed. I'm glad you are here, uncle. It's good to see you again. Indeed, my dear. Perhaps when we have more time we can sit and catch up more thoroughly. I have much I would like to discuss with you regarding your lessons and some of the books I recommended for you. Myrcella smiled. I would enjoy that, uncle. Smiling, he finished off his cup and set it back down. Unfortunately, that time is neither here or now. I have a lot of work to see to. So, if you will excuse me your grace, I will see to it. Joffrey called out, asking him what work he was talking about, but Tyrion ignored him as he walked away from the courtyard and into the Red Keep proper. It took him only a moment to orient himself within the keep before he made his way towards the meeting chambers of the small council. There were 2 guards standing watch outside the chamber doors, but given who he was, they did not stop him as he pushed open the chamber doors and into the council room. He could vaguely hear his sister saying something regarding the small folk, but he didn't care as he began calmly whistling the Rains of Castamere as he made his way through the foyer of the small council chambers and made his presence known to all those within. His sister, as was her right as the Queen Mother, was sitting at the head of the small council chambers. Though that seat should have been occupied by the king. But, given Robert's tendencies to all but ignore the small council meetings, he wasn't surprised that Joffrey had decided to follow in his father's path. Maester George was sitting on his sister's left while across from him sat Peter Baelish and Varys. There was a 4th man as well who was sitting next to the Grand Maester, one that Tyrion didn't recognize, but given his gold cloak and armor, he assumed that this man was the new commander of the Gold Cloaks. "Don't get up on my account," he said, reveling in the shock and confusion on the face of each individual present. Walking up to his sister, he gave her a kiss on the cheek, one which she pointedly ignored. "More ravishing than ever, dear sister. War and widowhood agree with you, it seems. What are you doing here, Tyrion?" His sister asked through gritted teeth as Tyrion walked to the opposite end of the table from her and took a seat. "Forgive me," he said, taking up a cup and pouring himself yet another cup of wine. "It has been an exhausting journey, and I am quite parched. Seems like ever since the tourney of Harrenhal, I have been doing little more than traveling on the road." "What are you doing here, Tyrion?" Cersei asked again, this time far more forcefully. "This is the small council." Tyrion nodded. He was going to enjoy this more than a dozen whores. "Yes. Well, I do believe that it is customary for the hand of the king to be present at all meetings of the small council." Oh, the look on his sister's face was priceless. And he lamented the fact that he had not hired an artisan to capture her face on a canvas. "Father is hand of the king." Tyrion drained the rest of his glass and nodded as he reached into his doublet and pulled out a scroll sealed with his family's crest. "Yes, but in his absence," he said, handing the letter off to Varys. His sister clearly knew what was about to happen, even if she didn't want to hear it. Breaking the seal, Varys unfurled the scroll and took his time in reading it. If he didn't know better, then Tyrion would bet that the spider was also enjoying his sister's predicament. "Lord Tywin Lannister has appointed Lord Tyrion Lannister as acting hand of the king as he leads the exile. Out. All of you get out." The 4 men all got up and scurried out of the council chambers like rats running from a cat. Now alone, Cersei continued glaring at him from her place across the table. "I want to know how you tricked father into allowing this." Tyrion just shook his head and laughed. "Dear sister, if I were capable of truly tricking father like this, then I would be emperor of the world right now. You have brought this on yourself, dear sister." Still glaring, Cersei got up from her seat and moved to the spot Varys had vacated so that they would be closer. "I have done nothing," she said defiantly, sitting down. Tyrion nodded in agreement. "Quite right. You did nothing when your son jumped on the throne before the time of proper grieving could be reached. And you did nothing to stop him from declaring a war against half of Westeros." Cersei held her chin up. "You overestimate the North. They are not half of Westeros. And you understate them, sister," Tyrion countered back. "And considering all 6 of the southern kingdoms can fit into the North, I am correct in saying that Joffrey has not only declared war against half of Westeros, but also against anyone who holds faith to the old gods. Which, need I remind you, has recently seen a resurgence thanks in no small part to the advancements provided by the Starks and the Sorcerer." Cersei pursed her lips. "The size of the North means nothing without the numbers to back it. We have 3 times the men and we have father. This war will be over soon enough. The North is little better than the Iron Isles, and they will be defeated just as quickly." Tyrion could not help but shake his head and sigh, which drew a sharp look from his sister. "You are a fool, sister. If you think this war will be similar to the Greyjoy Rebellion. Which, might I add, was only so short in large part thanks to the strength of the northern armies and the power of the Sorcerer. 2 things which are now working against us." Cersei shook her head. "And how much do you know about war?" Tyrion had to concede her point. "Very little. But father does know about war. And even he has acknowledged, though not publicly of course, that this is not a war that we will be able to win outright on the field. Our best hope is to keep the North in the North. Keep them isolated and force them into submission." Cersei swallowed hard. "And how are we to keep the North in the North?" Tyrion refilled his glass. "You love your children, Cersei. It's your own redeeming quality. That and your cheekbones, I guess. The Starks and Knox are no different. They love their families more than anything. And it is through them that we will force the North into submission, not on the field of battle. I trust that Lady Knox, the Stark girls, and the Stark ward are being kept comfortable." Cersei glared down at the table. "We don't have them." Tyrion smirked and shook his head. Of course you don't. The greatest weapon we have against the Starks and the Sorcerer, and your ill-thought-out ploy allowed them to slip right through our fingers. I trust you have sent out men to find them. Of course we have. Cersei snapped. And seeing as how you have not found them yet, we will be recalling the men you have sent out, Tyrion continued. By now they are far away from King's Landing. They are either in hiding or they are trying to make it back to friendly soil. Either way, we will be sending out ravens calling for the capture and return to King's Landing of Lady Nox, both Stark girls, and the Stark ward. We will make it known that no harm is to be brought upon them. Should even a hair on their heads be harmed, not only will the reward be forfeit, so will the lives of those that harmed them. Cersei frowned. Joffrey has already sent out decrees calling for the heads of any who carry the name Stark or Nox. Dead or alive. And we will alter that decree to alive and unharmed, at least for the women, Tyrion pressed. You do know the tale of Ser Corbray's fate, do you not, dear sister? It is not a simple tale made up by the bards or an exaggeration of what happened. And I, for one, have no wish to have such a fate visited upon myself should Lady Nox come to harm. Nor do I wish such a fate to fall upon our family, especially my beloved niece and nephew, should the Sorcerer decide to take his anger out on all of us should something happen to his lady wife. The fate of the late Lyn Corbray was one that put his father's retribution against the Reynes and Tarbecks to shame. It was a story mothers now told their children to scare them into behaving. And it apparently even worked on royalty as his sister visibly stiffened as her face went ashen. We will revise the order. Tyrion nodded. Good. In the meantime, we will have Lord Stark sign off on a letter and send it north. Urging his sons and Lord Nox to stay in the north. It won't work. But it might at least slow the north down. And we will need every advantage to stay ahead of a pissed-off northern host led by an equally pissed-off pair of Stark sons and a master sorcerer. At this, his sister went completely silent as she stared once again at the table. Eddard Stark is gone. Tyrion didn't say anything as he stared at his sister for a long pregnant pause. Slowly, he reached up and dug a finger into his ear. Forgive me, sister, I think I had something in my ear that was affecting my hearing. Because I surely hope that you did not just say that Eddard Stark, our last remaining hostage and our only hope at least slowing down he north, is gone. Cersei's fists clenched into tight balls. He is gone. Someone took him from the black cells and now he has disappeared. Disappeared? Tyrion questioned harshly, glaring at his sister. What? In a puff of smoke? We had 3 Starks, a Stark ward, and the Lord Sorcerer's wife to use as leverage for a northern surrender, and you have lost all of them. It must be so different for you, isn't it, sister? To be the disappointing child? You've allowed your son, our king, to provoke the North and the Sorcerer into war, as well as imprisoning the former Warden of the North, only to lose all our hostages that we could have used to leverage our position in this war. Cersei didn't respond, and before she could the doors to the small council chambers were thrown open as armored footfalls filled the chamber. Turning towards the door, Tyrion hopped down from his chair as he saw Joffrey, his face red, charging into the chamber halls with 2 white cloaks at his back. My dear nephew, Tyrion smirked. The small council is taking a short break while the Queen Mother and I. You killed Septons. Joffrey shouted, his eyes alight with fury that might have matched Robert. Though unlike Robert whose rage was often directed, Joffrey's rage seemed wild and uncontrolled. Tyrion nodded. Yes, I did. Cersei turned her head towards him, her eyes wide in surprise, though that quickly disappeared as a cruel grin spread across her face. Joffrey sputtered, clearly not expecting Tyrion to so readily admit his execution of members of the faith. You had no right to call for their deaths. They were usurping the right of the king's law and the king's justice by taking any amongst the small folk they wish and executing them upon the 7-pointed star without trial, Tyrion countered back quickly. And he quickly continued talking over Joffrey as his nephew made to open his mouth. Which is treason and murder. They claimed to have a declaration from his grace giving them a right to do so, but they could not produce the written declaration. I gav. And seeing as how only a vicious, idiot incompetent king would even think of giving a group as powerful as the faith power of the king's law and justice. And as I know you are not a vicious, incompetent idiot, I knew that you would not be dumb enough or gullible enough to give such a decree, Tyrion pressed, glaring at Joffrey, whose rage had slowly tapered off. After all, with the ability to wield the king's law and justice, what use would the faith have for the monarchy? How long until they simply decided that they no longer needed to entertain the royal family and decided to have them brought to justice to face any supposed crime they wanted? Who would be able to challenge them if they controlled the people's faith, the laws of the faith, and the laws of the realm? And as hand of the king until your grandfather returns to King's Landing, I have the right, and exercised that right, to oversee the trials against murderers and traitors to the crown. His face still holding onto the fringes of rage, Joffrey glared at him. But as the realization of Tyrion's words settled over him, the rage slowly morphed. Instead of trying to block Joffrey's rage at his actions, he had simply redirected it as one would redirect a river. You will consult me before taking further actions against the faith, Joffrey growled before turning on his heel and marching out of the hall with the king's guard silently falling into step behind him. I do hope you were paying attention, dear sister, Tyrion smirked as he sat back down and picked up his glass again. Cersei glared at him. You were fortunate in this instance. But your wit won't save you for long. Soon enough, you will find yourself upon the seven-pointed star with the rest of the heathens. For your sake, dear sister, you should do your best to prevent such a fate, Tyrion shot back. The idea of dying like that truly terrified him, and the mere thought was almost enough to make him mind his tongue. His sister smirked as she leaned back in her chair. And why would I do anything to prevent it? Because, dear sister, he said, pouring himself another cup. To quote father exactly, this exalted march is a Baratheon war decreed by Baratheon king. And should a son of House Lannister, who are at the forefront of this march, die at the hands of said Baratheon king as he was simply trying to advise him, then why should House Lannister continue to hold faith to the Baratheon monarchy? The message was sent to his sister, whose delicate eyebrows rose nearly to her hairline. And when did father ever start caring for you so? Tyrion laughed at that. Do you truly think he does care, sister? No. If he actually did care about me, he wouldn't have sent me here to potentially die at your son's hand. Can't you see father's play, Cersei? Either I succeed as Hand of the King and convince Joffrey to bring peace to the realm, or I end up pissing off Joffrey to the point where he dismisses me, either by exile or death. No matter the outcome, father will get what he wants. Cersei couldn't meet his eyes as she glared straight ahead. Joffrey is king. Joffrey is king, Tyrion agreed. For now. And you are here to advise him. And I am here to advise him, Tyrion agreed. And should our king listen to me, we might regain some semblance of peace across the realm once more and avoid either having our heads decorating the walls or having our souls stuck in stone for eternity. Now, dear sister, perhaps you can tell me just how the most honorable and arguably the stringest supporter of the Baratheon monarchy suddenly decided to turn traitor. Cersei's hand, which was reaching for a cup of wine, froze. It was just for a moment before continuing, but it was long enough for Tyrion to notice. The sorcerer enticed Lord Eddard, and his family, into rebellion so that he could claim the Iron Throne through the Starks. Leaning back, Tyrion scratched at the several days' worth of beard growth on his face. Not a bad tale. And one that the masses might just accept. But you can't expect I, and especially father, to buy that load of horseshit. The truth now, dear sister. Cersei remained silent, causing Tyrion to sigh. Then perhaps we will start off with an easier question then. At least until I can speak with Jaime personally, as you seem so adamant to stay quiet. What was the exact wording of the will the late King Robert left? The one that you destroyed. Tell me exactly what it said, dear sister. Or my next stop will be to the Grand Maester's chambers to hear the words myself before heading over to the Ravenry so that I can inform our father of your difficulties in memory. Grimacing at the carnage surrounding him, Jaime Lannister stood in the middle of the main yard of Raventree Hall as around him the last remaining holdouts loyal to House Blackwood met their end. Either by way of blade or through surrender. Men and women, old and young. It did not matter. If they owed allegiance to House Blackwood, they were given a simple choice. Surrender. Or death. Most of whom were choosing the latter. A good day, Lord Lannister. Glancing over his shoulder, Jaime found a smirking Lord Jonos Bracken making his way towards him. The Lord's sword was still unsheathed and coated in blood. It was unsurprising to any that House Bracken had been quick to join the exalted march against the faith of the old gods. Especially as it would inevitably lead to direct conflict with House Blackwood, one of the few southern houses that still held faith to the old gods. Where is Lord Tully? Walking over to a wounded but still twitching guardsman, or rather guard boy as Jaime doubted the lad had even needed to shave yet, Jonos calmly pierced the dying boy's heart with his blade. Still outside the walls. With the reserves. Picking up a discarded cloak, Jaime began cleaning his Valyrian steel blade. How many had he killed today? 10? 20? He honestly couldn't remember at this point. How many did we lose? Jonos paused as he picked up a fallen Blackwood cloak to clean off his own blade. Hard to tell. Perhaps around 500 with maybe half that number injured? As backwards and heretical as they were, the Blackwoods were never one to give up without a fight, and Raventree was a hard nut to crack as any keep in the south. If not for the blessing of the Severn and Septon Ramsay rivers, it would have taken us weeks and over twice our losses to bring the Blackwoods to heel. As much as he wanted to avoid all thoughts of the Septon, Jaime had to give credit to where it was due. Upon arriving at Raventree Hall, Jaime had ordered his men to begin preparations for a siege. That very night at the first strategy meeting, the Septon had requested an audience by stating he had a plan. Despite his own hatred for the man, Jaime could not turn the man away if he had a viable option. His plan was stupidly simplistic. They would set up to siege the main gate of Raventree, drawing all the attention there. Then, during the dead of night, the Septon and 20 other men would scale the back of the keep's walls and wait till morning before throwing open the gates. The plan had no reason to work. And honestly, the only reason Jaime even gave him the go-ahead to try was because he was sure that the Septon would end up getting himself killed in the attempt. But to his surprise and dismay, come dawn 2 days later, the gates to Raventree Hall were opened just long enough for Jaime to order the rest of their army to charge in. The rest of the battle was a massacre. Despite being heavily outnumbered, the men and women of Raventree Hall were not about to give up their keep without a fight. While we've captured Raventree Hall, I almost wish we hadn't, Jaime thought morosely. Now these zealot fools will actually start believing that that vicious cunt is actually blessed by the seven. Septon Ramsay has requested that all of the heretics that VE surrendered be given to him for questioning and a chance for repentance. Jonos spat. Fucking tree worshippers don't deserve the honor or repentance if you ask me. Jaime felt a shiver. He had seen personally the results of the Inquisitor's idea of repentance when they came across a homestead with an idol of a weirwood after entering Blackwood lands. The entire family had been forced to suffer through having each of their fingers, then their toes, then their arms broken. But even as they shouted their repentance, the Inquisitors just laughed and continued, saying that they were only repenting with words, not spirit. Their suffering only came to end after every bone in their limbs had been broken, their nails pulled out and their eyes burned. And even then, the only reason it'd come to an end was because Jaime had personally stepped forward and ordered the family put to death immediately. After that one incident, Jaime had made it a point to never give anyone over to the Inquisitors again. The women will be given the choice to join the Silent Sisters, Jaime commanded. Men and boys of age will be allowed to join the Black. Should they refuse, then they will be executed by hanging. Jonos did not look pleased. These heretics should be questioned, Lord Commander. Sheathing his sword, Jaime faced off against Lord Jonos. Raventree Hall is located in the middle of the Riverlands, far from the reach of the Starks and the Sorcerer. The only thing we will learn from putting them to the question is how loud they can scream. No. Give them the offers for the Black or the Silent Sisters, or death. Jonos growled but knew his place, so merely grit his teeth before marching off. No doubt trying to find some more holdouts to bloody. Find Lord Edmure Tully, he said towards one of the Lannister men behind him. About time he presents himself to the front lines, instead of hiding back with the reserves. It took until night was falling before the last pockets of resistance were finally quelled within the keep. And as the sun was finally setting, Jaime found himself alongside Edmure Tully and Ramsay Rivers standing at the head of the Great Hall with a bound and kneeling Lord Tittos Blackwood with a grinning Jonos standing behind the fallen lord. Despite being defeated, the Lord of Raventree Hall held his head high, his eyes screaming his defiance. Lord Tittos Blackwood, Jaime called out, starting the proceedings, which in truth were little more than formality at this point. Everyone knew the fate awaiting the defeated lord before them. You stand accused of heresy through your continued faith to the old gods. Of conspiring with the heathen sorcerer of the north and of treason against your true king Joffrey Baratheon, first of his name. The sentence for any of these is death. But I will grant you the chance to speak should you wish it. Lord Tittos spat on the floor. To the hells with that little fucker. Lord Jonos immediately cuffed the kneeling man on the back of his head with his gauntlet hand. Mind your tongue, Blackwood. Blackwood just laughed. Or what? You'll cut out my tongue? I, and all those still here, knew our fates the moment you pathetic fucks marched upon our walls. My only regret is that I will not be there to watch the Starks and the Sorcerer fuck you all over. What do you think, Edmure? Or you, Lannister? They say none are as cursed as a kingslayer or a kinslayer. And you two are each. Do you think the Sorcerer will tear out your souls and entrap you in stone for all time? Would be fitting for you too. Jaime had to swallow hard at the thought, and beside him Edmure Tully visibly curled in on himself slightly. The fate of Lyn Corbray was one that was well known throughout Westeros and perhaps even Essos by this time. But despite the horrific nature of the execution, not once since that time had the Sorcerer employed such brutish methods. Do not think your bravado will save you or make your end heroic, Lord Blackwood, Septon Ramsay drawled with that same sick smile the man always seemed to have on his face. Where are his sons and daughter? Perhaps watching them being placed upon the breaking star one at a time will show him the error of his ways. Jaime's stomach twisted in a knot. The breaking star was something he had only heard of whispered by the men. Apparently, it was a punishment the faith had put forth to deal with heretics. Each limb was to be broken. Then weaved through the beams of a wooden seven-pointed star and then propped up and left to die slowly to either the elements, dehydration, hunger, or by succumbing to the pain of their broken bones. And it was not something he wanted to witness. Lord Tittos though didn't seem scared. The man only laughed. Do you think me a fool, Inquisitor? I told you. Everyone here knew what awaited us. Even before you lot made camp outside my walls. My family is long gone from here. As are almost all the women and children. You have gained nothing by taking our keep. You have only wasted time, men, and food. Frowning, Jaime looked pointedly towards Lord Jonos. Lord Jonos, is what Lord Tito's saying true? Jonos frowned. Yes. The Blackwood spawns are gone. What of House Blackwood's coffers? Lord Edmure asked. Or their foodstuffs? Again, Jonos looked uncomfortable. The coffers are empty. And all the food that was left in their ladders were burned by the last pockets of resistance in the keep. Jaime turned his eyes back to the smirking Lord Blackwood. In the end, it looked like the man had gotten the last laugh on them. He knew he was dead. So, he had sent his family away before they arrived, as well as anyone not able to wield a weapon. Then drained his coffers and emptied their ladders. While the siege was not overly costly, they had wasted time, men, and resources to take a keep that, in the end, gave them little to nothing in return. Ramsay, however, did not seem disappointed. Well, instead of your family, we shall instead mount you up on the seven-pointed star and display you upon your own battlements for all to see. Jaime's gut clenched. No, there is no need, he said quickly, resting his hand on his hilt. Lord Tito's guilt is unquestionable. I will take his head personally. Take him out into the yard and get a block. Ramsay, clearly displeased at being denied his sick and twisted pleasures, sulked off into the depths of the castle as Jaime marched outside with Edmure and Jonos while Tito's was guided outside by 2 Lannister men at arms. The yard outside the main keep was as bad a scene as Jaime had ever seen. Bodies, and what could still be found of some bodies, were being tossed upon a cart as if they were nothing more than refuse to be thrown out. Which in truth, they were, as he had ordered a massive grave to be dug outside the walls of the keep to bury the bodies. He might not care enough to give them a proper burial. But he would not leave their corpses out in the open to rot and potentially poison the land or, worse, spread disease amongst his own men as they took the time to reorganize themselves before marching north towards the twins. In their path, a few Lannister men had erected a crude block, which was already stained red with the blood of the few holdouts who'd been captured yet refused the black. Stopping next to the block, Jaime turned around and faced the condemned lord, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Lord Tito's Blackwood. You stand guilty of the crimes of heresy and treason against your rightful king, Joffrey Baratheon first of his name. If you have any last words, say them now. Despite knowing his end was coming, the strength never left Tito's eyes. Turning his head, the condemned lord glared at Edmure Tully, who appeared to be doing all he could not to shrink before the man's hateful glare. My family will live on and remember this, Tully. As will your own family. The words of House Stark are a reminder and a warning. And the words of the North, of the first men, have never waned. The North remembers. Without another word, Lord Tito stepped away from his 2 Lannister escorts and knelt before the block. Yet he would not lower his face to the blood and flesh-covered block. Deciding not to press the matter, Jaime drew his blade and, with one quick 2-handed strike, relieved the Lord of Raventree Hall of his head. Send word to his grace that the old gods have lost their footing in the south, Jaime said, wiping away the blood from his blade before sheathing it. And see to it that Lord Tito's Blackwood is laid with his ancestors beneath the weirwood tree. Jonos balked. Why? This swine deserves to rot under the open sun. Jaime glared at the Lord. You will do as I command, Lord Bracken. Have someone see Lord Blackwood laid to rest amongst his ancestors. He deserved that much at least. Turning his back on Bracken, Jaime came up next to an ashen-faced Edmure. Don't let his words rattle you, Edmure, he said. Which was still strange seeing as how he was basically consoling a grown man his own age. Edmure shrugged, glancing at him from the corner of his eye. Easy words for you to utter, Lannister, the heir of Riverrun muttered, a clear bite to his words. You are not the one being forced to stand against your own family. Jaime did nothing to stop Edmure from turning his back on him and walking away. In a way, he was right. Despite the accord that had been struck with the Tullys in regard to the future of the Starks, in the end they were being forced to raise their own blades against their kin. Which was something that even Jaime did not know if he was truly capable of doing. Turning away from the retreating Edmure, he motioned for his few remaining men to come forward. Search the keep from top to bottom. Take anything and everything of value. Food comes first. Then good steel. Then coin. Anything else will be loaded up on carts and sent back to Riverrun for safe holding until a new Lord of Raventree Hall can be named. Then pass the word. We rest here for 2 nights, then make for the twins. Yes, my lord, all the men saluted before turning away to see his orders carried out. Glancing up one more time at Raventree Hall and the imposing branches of the weirwood that outlined the keep, Jaime couldn't help but scoff once more. My brother was right. As usual. The gods either don't exist, or, if they do, they are right cunts. Standing with her blood riders and Sir Yora, Daenerys stared blankly at the seated form of the good masters Grazdan Mo Oldhor and Krasnus Mo Claus. Standing beside the 2 seated good masters were several Unsullied along with the slave girl Miss Sandai. The good masters welcome you back this morning, Lady Daenerys Targaryen, Miss Sandai began, translating for the 2 good masters, though using far more polite words than either man was using. Good Master Krasnus Monglas wishes your business to be concluded swiftly and asks how many Unsullied you wish to purchase. Dany didn't answer, instead she let her eyes glance upwards where dozens of child slaves were watching from the rooftops. All of them. Miss Sandai hesitated only a heartbeat before translating Dany's words. The two good masters both looked surprised before scoffing and shaking their heads. What is dumb bitch thinking? Does she think just because she has a pair of tits that she can just wave them before us and we will give her what she wants? Miss Sandai hesitated. Do you wish me to say that, Master? Dany had to keep herself still as Krasnus produced a small whip from his side and hit Miss Sandai once across the back. To her credit, Miss Sandai did not show any reaction besides a slight closing of her eyes. Of course not, you dumb bitch. Ask the dragon whore how she intends to pay for all 8,000 Unsullied. Composing herself, Miss Sandai kept her gaze towards Dany, but would not meet her eyes. The good Master Krasnus wishes to know how you intend to pay for the 8,000 Unsullied that are ready for sale. The ships she has could pay for maybe 100. If she's got some gold, maybe another 50. The Dothraki and other pathetic shits she has following her are not even worth the cost of food to feed them. Though she does have nice tits, so maybe I'll give her 10 for her men. Ask the dumb whore how she intends to pay for the remaining 7,840. Again, Miss Sandai relayed Krasnus' words, albeit with a much nicer tone and wording. Knowing that she was taking a risk, Dany steeled herself and forced herself to press on. I have a dragon. Plus, 3 dragon eggs that are not hatched. Boot can be, now that I know what needs to be done. Miss Sandai's eyes widened fearfully, but she dutifully translated her words exactly to the good masters. The reaction of the good masters was almost immediate. Both men sat up quickly in their seats, their eyes flickering skywards for a heartbeat in fear before Krasnus met her eyes full on. The first time he had ever really looked her in the eye. She could see the greed in his eyes. And she knew at that moment that she would have her army. The hatched dragon. And she hatches a second for us. Then she gets her Unsullied. Dany waited until Miss Sandai translated before making her counter-offer. 1 dragon. And 1 egg. For all of your Unsullied and those still in training. Miss Sandai translated her words as fast as they left her, leaving the two masters to lean over to one another and talk quietly. Dragon. 2 eggs. Krasnus finally said in the common tongue. 1 dragon. And 1 egg. Dany replied firmly, not backing down. Khaleesi, Ser Jorah said quietly as the two masters leaned into one another again. You cannot do this. You will win with dragons, not slaves. Turning her head, Dany fixed her shield with a stern look. I know what I am doing, Ser Jorah. Stand back. Ser Jorah frowned and looked like he wanted to press the issue, but wisely instead kept his mouth shut. Turning her attention back to the masters, she saw that the two men were done conversing. 1 dragon. 1 egg. Krasnus finally agreed. Done, Dany replied quickly, drawing a smile from Krasnus. Done. Turning, Dany took a step to leave before stopping and turning back around. Her eyes settled on the translator slave that was standing dutifully next to Krasnus. I will take you as well. A gift from Master Krasnus for a deal well struck and as a sign of potential future arrangements between myself and Astapor. Miss Sandai appeared taken aback, but turned towards the good masters. She requests that I be given to her as well. As a gift for a deal well struck and as a sign of future deals between herself and Astapor. Krasnus looked between Miss Sandai and Dany twice before nodding. Agreed. Go now. And tell her that we will have all Unsullied ready in 5 days' time. But should she fail to produce her dragon and egg, the deal will be off, and you will be on the walk of punishment. Miss Sandai paled as she took a step away from the good masters and towards her. The good masters agree to gifting myself to you, Lady Daenerys. And they request 5 days to prepare the Unsullied for the change of ownership. Good, Dany nodded, turning on her heel. Come. I will introduce you to my other handmaidens and instruct you on your future duties from here on. Standing in one of the many covered walkways that crisscrossed their way across Winterfell providing cover between the buildings that made up the Great Keep, Jon Stark watched with his brother Bran at his side as the remaining men of Winterfell that had not departed with their brother Robb worked on assembling for their march south. Each day since leaving the Wall with the 5,000 free folk, they had been gathering more and more men, and even some women, on their march south. First was Lord Umber and his men. Then the Karstarks and their men linked up with them on the road with the Glovers, Mormonts, Foresters, and even Lady Norfolk joining with them before they reached Winterfell. Their numbers were now well over 15,000, and more were joining with them every day and perhaps another 15,000 would join with them as well from the houses between Winterfell and the Moat. Outside of the winter years, he had never seen Wintertown so full to the point where there was a sea of tents outside the walls of Winterfell. Lord Knox had estimated that by the time they reached the Moat, they would have an army of well over 30,000, with perhaps half again that many in-camp followers. Nearly 50,000 Northerners going to war once again to repel an invasion of Andals. Something not even thought of as a possibility since Aegon the Conqueror brought the 7 kingdoms together. Do you have to go, Jon? Grimacing, Jon turned to his younger brother. Bran wasn't looking at him, preferring instead to keep his eyes firmly fixed on the mass of men and women beneath them preparing for war. You know I have to, Bran, Jon said, trying to keep his voice as gentle as possible. We are Starks. We do not ask of others that which we are unwilling to do ourselves. He could feel the sadness and despair coming from his brother. Mother is gone. Rickon is gone. Then you, father, and Robb went south for moons. Then father goes south again and takes Sansa and Arya, now Robb is going south to war and you are going with him and I'm all alone. Frowning, Jon knelt in front of his young brother. Bran, he said, placing a hand on his shoulder. You are never alone. We will always be with you. If not in person, then through the Force. Bran swallowed. I don't know if I can do this, lead the North while you and Robb are leading a war. What if I make a mistake? What if? Don't let the what if sway you down, Bran, Jon said gently, but firmly. You are a Stark and as strong as any of us. Don't forget what father has taught us. A good ruler is not one who thinks they know everything or only make correct decisions. A good ruler is one who acknowledges that they do not know everything. Therefore, they listen to the advice of those more knowledgeable than them. Sir Roderick will be staying with you, as will Maester Luwin. Listen to them as father has done for years. And you will be just as good a leader of the North as father and Robb. Bran nodded, but still seemed apprehensive. I'm scared, Jon. Scared that you, all of you, will go south and none of you will come back. I'm scared too, Bran, Jon replied, drawing a look from his brother. We're going to war. To kill those who are coming to try and kill us. Even despite the Force being with us, the only thing certain about the future is uncertainty. But remember, bravery isn't about being fearless. Bravery is feeling fear but acting despite it. Trust in me, brother. Trust in our sisters and our brother and our father. We will come back. And if we don't, then one day we will meet each other again either amongst the gods or within the Force. Bran lunged forward and wrapped his small arms around Jon's shoulders. Returning the hug, Jon held his brother for several long moments before separating. Come. We are leaving soon. And as acting Lord of Winterfell, you will be expected to see us off. Bran nodded, and together the two navigated through the corridors and passageways of Winterfell until they arrived in the main yard. Eyes moving towards the front of the column forming in the courtyard, Jon's eyes immediately fell upon Ygritte. Before they had departed for the wall, he had commissioned a set of armor from Gendry and Mycone for her, despite her telling him before that she did not want to be encumbered by steel. But Jon, after working with Gendry and Mycone, had designed a set of armor that still gave her full range of mobility, yet would provide her with as much protection as possible. Her shoulders and arms were left exposed, with only bracers for protection. And the chest piece was a scaled plate armor that was well sculpted to her body. Not an easy feat as he had to basically bring one of her few dresses to the two blacksmiths in order to properly get her size. Her legs were without any metal protection, save for her boots which went up to just below her knees and were made of strips of metal. And while the armor might not look overly protective, it was made by Gendry and imbued with the Force. Which made it far, far stronger than it appeared. And it still allowed her full mobility. While she had been adamant that she didn't want to be encumbered by the steel, after wearing it now for a full day, she was starting to look quite comfortable in it. I see you're finally adjusting to the armor. Ygritte grunted. I guess it's not as bad as I thought it would be. Gendry and Mycone know what they are doing. That they do, Jon nodded, looking down and glancing at his own armor. A set Robb had commissioned for him before leaving for Moat Cailin. Boiled leather covered with Force-imbued northern steel plates that covered his chest and various joints. It wasn't full plate armor, as the different pieces were all disconnected from one another to prevent hindering his movements. But it would still provide him with a great deal of protection. Though he would still have to be mindful of a blade or arrow slipping in between the separated plates. Just as he was about to comment further on their armor, a chill passed over him and the rest of the yard. Men and women, hardened by winter, age, and battle, all went still and turned. Marching from the Sorcerer's Tower was none other than Lord Knox. Only, that was not who he was now. Gone was Jon's long-term mentor. His father's advisor. The man marching into the yard, wearing the same black spiked armor and black cloth as he did when Jon first met him in the Wolf's Wood all those years ago was Darth Knox. His dark red and black mask firmly affixed to his face. To be recognized as a Darth amongst the Sith is to be recognized as death itself, he remembered his master telling him years ago when he asked what it meant to be a Darth. Only twice before had he ever felt this, cold. This fear while in the presence of his master. The first being when his father took him to quell the Greyjoy rebellion. And the second was just after the attempted coup at his master's wedding. The horses began nervously neighing and shuffling their feet. While the men and women, even those who'd been in his presence before, parted to give Lord Knox a wide berth as he walked straight for Jon and Ygritte at the head of the column. "Master," Jon said, inclining his head as Lord Knox approached him. His master's masked face turned first to Jon, then to Bran. His master didn't kneel, hells the man didn't even kneel to the king, he merely nodded his acknowledgement. "Bran Stark. Do not doubt your powers. Trust yourself. Trust those around you to advise you well. And I will do all I can to bring your father, brothers and sisters home to you." Bran swallowed as he nodded back. "Thank you, Lord Knox. On behalf of House Stark and the North. May the old gods, and the Force, be with all of you as you march forth to repel those who seek to end our way of life." Lord Knox nodded and with a flourish vaulted up into his saddle. Giving his brother one last nod and a reassuring smile, Jon aided Ygritte up onto her own horse before getting up on his own. Without another look back, Lord Knox urged his horse forward and towards the gates of Winterfell. Standing on the docks of the outer harbour of White Harbour, Sir Wendell Manderly watched with a careful eye as piles and piles of foodstuffs from the sea were meticulously prepped before being loaded onto the long wagon train that stretched nearly the full length of the outer and inner harbour docks. The past moon had not been kind to House Manderly. Not that they were suffering. No, far from it. No, their hardship came from that pathetic, idiotic boy king who was currently polishing the Iron Throne with his ass. Due to House Manderly originally hailing from the Reach, their house was perhaps one of the few, now perhaps only thanks to the White Hill's stupidity, that still held some semblance of reverence to the Seven who are one. Them holding faith to the new gods, as well as perhaps being one of the youngest houses in the north, meant that they constantly needed to remind other northern houses why they deserved their place amongst the north. All children of House Manderly practiced both faiths. In the last few generations, the faith of the Seven had even begun to wane. And now, after centuries of relative religious peace, the idiot boy king had declared a war against the old gods of the north. Of course, his father could not simply sit and wait before once again proving his faith to the people of the north and the Starks. The same day they learned of the exalted march, his father had called upon the Septons and Septas of White Harbour and had them all loaded up onto a ship heading south to Gulltown, and none too soon. For the very next day, word of what had been declared somehow reached the masses, and the September of White Harbour had been raided and vandalized. Which of course forced his father's hand once again. Thankfully no one was killed in the mild riot. But several hands had been taken and 5 were soon destined for the black. The riot was settled when his father made a public appearance, formally forsaking the Seven who are one and re-swearing his allegiance to the North, the old gods, and the Starks to all that would hear his oath. Now, White Harbour and House Manderly were off to war. And they were behind. Word had reached them that not only had Lord Robb Stark reached Moat Cailin, but that he had already repelled the first wave of the exalted march despite having less than half the numbers of the attackers. Now, House Manderly was under even more strain to show their support to the north. The war had already started, and they were not even on the front line. While most of the houses of the north were absent, their presences would be the one that was noted the most out of all the others. So now, here he was. Overseeing the loading of foodstuffs that would be needed for the war effort while his elder brother mustered the men at arms. His nieces, Winifred and Willa, worked tirelessly to sew banners or clothes for the men that would be marching south. Just as he was about to step forward to address an issue he'd noticed with one of the wagons, the harbour bell started ringing loudly. Turning his head, he squinted out into the bight. Grabbing the far eye that was at his waist, he extended the device and held it up to his eye. Almost immediately, he spotted over a dozen ships and more behind sailing northwards through the rough waters of the bight heading straight towards them. His first thought was that the boy king had sent an additional force by sea, which would have been wise. But just as he was about to start yelling out calls for arms, he noticed one of the sails. Orange sails, with a distinctive golden sigil adorning it. His mind raced as he recognized the sails. Thoughts of ringing the bells of the harbour were dismissed as a smile came to his face. "You there," he said, motioning to one of the men sworn to his house. "Run to my father and brother as fast as you can. Inform them that allies of the north have arrived." The man nodded before turning and running as fast as he could in heavy armor. Checking himself over to make sure he was presentable, he made his way out onto the docks proper while motioning for the guiding skiffs to lead the foremost ship towards the dock he was on. He didn't have to wait long as the lead ship separated itself from the rest of the small fleet, its sail folding in as oars were extended the closer it drew to the dock. Upon reaching him, ropes were thrown from the ship to the waiting dock hands and a heavy gangplank was lowered from the ship. The first one off the ship was a man atop a fine black steed, red armor adorning both the man and beast, and a Valyrian steel spear at the ready. "Prince Oberyn Martell," Sir Wendell called out in greeting, making his way over to the legendary Red Viper and known friend of House Stark and House Knox. The infamous prince smirked down at him from his place atop his steed. "Sir Wendell Manderly," Prince Oberyn returned the greeting, still not dismounting from his horse who was slowly walking down the length of the dock towards him as dozens of men-at-arms began disembarking from the ship and forming a protective line. "I'm glad to see that you northerners haven't started to have your fun without us to back you in this farce of a campaign." Wendell smirked. "Indeed, Prince Oberyn. Though the first assault has already reached the north. Some of the more idiotic southerners rushed ahead of the main force. Right into the walls of Moat Cailin, which had been reinforced by Lord Robb Stark's advanced force. The attackers were killed to the man. Prince Oberyn frowned. Fools! What word is there of the exalted march's main force? Wendell kept his head high and eyes on the prince as he spoke. Last word we had was that they were currently laying siege to Riverrun and that Tywin had recently joined the siege with a significant number of his own bannermen. We do not know the result of the siege, however. The Prince of Dorne grinned widely. Excellent, then we have not missed our opportunity. When are your men planning on departing for the moat, Sir Wendell? At first light on the morrow, Wendell answered immediately. We are currently loading the last of our foodstuffs and supplies for the men. My brother and father are overseeing the last of the armoring of our men and plan on taking one last night of rest before pressing hard for the moat. Then we will find lodging for our men and ourselves outside your walls for the night and join you in your march on the morrow. Wendell was surprised to hear the higher-pitched voice that it took him a moment to realize that it wasn't Prince Oberyn who'd spoke. Turning his head, he found a second figure, this one just as recognizable as the famous Red Viper of Dorne, though for very different reasons. Princess Arianne, he greeted the heir of Dorne and betrothed of Jon Stark. Forgive the informal matter of our greeting, we were not expecting either your, or your uncle's arrival. The princess waved off his concerns. There is no offense, Sir Wendell. We did not inform any of our intentions as Dorne is still mustering its forces and do not want our enemies to know of our plans. In fact, right now neither I nor my uncle nor my cousins are even here. My family, save my father and brothers, decided to visit my mother with a decent personal guard. A fact that was shared quite openly and loudly to all ears willing to hear it. The meaning behind her words was not lost to him. Dorne was preparing for war, albeit quietly as technically the Exalted March was only concerned with the north. And by the time the rest of the realm realized it, their forces would be committed northwards, leaving them partially open to attacks from the south. I understand, Princess, Wendell nodded, grinning. We will see to it that you and yours are well incorporated into the men and women of the north. None shall even know you are with us until you have the chance to unleash your spears on Tywin fucking Lannister. Sitting atop his horse, Tywin Lannister could not help but stare approvingly at the sight before him, despite the troubles that he knew he would now be facing. Moat Cailin had long been known as one of the most formidable strongholds in all of Westeros. After all, it had kept out the Andals for several millennia. But since the founding of the Seven Kingdoms by the hands of Aegon Targaryen, the once mighty stronghold was no longer needed. And for 300 years, it suffered due to lack of proper manning and upkeep of the keep. But Eddard Stark, or perhaps more accurately Alan Knox, was correcting that mistake. The walls of the moat were perhaps nowhere near what they once were. But they were strong and tall with the banners of the wolf scattered across them. And there were no obvious weak points that they could exploit. Not only that, but the 3 towers that were still standing had all been reinforced. He could see archers within each tower, ready to rain down their arrows on any who attempted to assault the walls. But it wasn't just the repaired keep that he was admiring. It was the land that stretched between his own army and the walls of the keep. Trees had been uprooted and scattered across the land. Some propped up, others just laying flat. Carts, that had no doubt belonged to the original fools who rushed the moat, had been disabled and their wreckages scattered across the field as well. There were also broken spears, tent poles. Anything and everything that had been brought by the advance force had been broken and arranged in a manner that would impede his army's approach of the walls. The only clear path to the moat lay along a path that led right up to the front gate. The debris was annoying, but nothing that would stop an army for long. But that, he realized, was the point. The debris was not meant to stop the army but rather to slow them down. A dangerous prospect considering all the debris was well within bow range, especially from the towers. He could send out laborers to clear the debris, but they would be easy prey for the archers upon the walls and within the towers. Or he could send his men through the debris, but they would be slowed considerably as they tried to move around it, again leaving them open to arrows. Or he could march straight down the road towards the front gate, leaving his men in a bottleneck. It was an impressive defensive setup, especially by the untested Stark heir. But what truly drew his admiration was the macabre display Stark had left littered along with the debris. Hundreds. No. Thousands of severed heads were scattered amongst the debris. The heads in various states of rot and some even with fresh blood beneath them. Heads were on spikes. Placed on trees. Strung up on the broken carts. One display was a cart that had a severed head sitting on the driver's seat, a set of reins leading down a pair of severed horse heads. So not only would his men have to navigate through the debris to reach the walls, but they would have to trample over perhaps all that remained of the 5,000 men that had rushed the moat ahead of the rest of the army. It was brutal. Demoralizing to his own army. And he full-heartedly approved of it. Even admired it. But that almost made him realize that he would need to adjust how he dealt with the Stark heir. Such a disgusting display. The Starks are showing their true depravity and spitting in the eyes of all the teachings of the Seven with this. Tywin didn't bother glancing towards the septon that had been a constant thorn in his side ever since he started on his path north after securing the loyalty of the Riverlands. The comment just went to show how sheltered and idiotic the septon truly was to matters of the world. This was war. The Northerners were fighting for their lives, for their very way of life. The only thing shocking to Tywin regarding the display was the fact that it was put together by the still green son of Lord Eddard Stark. Ignoring the septon and his drivel, Tywin urged his horse forward. "Kevin, septon, and 2 others with me. Raise the banners. Time to speak with the Starks." Approaching the gates, Tywin had to tighten his hold on the reins of his horse as they drew closer. The horses were clearly uneasy as they walked amongst the wreckage and carnage. But it was more than that. There was a cold wind blowing from the north. Not surprising. But even Tywin could feel the cold. Not as if it were winter. But a cold that pierced through his flesh and made his heart beat slightly faster. He immediately recognized what was going on. His niece had long since informed them that when Lord Knox became angry that the very air around him grew cold and her heart would hammer in fear. Even if she wasn't the target of his ire and had no reason to fear. Just being around Knox when he was angry was enough to make her shiver or even want to hide. "So, there is indeed at least one of Knox's students here," Tywin confirmed, eyeing the wolf banners waving in the wind. "Robb Stark at the very least. But there must be more than him. The girls are in the south. Knox and Jon Stark are north of the wall. Robb might be green, but he would not be green enough to bring joy within my reach. Gendry Waters, perhaps? Bran Stark would need to remain behind to watch over Winterfell in his brother's absence. So, it must also be Gendry." Reaching the edge of the moat, Tywin was just about to have a caller announce them, but he didn't need to. The iron portcullis in front of the gate slowly rose before the drawbridge lowered over the moat that separated them from the walls. He was not surprised to find Robb Stark standing just on the other side of the drawbridge. The young Stark had grown since he saw him last in Harrenhal. A short-cut beard now adorned his face and his hair was pulled back in a simple tie. But it was his armor that was truly different. It was unlike any Tywin had ever seen before in Westeros. Yet it was clearly well made. "No, I have seen this type of armor before," he thought, remembering back to the Iron Isles all those years ago. Knox wore something of similar make, though clearly from a different smith. Perhaps Knox has now also taught the North to make his people's clearly superior armor. Yet another worrying prospect. Dismounting from his horse, Tywin slowly walked to the center of the drawbridge with his brother Kevin and the Riverrun septon coming along. Robb Stark did not have an escort, at least not a human one. 2 dire wolves, one easily large enough to rival a horse and the other coming up to Robb's shoulder followed the young Stark out onto the bridge. The septon's steps faltered, and even Kevin slowed. But Tywin did not. He knew these beasts. He knew the control the Starks had over them, either through their magic or through intense training. And he knew that the wolves would not do anything unless Stark told them to. And he knew that a son of Eddard Stark would not break the laws of parley. "Lord Lannister," Robb Stark said, his eyes passing over each of them as the 2 wolves stopped a few paces behind him and sat down on their haunches. "You and those following you are a long way from home. I do hope you are not here for the same idiocy as the fools who came before you." As you can see, it did not end well for them. Tywin didn't bother looking behind him, he kept his eyes on the young wolf before him. Eyes that were blue, twinged with a deep yellow. The eyes of the wolf, as so many called them. They were fools to rush ahead, Tywin conceded. But, nonetheless, they were here on orders of the king, King Joffrey Baratheon. As such, the faith of the old gods is considered a heretical religion, and its practice is hereby outlawed. The wildlings you have taken under your banner will hereby be banished back north of the wall where they belong. As you have taken up arms against these orders, you are no longer recognized as Warden of the North and Lord of Winterfell. You will be given safe passage to White Harbor, whereupon you will hereby be exiled along with your foreign wife. Your brother, Bran, provided he forsakes the old gods and swears to the Seven, will be allowed to maintain his new position as Warden of the North and Lord of Winterfell. Robb stayed quiet as he listened to the demands. Even after Tywin finished delivering the king's commands, the boy said nothing. He didn't laugh. He didn't outright throw the offer into the moat either. He just stood there, staring at the 3 of them. Finally, he tilted his head back and closed his eyes just as a light breeze passed them by. "Do you feel that, Lord Tywin? The chill running down your spine? The wind on your face? It's the old gods of the North speaking through the Force. And they're telling you to take your offer and shove it up your grandson's arse." Crude. Very crude. Though he was willing to excuse the boy's mannerisms based on his lack of experience. You may have the old gods, absentee that they are. And the Force. But the North stands alone, young lord. Even your own grandfather and uncle have sided with the crown and the faith in this manner. Though not without concessions, of course. One of which was my assurance that you would be provided safe passage from Westeros to find your own fortune in Essos. This revelation made the young Stark pause. which made Tywin want to grin. Clearly the young man did not know about his mother's family keeping with the faith and the crown, instead of with him as he was no doubt counting on. It doesn't matter, Robb sighed, before his eyes turned wolf yellow and hardened. Should my uncle or grandfather take the field against me and mine, then they are my enemy. Tywin was both impressed and disappointed. Impressed by the boy's resolve. And disappointed because this meant that there was no chance for a simple resolution. You need not walk down this sinful path, young lord, the Septon said, taking a step forward. Renounce your sinful ways. Forgo the false old gods and accept the true gods of Westeros, the seven who are one. The gods of your mother and family. You may have the illusion of power in this life through the sinful ways of your father and the heathen sorcerer. But they are false promises that are fleeting. And will only lead to eternal torment in the seven hells. Robb scoffed. Is that all you have to threaten me with, Septon? Eternal torment if I do not conform to your ideals? Pathetic. If you have nothing better to add, then keep silent. Do not let your youth, pride, victory against this paltry few, and newfound power lead you to delusions, Lord Robb, Tywin pressed, trying one last effort to get the boy to submit and avoid a prolonged war. One which he was not entirely confident in should it stretch for any prolonged length of time. The North stands alone in this matter. And you, despite having the safety of the moat, are outnumbered at least 4 to 1. And more of my men will be arriving with each passing day. Soon enough, we will easily be able to pass over the walls of the moat and take the keeps. The only way you will be able to scale the walls of the moat is if you do so over the corpses of your own men, Lord Robb countered. Let me tell you something that Lord Knox told my father when his assistance was asked for to put down the Greyjoy rebellion. Lord Knox told my father that Sith do not kill their enemies. They destroy them. Which is exactly what Lord Knox did. And he was only a single Sith at the time. Our numbers have only grown since that day. None of you will find victory here. Only blood and death. Even if you should manage to take this keep from me, you will only do so once every man and woman of the North gathered here lay dead. Each step you take into the North will be paid for with the blood of your men. Even if you manage to make any headway into the North, the summer years are now over. And when winter comes, I wonder what will kill you first. Northern steel? The cold? Or your own men's blades? Shame, Lord Tywin sighed, I had hoped you would see sense. Lord Robb smirked. I had hoped the same of you, Lord Tywin. I suppose we are both destined to leave this meeting disappointed. Indeed we are, Lord Robb, Tywin nodded. May your gods or the Force grant you mercy. For my mercy has reached its limit. Turning on his heel, Tywin turned his back on the young Lord of the North and marched back towards the camp. Set the camp well out of range of the walls and towers, he commanded Kevin as they reached the line of their men. We will be in for a siege until we can goad the boy into a sortie from the moat. We rest till nightfall. Then collect a few hundred men to work under the cover of darkness to remove as much of the debris from the field as possible. Come morning, we assault the walls of Moat Cailin. The Plaza of Pride was almost completely silent as Daenerys Targaryen walked into the yard with a small, covered cart being pulled by her 4 blood riders while Ser Jorah stood dutifully at her side and Missandei kept pace just behind her with her head lowered. Despite the silence, the entire plaza was almost completely full of bodies. Thousands of Unsullied were standing in formation in the plaza in full armor with spears and shields at the ready while dozens of masters carrying whips walked between their ranks. Looking around the plaza, she found good Master Krasnus standing on a raised platform on the far end of the plaza holding a gold and jewel-encrusted whip. All around the plaza along the edges were dozens of other good masters, both male and female, standing around watching the spectacle of what must be the largest single purchase of Unsullied in recent history. Making a motion with her hand, her blood riders stopped, leaving the cart in the middle of the plaza. Making her way to the cart, Dany opened the closed, covered cage and reached inside. She could feel the apprehension coming from her daughter, but she gently sent back feelings of reassurance and love. It will be okay, my child, she whispered in Valyrian, ensuring none but her and her child could hear. Her daughter was still unsettled, but Dany could feel the trust from her child. Even as she grabbed the chain that was attached to the collar on her neck, she felt quite a bit of love and trust from her. There was also fear, but the love and trust were far greater. The chain rattled as Droga slowly emerged from her cage. The dog-sized dragon spread her wings and stretched her neck. Her powerful wings beat slowly and steadily, allowing Droga to rise into the air until the chain connecting Dany to Drago was taut. Walking forward slowly with Droga keeping above her, Dany made her way towards Krasnus. The large good master was not staring at her. Instead, his eyes were focused solely and only on Droga hovering almost lazily in the sky above them. Walking up the steps, Dany was almost within arm's reach of Krasnus when the good master held out his hand expectantly. Dany just stared at him blankly before holding out her free hand towards him. Krasnus understood her gesture and immediately held out the jeweled whip. Heart beating fast, and urging patience to her child, Dany extended her hand holding onto the chain connected to Droga as her other hand took the whip from the good master. Crazens all but dropped the whip as he had to use two hands to hold onto the chain as Droga immediately started tugging at the chain the moment Dany let go. Turning the whip over in her hands, Dany could hardly believe that such a small, almost inconsequential thing could give her command of the Unsullied. Is it done? Dany asked in the common tongue, which Missandei immediately translated to Valyrian. It is done, Krasnus grunted, still trying to pull Droga down to the ground. The dumb whore has the whip. The Unsullied are hers to command. Not even waiting for Missandei to translate, Dany turned her back on the good master and approached the Unsullied. They were impressive. Straight formation. Weapons and shields at the ready. The perfect soldier. But is the cost of such perfection worth it? Raising the whip, Dany called out to her army in perfect Valyrian. Unsullied. Forward march. The Unsullied immediately snapped to attention as thousands began marching forward while keeping formation. Stop. She called out, and the Unsullied immediately stopped. Behind her, she could hear Droga fighting against Crazens as the good master was trying to pull her child down to the ground. Tell the whore that the dragon won't come down. Of course she won't come down, Dany said in Valyrian, drawing a sharp look from just about everyone nearby, though she did see a slight smile come across Missandei's face. No doubt her newest handmaiden had recognized that she understood the Valyrian tongue. My child is no slave. Crazens was still staring at her dumbly, the chain in his hands rattling and jerking him about. You speak Valyrian. Dany wanted to laugh. I am Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen. The last daughter of Valyria. Of course I speak the language of my ancestors. Of my people. Still smirking, she turned her attention back to her army. Unsullied. Kill the good masters who have bound you. Strike the chains from all slaves you see. Free those on the walk of punishment. But harm no child this day. This I command you. The good masters all around the plaza broke out in a fervent cacophony of words as confusion ran rampant through them. But then two Unsullied broke ranks and stepped out from their formation. Their spears thrusting forward straight through the hearts of two good masters who were walking between the ranks. With their deaths, the plaza descended into anarchy as the Unsullied lowered their spears towards the good masters and marched forward. Not to be outdone, her blood riders drew their araks and let out a war cry before rushing towards the fleeing good masters and their guards, eager for blood. Ser Jorah drew his own blade and dutifully put himself in front of Missandei, protecting Dany's newest handmaiden. Hearing Crazens' shout, Dany turned back around to the struggling good master. Crazens was staring at her in fear. No. We had a deal. We did, Dany nodded, reaching up with her right hand and twisting her hand with a snap. The chain that was connecting Crazens to Droga snapped as Dany broke one of the links with the force. Droga. Let loose your rage. Dracarys. Her daughter didn't hesitate. Serpentine head rearing back, Droga let out a stream of fire at the guards surrounding Crazens, setting them all ablaze but leaving Crazens alive before breaking off and raining down fire on the fleeing good masters and their guards. Reaching into the folds of her dress with her right hand, Dany slowly pulled out the hilt of her lightsaber. Crazens, eyes wide and head moving around quickly trying to find a way to flee, finally saw her slowly approaching him. Fucking dragon whore! The man screamed, drawing out a dagger from his own robes. I'll fucking gut you! Waiting until he was running straight for her, Dany calmly ignited her lightsaber. The white blade humming to life before her. Crazens' eyes widened at her blade's sudden appearance, and he tried to stop. But his fate was sealed as he couldn't stop his forward momentum towards her. Sidestepping, Dany calmly swiped horizontally, bisecting the charging good master with so much ease that it surprised her. Whip in one hand and lightsaber in the other, Dany glared down hatefully at the fallen pieces of the good master. Khaleesi, Ser Jorah called out over the sound of battle. Missandei was still by his side, and surprisingly there were 10 Unsullied with him, forming a protective ring around them all. Take command of the sacking of Astapor, Ser Jorah, Dany said, deactivating her lightsaber and looking skywards, searching for Droga. She could feel elation from her daughter. The joy at flying free and breathing fire at those who had angered her mother so. Spare the good masters who surrender. And then bring them to me once the city is under our control. Ser Jorah nodded before turning and leaving the ring of Unsullied, 2 of them breaking away from the rest and joining her sworn sword as he headed towards the battle. Listening to the sounds of battle all around her, Dany tilted her head back and let the sounds wash over her. Finally. Now I can begin. Standing atop the battlements of Moat Cailin, Robb watched with a small grin on his tired face as the blessed army of the Exalted March tucked tail and withdrew their assault against the mighty northern fortress for the 4th day straight. All around him, shouts of joy and mocking taunts echoed throughout the northern ranks as the southern fools abandoned ladders, ropes, shields, and anything that would slow them down as they tried to run out of the range of the archers on the walls. Despite wanting to join in with his men, Robb kept his composure as he deactivated his lightsaber and clipped it onto his belt. His father had always taught his children that a commander, and a lord's, role does not end when the battle does. But rather, they become even more important. A lord needed to keep their wits about them, even while everyone else around or under him may let loose their own. Glancing down the length of the battlements, Robb's heart ached at the sight of the dead piled upon dead upon the walkways and leaning up against the parapet. While there were easily twice to thrice as many southern bodies as there were northern bodies, it was still a hard sight to see. The blood, the gore, the torn clothing, broken shields, and discarded weapons. The tales of war from his father, the skirmish against the wildlings in the north and the Battle of Hardhome. None had truly prepared him for the aftermath of a siege. Especially when you were the one defending. Another day won thanks to your leadership, Lord Stark. You do your father proud. It was only because Robb had become used to the voice that he did not jump as Lord Howland Reed seemingly materialized out of thin air beside him. The Lord of Greywater Watch was one of the first to have arrived at the moat after Robb and his vanguard. Although arrive might be a bit of a misstatement. The Lord and his men just appeared, seemingly out of nowhere, within the walls of the moat just before dawn on the day Tywin had arrived with his full force. And Robb was not ashamed to admit it, but Lord Reed and his men were perhaps the primary reason why the defense of the moat was going as well as it had been. The very first night, Tywin had sent out over 100 workers under the cover of darkness to try and clear the debris that Robb had scattered before the moat. Unfortunately for those men, between the light of the full moon shining down and the keen eyes of the crannogmen, they did not make it far. Speared out across the battlements and up in the towers, the archers of the north easily picked off all workers that they could. And by the time dawn came that first day, less than a third of the debris had been cleared away. And the Southerners were down over 100 men. The first day was perhaps the easiest. The Southerners had no proper siege engines nor ladders. And between the moat separating the walls from the attackers and the debris still cluttering the field, the Southerners didn't even get a chance to reach the walls as the men and women of the north rained down arrows, stones, and whatever else they could. By the time night fell, the grounds before Moat Cailin were soaked in Southerner blood and the Northerners were in high spirits as not even a single man fell that day. That night, Lord Reed had approached him with a plan. While most of Lord Reed's men were within the moat, a good number were still in the swamplands near the southern forces. With Robb's consent, Lord Reed sent the orders out for the crannogmen to sabotage the Southerners in any manner they could. He wasn't sure just how effective their actions were. But by the time midday of the second day came around with no attack, Robb used a far eye to observe the Southerners' camp. What he saw was several wagon loads of food being burned and fresh water being poured out with dozens of men in southern livery, not northern spies he'd been assured, were hung or whipped in the middle of the camp. There were no attacks that day. Nor was there any attack the third. But the Southerners were not idle during that time, and neither were the people of the north. While the Southerners were rapidly building siege equipment, catapults, ladders, ropes with hooks, Robb was organizing the defenses on the walls. Organizing his men as best as possible. Their best arms on the walls with their archers up in the towers behind the walls. The morning of the fourth day, this day, was the first true battle against the north and the exalted march. Ladders and long wooden planks that were to be used as ramps were carried by the Southerners towards the edge of the moat before being righted and slammed against the parapets of the walls. All the while, the Southerners rained down arrows on the men on the wall with their archers while their catapults threw heavy boulders at the walls, tower, or men. Robb was able to use the force to break many of the ladders while other defenders were quick to take axes to the ladders and planks, dropping the men who were trying to climb them down into the moat below where lizard lions eagerly waited for their meal. Others threw hooks and ropes to try and climb the walls. For a good part of the morning until midday the defenders held out, keeping the Southerners off the walls. But as midday passed, the overwhelming numbers eventually started to get the better of them and they could no longer keep throwing off or breaking the planks, ladders and ropes and the fight moved from over the moat to atop the walls of Moat Cailin. After the first attacker made it over the wall, the battle completely shifted as the men of the north were forced to pull their attention away from the ladders and onto the attackers now atop the walls. Robb, who was standing on the walls with his men, began cutting down every Southerner who crossed his path. His lightsaber cut through steel, leather, and flesh with impunity. While several force pushes helped to clear the immediate area of both attackers and their climbing implements. But despite his efforts, he was still just one man and the moat was a large keep. The attackers never made it past the wall. But the north had paid a high price to hold the line. And while the Southerners had lost all their ladders, ramps, and ropes that they'd spent days making, it would only be a matter of time before they could be remade and then they would attack once more in force. And with their numbers what they were, Robb did not know just how long he would be able to hold. Sure, the Southerners were losing at least 3 to 4 men for every northern life lost. But Tywin had arrived with roughly 15 to 20,000 men compared to Robb's mere 3,000. And even with fresh men arriving daily from all over the north, the numbers were not in his favor. But, as long as he still drew breath, no Southerner would step foot on northern soil. "Thank you, Lord Reed," Robb said, wiping sweat and grime and worse from his hands and face. "Though you deserve as much praise as I. Without you and your men, these past few days would have been far different." Lord Reed merely shook his head. Perhaps, my lord. My men may know these lands and we have more than a few tricks up our sleeves. But if not for your skills, leadership, and ability with the force, then the battle would not have gone in our favor so easily. I am just thankful that my children, Hojan and Mira, have finally decided to head to Winterfell to learn more about their gifts. While Mira has not shown much, if any, inclination in the power of our ancestors, Hojan has shown quite an aptitude for green sight. Though why he has always rejected the idea of going to Winterfell and learning from Nox is beyond me. But he always countered that it wasn't time yet. I don't know why he decided to venture now with Nox marching to war. But I hope that he will still be able to learn something from your brother and the other apprentices and acolytes in Winterfell. I know that Bran will enjoy the company. Robb nodded before taking a step, only to falter and slip slightly. You need rest, my lord, Lord Reed stated. You have been pushing yourself harder than any other man here. And don't think that the men haven't realized that you barely sleep. An hour or two of meditation does not account for a full night's rest. As I am sure Lady Stark has no doubt reminded you time and time again over the past few days. She has, Robb nodded, feeling the weariness of the past few days catching up to him. But the battlements need to be cleared and the wounded seen too. The dead need to. All things that I, or any other lord can oversee, my lord, Lord Reed countered. Forgive me for saying, my lord, but until Lord Nox and your brother arrive with reinforcements, you are perhaps our greatest asset against the exalted march. We need you at your best, my lord. Please, rest. Let others handle cleaning up the aftermath of the battle. Robb wanted to stay, but his body was betraying him. Lord Reed was right. He had hardly slept at all the past few days, and what sleep he did get was in the form of meditative rest rather than actual sleep, as Lord Reed had stated. Talisa had been hounding him to sleep for days. And when he countered that Lord Nox could go for days, nights without rest, she promptly slapped him upside the head and reminded him that he was not Lord Nox. Giving a grateful nod to Lord Reed, he turned to make his way back to the children's tower where he had taken up residency. But his feet stopped as he felt something. A cold, but not the cold of winter. But a cold that chilled him to the bone. A cold he recognized all too clearly. Turning his eyes north, Robb could feel the cold almost intensify as the clouds north of the moat darkened. Smirking, Robb turned his eyes back to the south where Tywin Lannister's camp lay. Time's up, Tywin Lannister. Glaring hatefully at the ancient northern fortress, Tywin Lannister turned on his heel and hastily made his way back to his command tent. Unwilling to watch as the fools under his command broke ranks and retreated safely out of the range of the archers manning the moat. He knew that once even partially garrisoned that moat Cailin could take easily a moon's turn or more than that to capture. But he had still held on to a fool's hope that he could be able to crack the ancient fortification given he had easily 5 times the numbers and that it was the untested Robb Stark who was leading the defense. But the boy had proven his mettle. Despite raiding the land around Moat Cailin and even giving the boy a prime opportunity to kill seemingly unguarded workers in the field, Robb Stark did not leave the safety of Moat Cailin's strong walls. After failing to get the boy to charge them, Tywin had ordered everyone to begin preparation for the siege. Only to quickly discover that several wagons loaded with fresh water and foodstuffs had been poisoned. No doubt by the Crannogmen that called the swamps around the moat their home. He'd ordered the men who'd been tasked with guarding the wagons flogged and hanged. But the damage had been done. They'd lost a good portion of their food and water. Which meant that he would have to divert men away from the siege to forage food and collect water. For the next 2 days he'd ordered the defenses of the moat to be probed, looking for any sign of weakness that he could exploit. But despite its age, Moat Cailin was just as strong now as it had been for centuries when it repelled one invasion after another. After failing to find any obvious weakness, Tywin had decided to rush the walls using what ladders, ropes, and siege engines they could make. Counting on their numbers being able to overwhelm the defenders. The siege started at first light. And while it took some time for his men to finally reach the tops of the walls, they were able to do so just after midday. But the foothold did not last for long. Ropes were cut. Ladders broken. Men thrown off the walls as arrows and stones rained down on the field, each one felling a man. But more than that, he saw firsthand the power Robb Stark commanded. Men lifted into the air and thrown dozens of paces to their deaths. Ladders flipped or shattered seemingly by nothing. By the time dusk was beginning to settle on the land and Tywin called for the retreat, almost all of the scaling equipment they'd spent days building were destroyed. And despite hammering Moat Cailin with catapults all day, the fortress didn't even seem damaged in the slightest. The gate still stood strong. The moat was now filled with rotting corpses. And the walls were barely even scratched. In other words, it was a rout against his own forces. Something he was not pleased with in the slightest. Entering the command tent, he found the various lords gathered around the map of Moat Cailin, each furiously pointing out different points of the moat and the surrounding land. We need to work on rebuilding our siege equipment and focus the catapults on the gatehouse. The gatehouse is the strongest part of Moat Cailin. We hammered the gate all day with every heavy stone we could find, and we might as well have been throwing flowers at it. No, we need to build cover for our men to fill in the moat surrounding the fortress so our ladders and ropes will have better luck during our next assault. We fill in the moat, and we chase out all the fucking lizard lions that are feasting on our fallen, another lord scoffed. We need to pull back, rebuild our ladders and maybe even get a tower or two constructed before we assault again. And as we do, we send out raiding parties into the swamp to burn out the crannogmen before they poison more of our supplies. You want to ride into the swamps? Are you fucking crazy? Everything that walks, slithers, or flies through the swamps can kill you. You want to throw the lives of your men away, feel free. But I will not be sending my men into those swamps. You fucking craven. I should have you sent to the Inquisitors for your lack of faith in our righteous cause. Ignoring the bickering lords in the tent, Tywin turned his back on them and looked out towards the imposing form of Moat Cailin to the north. They were running out of time. Each day they failed to take the moat was another day that Robb Stark had to gather more and more men to reinforce his position. Even with the most recent message he'd received from Jaime, stating that his son has claimed Raventree Hall and had collected the levies from the Westerlands and was now on the march towards the Twins, he knew that their position was not the greatest. Perhaps he could change his strategy. Hold the neck by continuing the assault on the moat, then send word to Lannisport, the Arbor, Gulltown, and King's Landing to prepare what ships they had to circumvent the neck and attack the far reaches of the north while the bulk of their armies were held up against Tywin. Just as he was mentally preparing the ravens in his head, he felt it. A chill that swept through him and went to his very bones. Yet there was no wind. No snow. No reason for the sudden chill. Just the sudden sensation of cold. And something else he had rarely ever felt. Fear. Turning his eyes from the moat to the land beyond, he took careful note of the dark clouds hanging over the north. Dark clouds that were slowly moving south. Against the wind. My lord. Glancing towards his brother Kevin, Tywin kept his face impassive despite his heart hammering in his chest. Do you feel that chill, Kevin? His brother turned his eyes northward. There was no real need for Kevin to answer. Tywin could see it in his brother's face that he could. Yes. It's unnatural. But I've felt this before. On Pike, Tywin answered for his brother. Just before the sorcerer brought down the walls of the Pike by himself. Turning his back to the north, Tywin marched back to the lords who were squabbling about what their next plan of action would be. Spread the word that we will be breaking camp and moving south, Tywin commanded, pointing to a spot on the King's Road almost even with the Twins. We will reform our camp here on this hill. We will then send a runner to the Twins commanding Jaime to send another 5,000 men to replenish our numbers. Jaime will then reinforce the Twins to prepare for a siege. The other lords were clearly taken aback by his abrupt change in strategy. My lord, with respect, we outnumber the north easily 4-1 and more are arriving each day. Soon we will have enough to swarm the north. We are out of time, Tywin countered sharply. Holding out his hand and showing the bumps forming on his hand. You see this? Each of you feel it. That cold, the chill. The fear. Any of you who were on Pike during the Greyjoys' rebellion will recognize it. It is the same sensation as when the sorcerer tore down the walls of the Pike with his power. Which means that we are out of time. The sorcerer has come. And he no doubt has the full strength of the north at his back. Almost all the bluster and confidence that once filled the lords of the south disappeared faster than a cup of water in the middle of Dorne. For all their talk of righteous cause, none were truly looking forward to facing the sorcerer himself on the field of battle. Would it not be better to reinforce our position here and keep the sorcerer held up at Moat Cailin? Tywin wanted to sigh. They were having difficulty enough taking Moat Cailin having the numbers and the experience on their side. Moat Cailin is perhaps one of the most impenetrable fortresses in Westeros. And I have no intention of facing the sorcerer while he is holding Moat Cailin with a full contingent of men. No. Our only chance of taking the moat is now gone as long as the sorcerer is with the north. We will pull back and choose our battlefields carefully. One that will give us the advantage. Because we will need every advantage we can gain against the likes of Nox. Now spread the word to break camp. I want us to march south before first light. And I want a runner on his way to the Twins before the sun sets. Chapter 45, A King is Named. Welcome back everyone. I suppose that I'm sounding like a broken record at this point, but sorry for taking so long. All I can say is that, well, life. And my free time has all but disappeared as of late. I doubt that I will be posting again before the new year, but hey, you never know, right? Just a quick warning before we begin. A few parts of this chapter will be brutal. I have gotten a few comments saying that I'm bashing the faith of the Seven just to bash them. I'm not. There will be those who are good amongst the faith, they just haven't been introduced yet. And when I was brainstorming this story, the Exalted March was one of the main points I thought of, and it was based on the Crusades and the Inquisition/witch hunts. Neither of which were ideal moments in history no matter how you look at them. Big thank you to my beta reader and brainstorm partner Telemachus Sundus, who personally wrote an entire section of this chapter, helping me immensely. Lastly, I do not own Disney, nor am I Lucas or Martin. I have no ownership of A Song of Fire and Ice, Game of Thrones or Star Wars. This is purely for fun with no profit being made. And with that out of the way, let's get to the chapter. Stay safe out there everyone. Chapter 45. The first thing Ned Stark could feel was warmth. He was warm. Not uncomfortably so. But warm. Soothing. And instead of the cold hard stone of the black cells, he could feel something soft and giving beneath his back. His eyes fluttered, and for the first time in a long time he wasn't met with darkness. But light. Soft light. As his senses slowly started coming back to him, he could feel a slight rocking. A swaying back and forth. A ship? Was he in a ship cabin? No, he couldn't be. As his eyes opened and his vision focused, he could barely make out the sparsely furnished room he was in. He could hear water crashing against the walls. The groaning of wood. I'm on a ship, he realized. Impossible. I must have finally gone mad. Or am dreaming. But either way, this is far preferable to the black cells. Even if for a time. Hearing a quill scratching across paper, Ned turned his head towards the sound and found a figure sitting near his bedside. He froze. His heart ceased to beat. Then realization set in. Gods, he murmured lowly, closing his eyes and letting his head settle back against the soft pillow beneath his head. I am dead, or perhaps gone mad. He couldn't help the loud yelp that left his mouth as the woman leaned over and stabbed him in the arm with the tip of her quill. No. You're not dead. Nor are you mad. Though that last statement might be debatable given what I know of you. Ned's heart started beating faster and faster in his chest as the woman got up from her seat and made her way to the back of the small cabin where a pitcher and cup were sitting on the lone dresser in the room. Ashura Dane, the first woman he had ever loved, the woman he thought long ago dead, froze as she was pouring water from the pitcher and into the cup. Once upon a time, she muttered, setting the pitcher down and walking back to him and offering him the cup. For now, I'm simply voice. Drink. I don't know what those bastards were giving you, but your time in and since the black cells were not kind. You need to drink. Slowly. This wasn't possible. Ashura was dead. She'd been dead for years. Ever since he brought word of her brother's fall, which led to her demise. For years he knew it was his fault. He, the man who took her innocence and intended to wed her, betrayed her by wedding another and then murdering her brother. Feeling the cup on his lips, his body acted on its own. His lips spreading as the cool water slid past them and down his throat. Slowly, Ashura chided him when he tried to drink all the water at once. You've been in bed for days, just barely waking enough to take a sip before slipping back into sleep. Coughing weakly, Ned wanted to rise, but he found that he had no strength in his body. Even lifting his arms and turning his head was exhausting. Ashura, how? She was just as beautiful as he remembered her. Hells, perhaps even more so. And she was here, standing next to him. Very much alive despite the realm knowing that she had thrown herself from one of the towers in Starfall. Yet despite her beauty, despite her still drawing breath, her face was a blank mask with little warmth. Tales of my death were spread by the one who needed my service. And who was that? Ned asked, fighting to stay conscious, to gaze at her face. The fear that as soon as he closed his eyes she would disappear once again was forcing him to stay awake despite every part of his body and mind wanting rest once more. Ashura hesitated as she sat down on the bed next to him. The soft padding dipped slightly beneath her weight. Yet instead of answering, her soft warm hand came up and touched the side of his face. Immediately he closed his eyes and turned his face into the warmth of her hand. It was still soft. There will be time for that later, Ned. For now, sleep. Ned didn't want to sleep. He didn't want her to leave. Yet despite his desire to stay awake, his eyes would not open. Her gentle hand caressing the side of his face lulling him into blissful sleep. Sleep, my wolf. Sleep. Pressing her back against the cabin door, Ashura fought to regain her composure. Her heart refused to slow as her breath came and left her in a rush. After all these years she was sure that she had buried the past. But now that she was confronted with it, she knew that she had not. Seeing Ned. Feeling him. Gods, even smelling him. It brought back everything. Everything she'd had hoped to have. What she lost, and what she'd had to leave behind. She wanted to hate him. By the gods did she want to. Ned sided with the beasts that killed her dearest friend and did nothing besides walking away instead of pushing for justice. And more. Ned killed her own brother. He left her after they'd sworn their hearts to one another. She wanted to hate him. To despise him. But by the gods, she couldn't. Even after everything, she still loved him. How is he? Composing herself, she turned towards her approaching companion. Despite his age and not even wearing his armor, Sir Barristan Selmy was still perhaps one of the most intimidating men she had ever met. Still resting, she said. He woke briefly enough to speak. But he was quick to fall back asleep. His wounds have all closed. And hopefully whatever it was that those bastards poured down his throat will be out of his body soon. That is good to hear, Barristan nodded. The realm, nay the world, needs more men like him. Fuck the world and realm and need him, she wanted to say, yet she held her tongue. Seeing that she wasn't about to respond, Barristan pressed on. I questioned the captain on when we would be arriving in the north. He told me that we were not heading to the north. Yet he would not elaborate on where we are going. Perhaps you would be so good as to enlighten me on to where Nox is sending both of us and the Warden of the North in a time of war when we should be on the front lines. Not all wars are won on the field of battle, Barristan, Ashura stated plainly, her heart and mind still in the room with Ned. And right now the North stands almost completely alone. They will need help. And help is what we are going to be gathering. And where is that exactly? Barristan pressed. Essos, Ashura answered. Specifically, Bravos for now. Those that we are seeking should be gathered there last I heard. I just hope that they are still there. Barristan frowned, but years of serving as a Kingsguard had ingrained in the legendary knight not to question orders. So, he merely nodded, accepting their course. Very well, Lady Dane. If I may be so bold, you need rest my lady. I can stand vigil over Lord Stark for a while. She wanted to say that there was no need, but she didn't. She knew Barristan. Quite simply, he was bored and was desperate for something, anything, to do. And while standing vigil might seem boring to most, it was still something that he could do to occupy his time. Thank you, Barristan, she nodded, feeling the fatigue of the last few days weighing on her. If he wakes again, please call upon me. Making her way back to her cabin, which was honestly just right across from Ned's, Ashura opened her door and stepped in before quickly closing and locking the door behind her. Her cabin was just like Ned's, and just as sparse. The only thing she had was a single chest with a few clothes and coin to pay for what needed to be done. And one other thing as well. Going to the chest, she knelt and opened it. Moving her clothes aside, she opened up a hidden false panel on the bottom, revealing a small jade-colored glass candle within. Taking out the candle, she set it up right before sitting with her legs crossed and letting out a calming breath. Even with her eyes closed, she could feel the warmth of the candle as a small glow like an ember grew within the depths of the glass. While the Danes might not have been known to have the overly magical blood of the Valyrians or the Starks, they were still one of the oldest families in Westeros. Many in her line had been blessed with similar powers that could have rivaled the Starks before the coming of the Andals. And those rumors were said to be one of the reasons why Nymeria took Sir Davos Dane as her third husband despite having struck down the Danes during Nymeria's war. Unfortunately for her, whatever power she might have had withered away. Now all she could do was activate these candles. While it could still be considered an impressive feat, and one that was impossible to most, she couldn't help but feel almost slighted by her lack of power. But she still held out hope that... Voice. I take it that you managed to get Ned out of King's Landing. The voice of Lord Knox almost rung in her ears like the crashing of waves against stones. Not painful, but loud and clear. I did, she said, speaking towards the glass candle. I also managed to secure the loyalty of Sir Barristan Selmy. And we are en route to Bravos as planned. Good. The Stark boys will be heartened to hear that their father is alive and well. Though I will need to stress the importance of keeping this information quiet. We don't need our enemies to know that we know of Ned's escape. Do you have what you need to secure their support? I do, she nodded. The offer should be more than enough. And if not, then the Iron Bank is close enough to collect the extra incentive that might be needed. Good. And your past with NE? Will not be an issue. Ashura responded quickly, not wanting to dwell on the subject in the least. The sorcerer's voice went quiet for some time. Take this advice from someone who has lost someone they loved, lost a child and nearly lost their wife. Life is far too short. You know what you want, even if you don't want to admit it. Take it. Enjoy life and all it has to offer and fuck anyone who thinks otherwise. Don't wait until you are reunited in the Force. I will check in with you after you arrive in Bravos. The connection with the sorcerer ended as the candle lost the slight glow within and returned to just another ornate piece of glass. The words of the sorcerer rang in her ears even as she sat in silence. She wanted to take his advice. By the gods, she wanted nothing more than to leave her room, return to Ned's and climb in next to him and pretend like the past near 2 decades had never happened. But it was not that simple. There was so much that needed to be discussed before such a thing could even be considered. Old wounds that would need to be reopened. And pain. So much pain. It would be so much easier to just let things continue as they were. But... is that what she truly wanted? To live the rest of her life as voice instead of as Ashura? Unable to truly decide, Ashura crawled into her uncomfortable bed and laid her head down and closed her eyes. But no matter how much she tried not to think of it, she could not remove the sound of Ned's voice from her ears. The warmth of his skin from her hands. Or the taste of him from her lips. Eventually sleep came for her. A slight smile on her face as she sank into her memories of Harrenhal and the time when her beloved wolf was hers and hers alone. Standing near the window overlooking the courtyard of Dragonstone below him, Sir Davos Seaworth couldn't help the uneasy feeling that was swirling in his gut as he remembered the scene of that foreign sorceress burn the effigies of the seven while nearly half of Dragonstone stood around her chanting about darkness coming and fighting it back. He was not a religious man by any measure, but even he knew better than to burn the effigies of the gods amongst those who still owe them their allegiance. And had it not been for the fact that Lady Selyse Baratheon was standing amongst those chanting, and the fact that Lord Stannis had given his approval for the ceremony, he was sure that some brave sod with a sharp blade would have tested his luck and tried to end the sorceress. Read the letter back to me. Turning away from the sight of the burning effigies, Davos tried to take his mind off of what was happening down below and focusing on the men assembled in around the painted table. Lord Stannis, or rather King Stannis, was sitting at the head of the table as Davos's own son, Mathos, held the letter that King Stannis was preparing to send across Westeros. In truth, Davos couldn't have been prouder than he was of his son. The boy had risen high in becoming King Stannis's personal scribe, a feat that Davos could never hope to replicate as letters still evaded him entirely. Maester Cresson was seated near to the king as well. The older Maester pointedly ignoring the sights and sounds of what was going on outside the walls of Dragonstone. The spot to Stannis's right, a place of honor, was occupied by perhaps the one woman Davos did not want anywhere near his king, the Lady Melisandre. In her short time at Dragonstone, the lady had quickly rose to become King Stannis's chief advisor. And how she had managed to reach such a level was explained by the very pregnant form of her grace, Queen Selyse, who was sitting along the back way with a hand on her stomach which held the child growing within her and a smile on her face. The king had kept Melisandre at arm's length for a long time, allowing her to practice her faith but little more. Queen Selyse however struck up a friendship with the Red Priestess. Almost without notice, the queen became pregnant after going through some sort of ritual under the eyes of the Red Priestess. After that, his king started listening to her as a new voice on his council. That voice had grown louder and louder as time passed. And now she was his grace's primary advisor. She'd even managed to convince the king that the Lord Sorcerer was some agent of some great other and that he was corrupting the Princess Shireen. Which was why the poor girl had been stripped of her weapon and put under heavy guard as soon as she stepped foot back on Dragonstone. Personally, Davos thought that woman mad. The Sorcerer had done better for the people of Westeros, and King Stannis as well, than just about any other man in history. The idea that he was some agent of an unfathomably evil being who wanted to destroy all life was laughable in his opinion. But sadly, her voice and ideas regarding the Sorcerer had found their home within Stannis, and now his king held the same beliefs. The Sorcerer was too powerful and needed to be put down. Clearing his throat, Mathos moved his hands towards the top of the letter. I, Stannis of House Baratheon, do hereby declare on the honor of my house that my beloved brother. He wasn't my beloved brother, Stannis interrupted. I didn't love him. And he did not love me. Suppressing his wince, Davos spoke up. It's a harmless courtesy, your grace. It's a lie. Take it out. Dipping his quill in the ink, Mathos made a mark on the letter before continuing. That my brother, King Robert Baratheon, left no true-born heirs. The boys, Joffrey and Tommen, as well as the girl Myrcella, having been born of incest between Cersei Lannister and her brother, Jaime Lannister. By right of Jaime Lannister the Kingslayer. Stannis interrupted again. Call him what he is. Though we should add Sir as well. He is a knight of the realm, no matter how dishonorable he is. Mathos again nodded, making the changes in the letter. Having been born of incest between Cersei Lannister and her brother, Sir Jaime Lannister the Kingslayer. By right of blood and being my late brother's eldest brother and with him having no legitimate heirs, I do hereby declare myself king of the seven kingdoms and call for all lords of the land to submit. Any who deny my right will be declared traitors to the crown. Signed, King Stannis Baratheon, first of his name, rightful king of the seven kingdoms. Adequate, his grace nodded. Make enough copies for every keep from the arbor to the wall to receive one. It's time for the truth to come out. Let none claim ignorance as an excuse for denying me my right as king. Gathering the papers in hand, his son rose and bowed lowly before taking his leave of the council to follow the orders of their king. Your grace, Davos began once his son was out of the room. Has there been word of your brother? Last we heard he was heading for the Tyrells. Perhaps if we managed to get word to him, he could help convince the other lords of your right to. We will not go begging to my brother for his support, Stannis cut in, his face hard. My brother knew the law, yet he fled the moment Robert passed. Had he the same suspicions as I, then he should have come to me and declared his loyalty by now. Yet he instead chose to run. He will either bend the knee and accept my right as king. Or, brother or not, he will face the consequences of his actions. I will not shield him any longer. King Stannis has no need to go begging to whatever lords are scattered across the realm, the Red Priestess said, her voice melodic and soothing, like a warm fire on a cold day at sea. He has the Lord of Light behind him. Davos wanted to huff in frustration. He'd had only a few dealings with the Red Priests and Priestess in his time. But their fanaticism could put even the most devout Septon or Septa to shame. Which made them irritating and dangerous to deal with. And how many ships does the Lord of Light command? Melisandre's face remained impassive, almost like she was a mother lecturing her child. The Lord of Light has no need for ships. I am sure he doesn't, Davos nodded. But we do. Clearly, you've never been to war, milady. The fighting is just a small part of it. Supplying our troops with what they need and getting them where they need to go is the true war. Your Grace, if not your brother. Then perhaps the Starks? Word is Lord Stark is still alive, albeit held prisoner. If we can secure his loyalty, then. The Starks are fully under the thrall of the servant of the Great Other, Melisandre countered almost viciously. It is taking almost all I am to keep the young princess shielded from his corruption. No. The only use the Starks have for his grace now is to whittle away at the numbers of the false believers and the lions so that the true king may take his proper place. This time Davos did growl. Whilst I respect your opinion, priestess saying such things and proving them are two separate things. While many in Westeros know and fear the sorcerer servant, even more respect him for his years of service. Hells, it's well known that even Tywin Lannister respects and fears the man. If we try and attack while both are still standing and proclaim the servant as you call him to the realm, there is a chance that the old lion will put aside the desires of the faith and align with the sorcerer to keep his blood on the Iron Throne. He could almost see wisps of flames behind the woman's eyes as she glared at him. Neither the Great Other or his servant can stand against the might of those who follow the Lord of Light. Yet the Lord of Light has little presence in Westeros as of now, and my hand speaks true, the king spoke up, his voice demanding all to listen. Right now, the old lion and the faith are united against the wolves. We will demand all bend the knee. But we will not out the sorcerer for his true nature yet. Not while he is useful in thinning the numbers of the lions and the followers of this exalted march. After I claim the Iron Throne as is my right, then we will deal with him. Until then, we will remain silent on his nature. And speaking of my daughter, how fares your attempts to remove the servant's influence from her mind as you did for myself and my queen? Melisandre quickly composed herself once more. The attempts are slow, your grace. While yourself and the good Queen Celis only had slight contact with the servant, the Princess Shireen spent years in his presence and his influence on her is great. I have sent word to my brothers and sisters in Asai, and they are sending more of the faithful to serve Azor Ahai. Once they arrive, and perhaps with more direct methods, we will be able to purge his foul presence from the young princess. See it done, Stannis declared. Sir Davos. You are correct in that we need more than the royal fleet if we are to hold the Blackwater, protect ourselves from potential attack from the north or the south and to ferry enough men to take King's Landing. Are any of your friends from your previous occupation willing to sail under my banner? Davos had a few in mind that he could reach out to. Most in the Stepstones. A few, your grace. However, they will not come cheap. Sell sails, one of the many knights around the table spat. They should be willing to sail beneath the banner of the one true king of Westeros and Azor Ahai without the need for such material things as coin. Perhaps, Davos nodded. But these men are not lords. And most are not even of Westeros. They are under no obligation to swear themselves to the Iron Throne and King Stannis. They sail for coin or not at all. Make contact. Go yourself if you must in order to purchase their services, his grace commanded. You have leeway to offer them gold. And even perhaps lordship for those who set themselves apart during the coming war. We will have many traitors to purge and will need new lords to take their place. Maester Cresson. Have we received ravens from Storm's End? The aged Maester nodded, his face impassive, but none could deny the anger that was in his eyes whenever he glanced towards the Red Priestess, which was understandable. The Maester's counsel had been slowly ebbed away in favor of the Red Priestess. The older man had cautioned King Stannis multiple times against taking up the faith of Arhilla and about making peace with the North or reaching out with offers to other kingdoms. Sound advice. But advice that was ignored as their king was adamant that all needed to bend the knee to him or else they were traitors. A raven arrived in the night. Your brother, Lord Renly, has not made for Storm's End. However, your late brother Robert's base-born son, Edric Storm, has been confirmed to be within the walls under the guardianship of Sir Courtenay Penrose. He has expressed concerns given your conversion to the faith of Arhilla as those of Storm's End and Edric Storm remain followers of the faith of. I don't care, Stannis cut off the aged Maester. Send another raven. Inform Sir Penrose that he and Edric are to present themselves to me here in Dragonstone within a fortnight or be considered traitors to the crown and will be dealt with accordingly. He, along with the other bastards my brother sired, are the key to removing the Lannisters from what is rightfully mine. Have you managed to find any of the other bastards my brother sired with the information I gave you? The Maester swallowed. I sent a raven to the Eyrie, demanding the surrendering of Maya Stone. However, no response has been given. Gendry and Bera are both in Winterfell. There were tales that Lady Knox identified a young boy to be Robert's son and intended on presenting him to Lord Knox for training. However, after the Starks fled, the boy and his mother were killed by the Inquisitors. I have located a girl named Bella Rivers hailing from the Stony September. Her description matches the Baratheon line, and her birth aligns with the time your brother spent in the Stony September during the rebellion. I have also found a set of twins, Hans and Gret, in the Crownlands born of a whore who left King's Landing some years ago. Good, Stannis nodded. Melisandre has discovered my brother fathered 6 and 10 bastard children. We have identified 8. I want the other 8 found and brought here to Dragonstone. It might have been a trick of the light, but Davos could have sworn he saw Melisandre grin at hearing this. But it vanished so quickly that he was sure it was just his imagination. Rising to his feet, prompting all of them to do as well, Stannis held out his hand to help his queen to her feet. You all have your duties. See to them. Dismissed. Waiting until his grace departed, Davos let out a huff and avoided everyone else as he turned and began ascending the steps up the stone drum towards the uppermost room. Arriving at the top of the winding stairs and having to stop a moment to catch his breath, Davos immediately saw his goal. A single room with 4 men of House Baratheon standing guard outside. The guards all recognized him, and none stopped him as he calmly walked forward and entered the room. Within the room, he was immediately greeted with the sounds of a light song being sung in a child's voice. Sitting in a chair near the window that overlooked the harbor was Shireen Baratheon. However much his grace and the Red Priestess might diminish or slander the accomplishments of the sorcerer, Davos could only see the good whenever he looked at the princess. Her face was almost completely free of any blemishes from her ordeal with grayscale. And more than that, she held herself with a grace and confidence that had certainly not been there before she left to study under the sorcerer. Sir Davos, my only friend. Davos wanted to sigh and win CE. Ever since she'd arrived moons ago, letter in hand from Robert demanding Stannis' immediate return to King's Landing to explain his recent inactions, the princess had been a captive in all but name. With no one, not even her mother and father coming to her. The Red Priestess had done something to keep her from using her strange powers. And they had even confiscated the princess's blade, her lightsaber she called it. The blade had been given to the maesters by Stannis with orders to unravel its secrets. But neither the man, nor even the Red Priestess, could understand just how the blade functioned. And they'd been quite thorough in there, dismantling off the incredible weapon to find those secrets. I am not your only friend, princess, Sir Davos stated, walking forward towards the small table that had a Sivas game set up. Sitting down on one side of the table, he waited for the princess to join him. I am not a princess, Sir Davos, Shireen sighed, getting up from where she was gazing out over the harbor to join him. Sighing, Davos began setting up his side of the board. Your father is king. That makes you a princess, your grace. Shireen set up her pieces in less than half the time it took Davos. And what makes a king, Sir Davos? Shireen asked, raising the partition that separated the 2 sides of the board. Frowning, Davos took his time looking over the board before moving his trebuchet. He knew from experience just how good the young princess was at this game. So, if he didn't concentrate, she would obliterate him. Again. For the 20th time in a row. King Robert had no true-born children, making your father his heir. Now that King Robert has died, King Stannis is the rightful king of the 7 kingdoms, Sir Davos responded. Barely glancing at the board, Shireen moved her light horse in response. An heir who left his brother alone and ignored his demands to return knowing full well that he was in danger. And now a king who believes that everyone should kneel to him simply because he has a piece of metal on his head and who is actively planning on overthrowing the only faiths that been known in the land for millennia in favor of another. And a father who has ignored his daughter simply because he is now expecting the son he always wanted. Sighing, Davos moved his dragon forward to reinforce some of his other pieces. Your father is an honorable and just man, princess. Aye, he is. But he is those things to a fault. Shireen countered, moving her archers to counter his dragon. Yet even my honorable and just father is not immune to the draw of power. Make no mistake, Sir Davos. My father is playing the great game. He, and possibly even Jonaran, figured out that King Robert's children were not his. Instead of bringing forth the suspicion after Jonaran's death, my father hid here on Dragonstone. Leaving my royal uncle to the mercy of Lannisters. He was hoping that Robert would die. Only the moment after King Robert breathed his last, my father put forth his suspicions and announced he was the rightful king. Those who hate the Lannisters will believe him. Those who hate my father will call him a liar. Those who favor neither will wait until they can be offered something to sway them to their side. This is why my father will fail to claim the Iron Throne. His honor and just nature makes him believe that all men will abide by the law and that they will thus believe his tale regarding Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen. And because of that, he is unwilling to try and sway those whose loyalty belongs to neither the Lannisters nor the Baratheons. And that is game, Sir Davos. Blinking, Davos looked down at the board. He'd been so enthralled by her speech that he'd almost fully neglected the game between them. And she had completely outmaneuvered him to the point where he had no choice but to concede. You speak true, princess. But it doesn't change the fact that your father is the rightful king of Westeros by blood. The rightful king he may be. But a king who is unwilling or unable to compromise with those who serve him does not remain a king for long. Shireen sighed. Tell me, Davos. What do you know of the faith of Arhillar? Davos blinked at the sudden change from the princess. I tend to try and avoid matters of the faith, princess. The princess nodded. I understand. However, Master Knox ensured that all of us learned about the different faiths across Westeros and even parts of Essos. You can often understand much about a culture by learning about their religion. And the faith of Arhillar is brutal, to say it lightly. They believe heavily in purification and sacrifice through fire. Much as how many in the faith of the old gods would hang the entrails from the weirwoods as an offering to the old gods, the faithful of Arhillar will burn their offerings to their god. Items of importance. Animals. Even people. While this isn't unheard of with other religions, just look at the faith of the drowned god. The priest and priestess of the red god believe that the more powerful an individual is, the more their offering will please their god. Those who carry noble blood, or king's blood if you will, when sacrificed will greatly please the red god and will increase the chance of the god granting your request. Davos knew that the princess was speaking the truth. As ugly as it was the truth. It's a vile practice, princess. Indeed, though not without merits, Shireen muttered quietly. Master Knox has informed us of some of the darker aspects of the Force. Sacrifices can empower certain darker rituals with the Force. I tell you this not to say that I would do this but point out that the idea is not without merit. My father is gathering my late uncle's bastard children, is he not? Davos didn't like the fact that the sorcerer had told the princess such things during his teachings. But he supposed it was no different than the Red Priestess preaching. He is, princess. Several have been found and are being brought to Dragonstone to keep them safe from the Lannisters. Is that what my father has told you, or what you have assumed? The princess asked, which made Davos frown as he tried to recall his grace's words when he ordered everyone to find and collect the late King Robert's bastard children. But he couldn't recall exactly why his king wanted them. Melisandre has already convinced my father to sacrifice the effigies of the 7 and other valuables to the flames. And according to the faith of Arhillar, there is great power in the blood of kings. Will you still stand by and accept my father's reign when he starts offering up my bastard cousins to the flames in the name of a foreign faith? And if they don't have the desired effect? Will you stand by and do nothing as my father escalates his fanaticism and eventually offers up me to the flames? He would never, princess, Davos responded immediately. King Stannis might have changed since the arrival of the Red Priestess. But he knew his king. Stannis was a good man. A just man. He would never allow innocents to be sacrificed, let alone his own daughter. With my brother growing in my mother's womb, I am merely a spare. A damaged, defective spare who has been corrupted by the northern sorcerer. The only worth I had to my father now was my hand in marriage to form an political alliance. But now with his conversion and the Red Priestess's condemnation, that worth has been reduced to near nothing. No. The only use I would serve to my father now would be as a sacrifice to the red god he now owes his allegiance to. That won't happen, princess. And if it should come to pass, Sir Davos, what will you do? Will you follow my father as you have always done as his most leal bannerman? Or will you stand for what is right? Davos didn't answer. By the gods, or the Force, or whoever or whatever was out there, he hoped that such a day would never come to pass. Standing atop the gatehouse tower of Moat Cailin, Jon Stark looked out over the sea of tents laid out north of the moat. Nearly 30,000 fighting men and women of the north, another 5,000 free folk, and 2,000 Dornish. 37,000 able to fight, with another 10,000 in camp followers. Nearly 50,000 in all. More men than Jon had ever seen at once. Even his short time north of the wall when they treated with Mance Rayder couldn't compare. And yet despite the impressive number, they still numbered perhaps half that of the force coming at them. Even less so should the other kingdoms of the south join in with this farce. They won't stop, Jon thought, resting his forearms against the cold stone of the tower. For millennia, the Andals have tried again and again to eradicate the last bastion of the faith of the first men. The only time they stopped was when the dragons came and united the 7 kingdoms and put an end to their attempts. But now, that fucking idiot Joffrey has unleashed them. And now with the backing of a king who can call on all the banners of the south. They won't relent until they have what they want. Or they're all dead. You are brooding again, Jon Stark. If you continue to do so, those lines will be etched upon your pretty face far before their time. Feeling his heart skip a beat, Jon twisted his neck just enough to see Arianne Martell, his betrothed, standing just behind him. For not the first time, he wondered just how he had been so blessed to have somehow gained the affection of not just one, but two beauties that could scarcely be contended with. Ygritte, her beauty and fiery nature as wild as the land from which she hailed. And Arianne, the picture of cool elegance, grace, and sophistication. Both beauties were far beyond what he thought he could have. Yet both had not only chosen him but had also decided to have him together. Something he would never ever complain about. And if he did, he would want someone to kill him for his stupidity. Jon nodded. Father often said I brooded too much. And Master Knox has often berated me for brooding too much. The past cannot be changed. We can only focus on the here and now and the future we aim to create. Wise words, Arianne nodded, coming up and standing beside him, observing the sea of tents with him. The council your brother has called for will begin soon. Tormund Giantsbane has been chosen to sit as a representative of the free folk during the discussion. And my uncle and I will be there as well to represent Dorne's interests in this war. Jon nodded, a feeling of unease swelling within him. Something strange is gonna happen. Something momentous. But I don't know what. Arianne scoffed. Of course, something momentous will. It's a meeting to decide the course we take in this war. Regardless of how many may look at it, this night could very well decide the future of Westeros as a whole. Jon nodded. He knew that very well. And that was what he feared. The course of the North, and Dorne, would be decided tonight. They would not kneel to the demands of Joffrey. Not now after he called an exalted march on the faith of the old gods and the Force. Which meant they had two paths before them. The North declaring their independence, which would also prompt Dorne to perhaps do the same. Or reaffirm their loyalty to the Iron Throne, without Joffrey sitting upon it. And it was the second option that scared him. There were options for kings outside of Joffrey. Like Tommen or, hells, even Stannis and Renly. But there was also another option. Him, the son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark. And the prospect that he might be sitting upon the Iron Throne scared him shitless. Arianne's warm hand slid into his own. No matter what the future holds, Jon. We will face it together. Gripping her hand tightly, Jon gave her a curt nod before casting one last glance at the sea of tents laid out below before turning and heading back into the tower and towards the main hall. Entering the hall, Jon realized that they were two of the last to enter. Dozens of lords of the north were already seated, which included his brother and good sister who were sitting at the head table. Lord Knox occupied the seat directly to Rob's right. And an empty seat to the left of Talisa, who was currently conversing with Ygritte, who was sitting next to the empty seat and looking mightily uncomfortable. As she usually did during formal feasts. Giving his hand one last squeeze for support, Arianne left his side and made her way towards Prince Oberyn, who had been given a place of honor at the high table as well. Quietly making his way across the hall, Jon took the seat near his brother. Rob gave him a quick nod. He's nervous, Jon realized. Despite his brother appearing completely stoic, Jon knew Rob enough to recognize the signs. He held out against Tywin Lannister for days and sent the old lion running. And he's nervous. Food and drink were set out on the tables, and quickly enough the various lords were feasting and drinking their fill while talk of the war and next steps were thrown out for now. There were no actual plans being made. It was more men trying to prove why they should be entrusted with one role or another over a different lord. You want me in the van, Great Jon Umber rumbled, his eyes alight with the possibility of a good fight as he used his still good arm to drink an entire horn of ale in a single go. I've been making corpses of men since you were still in your father's balls. I doubt any, besides the sorcerer and viper there, can say they've killed more than me. We don't even know if there will be a van, Umber, the young Lord Karstark called out. The young wolf of the north sent the old lion running with his tail tucked firmly between his legs. We have the moat and the might of the north supporting her. What need we fear of the south to go chasing after them? Lest you forget, Lord Karstark, but my sisters and Lord Knox's own wife are still in the south, Rob countered, a hard look in his eye. The Lannisters and Baratheons may not have their hands on them. But each day they stay in the south is another day the noose around their necks become tighter. And your father, the Ned is still in King's Landing, Lord Wool called out from near the back of the hall. We lost old Rickard and young Brandon to that fucking city. We won't lose the Ned to it as well. Lord Stark is no longer captive of the Iron Throne. Lord Knox's voice was calm and quiet, but it carried through the hall and silenced all who were talking. While the northern retinue was rooted, giving my wife, Sansa, Arya, and Jane the chance to escape, I was able to divert some of the agents Ned and I had stationed in Pentos to King's Landing. They successfully managed to infiltrate the Red Keep and extract Ned Stark from the city. They are now en route to Braavos. Smart, Sorcerer, like always, Prince Oberyn complimented before the northern lords could voice their objections to Lord Stark not immediately returning to them. Smart? Lord Umber echoed, his eyes narrowing towards Knox. I will never doubt ye, Sorcerer. But Ned is Lord Stark. He needs to be with us. Not in Bravos. My father is doing what he needs to do, Robb countered, his voice hard. Their father always told him that while the lords and ladies of the North were loyal to a fault, you could not be soft with them. The North stands alone in this fight. Dorne has offered their aid, but they are as far from us as you can be while still being on Westeros. And should all of the South unite as one, which my sisters and Lady Knox are working on trying to prevent, then they will easily outnumber any number we can manage, at least 6 to 1 if not greater. My father intends to enlist the aid of sellswords. While not ideal, their numbers will bolster our own and give us a far better chance against the Southerners. And as the Lord of the North, my father's word will carry far more weight with any sellsword company than a messenger ever could. My father will return to our soil once he has secured more men. Until then, I will act in my father's stead just as I already have been. Then how shall we proceed, Lord Robb? Lord Flint asked, leaning forward and steepling his fingers before his face. I am no craven. But while I agree that we need to secure your sisters and Lady Knox and see them safely return to the North, I feel that Lord Karstark's suggestion has merit. Would it not be better to send a few leal men to find them and bring them back? Surely it would be easy for a small force to search for them while the remainder of our forces strengthen the moat to repel this exalted march. Fucking craven, Flint. If you're too scared to fight the Southerners, just man up and fucking say it. Great Jan yelled, all but jumping to his feet. 6 to 1, 10 to 1, it won't fucking matter what numbers the Southerners gather. We will kill them all and throw them back on their asses just as we have done every time the Andals decide to try and fuck over the North. Lord Flint immediately jumped to his own defense, with Lord Karstark trying to throw in his own opinion again as Lord Umber, now backed by the Hill tribes and Mormonts, demanded that they head south right now and destroy the retreating lion instead of reinforcing their position at the moat. The yelling escalated, as it often did when the lords and ladies of the North gathered. Soon enough, the entire hall was embroiled almost to the point of launching into a full-out brawl. That was until Robb stood up and raised both hands. Half the heavy tables in the room rose to near chest height before Robb turned his hands, palms facing downwards, and the tables slammed back down to the ground with enough force to crack the wooden legs on most, and outright breaking them on others. You will all be silent. Robb growled, his eyes yellow as all shouting in the hall quieted. You are acting like a pack of rabid dogs, not wolves of the North. The lords and ladies, properly chastised, returned to their seats while Robb remained on his feet. Karstark and Flint have the right of it. We could have Lord Knox head south with a few leal men and secure my sisters and his wife in little time at all. But then what happens? The South will keep throwing everything they have at us until either us or them are dead to the man. And, lest you all forget, this war is but a prelude to what is to come. You all know full well what is stirring north of the wall. Say we reinforce Moat Cailin and fight the South to the last man. What happens when the walkers finally come south? Who will stop them? Without the aid of the North, the wall will fall. And without the aid of the South, the North will fall. And should the North fall to the cold of the White Walkers, then so too shall the rest of the realm. The reminder of the war to come was a chilling one that rendered even the boisterous Great Jan silent. Then what is your plan, my lord? Lord Waylee Manderley questioned. Robb didn't retake his seat. This farce of an exalted march needs to end. And the only way that will happen is if the one who's sitting upon the Iron Throne puts the collar back on the faith. Joffrey is a cruel bastard, Lord Stark, Prince Oberyn said calmly. I have met many men in my time from all over the realm, Essos, and even the Summer Isles. I know a bloodthirsty fool when I see them. Joffrey is the worst I have ever seen. He is merely using the faith to satisfy his bloodlust. And now that he's unleashed them, he will not recall them. There are more options than just that golden-haired shit, Lord Glover stated. The second Prince Tommen is young, but there have been younger kings than he. And Stannis and Renly have both fled King's Landing. Perhaps both intend to make a claim for the throne as well? Perhaps we could court one of them and offer our backing in return for annulling the exalted march. Muttering broke out again, and the lump that had been forming in Jon's chest rose into his throat. He tried meeting his brother's eyes, almost wanting to beg him not to say anything towards him. But Robb wouldn't even look his way. As the bantering continued, the Great Jan once again rose to his feet, his mere size demanding all attention. Bah, fuck those southern kings. Stannis hid on Dragonstone, leaving Ned and Lady Knox alone with the vipers of King's Landing. Renly ran like a fucking coward with his tail between his legs. And I won't kneel to some greenbowie. No, why the fuck should we listen to those southern pricks any longer? It was the dragons we kneeled to. Not the stags or lions. And the dragons are gone. We of the North know only one king. The king whose name is Stark. The kings of winter. And only to them will my knee fucking bend. Hail to the king Ed. Hold, Lord Umber. Robb called out, raising his hand. Jon's heart had been beating wildly. If his father was named king, then Robb would be the heir and there would be no need for Jon's claim to be known. But the moment his brother stopped Lord Umber, the fear and knot in his gut returned full force. Robb spared him a single pitying glance, and Jon wanted to stand up and beg him not to do what he knew was about to happen. Taking a breath, Robb looked around the room of assembled lords and ladies. I appreciate the sentiment, Lord Umber, and I know my father would as well. But neither I nor my father will take the Iron Throne. Our place is in the north. In Winterfell. The Great Jon did not look pleased. Then who would you bend the knee to? The stags that used us and forgot us? Or the lions that want to fuck us over? Neither. Robb's one-word answer drew several looks, and Jon fought to sit still and not try and disappear from the hall. You are right, Lord Umber. Since the time before the dragons, the North knew no king but the king whose name was Stark. And it is only to a Stark that I shall bend the knee to. One who has the blood of the North and a claim on the Iron Throne. My brother, in all but blood, Jaehaerys Stark. The son of Lyanna Stark by way of Rhaegar Targaryen and the second son of Elia Martell. The man you all know as Jon Stark, the White Wolf of the North. It is to him that I would gladly bend the knee. The hall went so silent that Jon was sure one could hear a piece of straw hit the ground. What in the hells are you talking about? The Great Jon bellowed, the large man thoroughly confused for the first time Jon could ever remember. The White Wolf of the North is a fucking accursed dragon spawn. Jon didn't know why, but the insult struck something deep within him. A dragon spawn? He asked. His voice soft yet clearly heard as every eye in the hall went to him as he rose to his feet. My mother was Lyanna Stark. She was enamored with Elia Martell and because of that she was beguiled by Rhaegar Targaryen who promised her a way out of her engagement to Robert Baratheon. Which any in this hall who knew my mother would know that was something she desired more than anything. But despite being sired by Rhaegar Targaryen, he is not my father. My father is Eddard Stark. The man who shamed his name by claiming me his bastard son to protect me from the likes of Robert Baratheon and Tywin Lannister. I am a son of the North. I know the cold of winter. I have feasted with all of you. Fought and bled with all of you. I went with Lord Nox to the heart of Valyria and buried a lightsaber into the skull of a dragon. Call me what you will, Lord Umber. But do not mistake me for a mere dragon spawn. I am a son of the North. Lord Umber's face was going back and forth between red and white as Jon spoke. No one else spoke for some time until Lady Mormont laughed out loud. Fucking hells. Yeah, this boy is Lyanna's all right. I swear I could hear her speaking through his lips just now. Gods be good, Ned fucking fooled us all. Never thought he had it in him. Ha. Ned pulled the wool over all of our eyes for years, Wayley Manderly nodded, his eyes gazing at Jon appraisingly. But the lad is right. Rhaegar might have sired him, but it was the Starks who raised him. He's not just a dragon, he's a dragon with the heart of a wolf. And he is a man I would fight to see sitting upon the Iron Throne. The lad has the heart of a Northman and the look of one, but that is also a problem, Lord Glover remark had a small amount of bite as he gazed hard at Jon. While I trust the word of Lord Stark. How do we know that, Jaehaerys Stark is who you claim him to be? Jon was about to reply when he felt a presence just beyond the hall. With a bang, the doors to the hall flung open. Ghost stood there in the doorway, lightly shaking his head after having used it to knock them open. After quickly recomposing himself, his massive direwolf marched into the hall, almost strutting with pride. His passage through the central aisle of the hall brought with it an increasing number of murmurs and curses as men knocked over tables and chairs to get out of his path. Or rather, they were making way for the dog-sized creature sitting atop Ghost's back. Reaching his side, Ghost sat on his hind legs, his tongue hanging out the side of his mouth in amusement as Archon spread his wings and hopped from Ghost's back onto Jon's arm before using its claws to find a perch atop Jon's shoulders. The young dragon's growth had accelerated unbelievably since their return from beyond the wall. Why, Jon did not know. But where he was once able to fit within the confines of Ygritte's robes. He now sat like a cat across Jon's shoulders with his wings nearly able to touch the floor on either side of him. Reaching up, Jon gently scratched at the underside of Archon's serpentine head. The young dragon almost purred in response as its eyes closed, enjoying the attention and the fact that he was no longer confined to Jon's room. I believe that, Lord Glover, is all the proof that we will need of Jaehaerys' parentage. Lord Reed replied calmly, the Lord of the Cranagman being one of the few who did not move from his seat even as Ghost and Archon made their entrance. The Great Jon's chair scraped across the ground as the giant of a man shot to his feet, his eyes alight with rage. You expect us to bow once again to the dragons? Jon felt anger boil within him. Beside him, Ghost growled and on his shoulders Archon hissed. I never wanted the Iron Throne, Lord Umber, Jon said calmly, but with as much steel as he could. Robert Baratheon won the Iron Throne by right of conquest. And had the next generation proven themselves worthy, I would have lived the rest of my life content amongst my brethren in the north or with my love in Dorne. But the fact remains that the Baratheon reign fell to pieces the moment Robert Baratheon's heart stopped beating. Joffrey has proven himself no friend of the North. No, he screamed to all the realm with this exalted march of his that he is in fact an enemy of the North and the old ways. Stannis, instead of helping his brother or my father, hid on Dragonstone. And as for Renly, the moment things were not going his way he fled like a coward with his tail between his legs. None of them are worthy of the Iron Throne. While I may not want the throne, I will take it to bring peace back to the land and to protect those I consider my brethren. Jon held his breath as he waited for a reaction to his proclamation. Amazingly enough, the first to speak was perhaps the last he expected as Lady Val Norfolk gracefully rose to her feet. In the far north, chieftains are not chosen by who fucked their mother, but rather by their own actions. You know the truth of the North. You know the cold. You have fought, bled, bedded, pissed and shat with all of us here. I don't know anything about those Baratheon fucks, and I don't care. However, I do know you, Jon, or Jaehaerys Stark. And you are a chieftain I would kneel to. Walking up next to Robb, Val gave his brother a passing glance before slowly going to a knee before Jon. The great Jon scoffed, then laughed. It is known in the North that we know no king, save the king in the North whose name is Stark. If we can't have a Stark king in the North, then we might as well have a Stark king from the North. The last of his words echoed like a battle cry as the giant of a man stepped forward and took a knee beside Val. With those two having opened the gates, the rest of the lords and ladies of the North quickly voiced their agreement, raising their fists and loudly proclaiming him the king from the North. Then another stepped forward, his head down slightly and with none of the usual confidence Jon was used to seeing from him. Biting his lip, Theon glanced around nervously before locking eyes with Jon. Well, we've had our differences, Joe your grace. I know I've been a right arse to you in the past, but I still thought of you and Robb as my brothers. Am I still your brother? Jon kept his eyes on Theon. Theon. We've had our differences, but I still think of you as a brother. Theon's lips twitched as he knelt. Then I follow you as well, your grace. As a friend and brother. The next to step forward was Prince Oberyn, with Arianne at his side. Together, the two stood next to Robb, leaving only the three of them still standing. King Jaehaerys Stark, Oberyn began, a smirk playing on his face. Do you intend to honor your word to my niece? Jon didn't hesitate. I am a man of my word. She is mine. And I am hers. His smirk growing wider, Oberyn nudged Arianne forward. With a smirk and a sway of her hips, Arianne proudly walked forward till she was standing next to Jon. Pausing, Arianne took a moment to pull Ygritte to her feet and place her on Jon's left before she took her place on Jon's right. Then, with a deliberate slowness, Arianne raised her hand and gently scratched at the scale under Archon's jaw. The young dragon's eyes closed and leaned its head further into her warm touch. Then Dorn will be yours, Oberyn called out loudly, taking a knee. Dorn stands, unbowed and unbroken with King Jaehaerys Stark and our future queen, Arianne Martell. Taking his lightsaber off his hip, Robb ignited his blue blade and raised it high. All hail the king and queen. King Jaehaerys Stark and Queen Arianne Martell. Hail the king from the north and the queen from the south. Children of fire and ice. The roar from the crowd was almost deafening as every voice in the hall echoed Robb's proclamation. Rising to the feet and drawing their blades and holding them high as they did. Swallowing, Jon unconsciously reached out with his hands for both Arianne and Ygritte. Holding their hands gave him the strength to stay standing as Ghost tilted his head back and howled while Archon's snake-like head went up, the dragon giving off a roar of his own. The only one who was not cheering was Master Nox, who, while standing, was towards the back of the hall. When the two met eyes, all Master Nox did was give him a nod before raising his glass in a toast to the new king of Westeros. Walking down the corridors of Highgarden, Margaery couldn't slow her heart from beating away in her chest. Ever since her father had proclaimed that they would join with Joffrey, things around Highgarden had changed. Her father was still the same loving man he always was with his children, but he had grown a hard edge that had never been present before. Not even her grandmother could change her father from this course. Every time the conversation was presented, a dark look crossed over her father's face, and he immediately rejected the idea, saying that this course they were now on would be the one to lead House Tyrell to a prosperity unlike ever before. Ever since that day, the men of House Tyrell had been preparing for war. Men drilled in the yard daily. The fires in the forges were lit day and night as the smiths hammered out every piece of steel they could get their hands on into arms and armor. Every crop that could be harvested was so in preparation for the long march ahead. And while the preparation for war was expected, it was the ever-increasing presence of the faith that truly put her ill at ease. Where there was once one septa or septon, there were now at least half a dozen. Even she was not free from this as she now had a dedicated septa shadowing her every step. Their increase in number ensured that there was no place in all of Highgarden that was not being flooded with the sounds of septons and septas preaching the gospel of the seven, and the faith had been growing bolder by the day. Small folk who refused service were publicly flogged by the faith. The brothels were shut down and the women who'd worked there were all branded on their faces to let all know of their past. refusal to offer tribute or tithe to the faith, and you were put in the stocks and shamed. And despite her family's protests to their father, the Lord of Highgarden was doing nothing to discourage these acts. If anything, he seemed to be encouraging them. The only thing that brought her any hope was the fact that she and her brothers managed to get Myra out of Highgarden before things got too bad. And she could only hope that Myra and the few men with her managed to intercept Renly and Loras before they arrived. No time to worry about that now, she thought as she made her way out into the courtyard. Father summoned us all to the main yard. No doubt another of our bannermen have arrived to discuss war preparations. And for all of us to be summoned, it must be either Lord Tarly or Lord Hightower. Walking out into the yard, she felt her heart drop. A group of a dozen riders were dismounting before her father. All of whom she recognized as men of House Tyrell. Though the two at the front drew her attention the most. For the two leading these men and who were now graciously greeting her father were none other than her brother Loras and Lord Renly Baratheon. Oh no, did Myra and those sent with her get captured? No, I can't think like that. They must have taken another road away from Highgarden. Yes, that must be it. Renly and Loras would have ridden the Rose Road, and Myra would have been wise to avoid the main road. Renly met eyes with her and the man smiled warmly as his eyes traveled up and down her person. But the look he was giving her was different than the ones she was used to. She knew that she was beautiful. And not just because she was of noble birth. Men, and even women, praised her beauty from the northern reaches of Dorne to the farthest reaches of the north. And she was used to the lustful stares of men. Yet with Renly, he did not stare at her with lust. Nor was his gaze one of a man staring at the woman he loved. But rather, he was staring at her as if she were a painting or an expensive piece of jewelry. Ah, the Rose of Highgarden, Renly proclaimed loudly, stepping forward and gracefully taking her hand and placing a chaste kiss to the back of it. Your beauty has grown like a rose in spring, my lady. A true testament to the beauty of both House Tyrell and the Reach. Indeed, the maiden herself has blessed you in her image. A woman fit to be the true queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Margaery wanted to win CE. Renly had approached them expecting roses, but instead had walked willingly, if unknowingly, into a thicket of thorns. And there was no backing out for him now without spilling his own blood. Indeed she is. Her father smiled widely, gesturing for her to come forward. And we are grateful that the king's uncle decided to personally come to Highgarden to escort the future queen and betrothed of King Joffrey Baratheon the Blessed to King's Landing for her wedding and coronation. Renly's smile fell as he then realized just what was going on, and he wasn't the only one. Loras looked as equally confused as dread slowly crept up his face. Father, what are you? And to show our devotion to the cause of King Joffrey Baratheon the Blessed and our commitment to the faith of the Seven, I have prepared a demonstration, her father continued joyfully, rather blatantly ignoring his son's question and rising alarm. Please, this way. Her father didn't give any of them time to respond before he turned on his heel and quickly walked towards one of the side yards that was sheltered by high walls. Sharing a confused look with her brothers Willis and Garland, Margaery slowly followed their father with Renly and Loras following them. No doubt more so from the fact that they were both being closely followed by 6 men of House Tyrell who had their hands resting on their swords. Entering the yard, the first thing that caught Margaery's eyes was the large pond that had been dug into the center of the yard. The pond wasn't what was strange though. It'd been in Highgarden since the time of the gardeners. No. What was strange was the fact that a large wooden pole that was connected to a levering system manned by 4 men had been constructed near the pond's edge, and one end of the long pole was deeply submerged in the pond. When they were all in the yard, her father motioned towards the men manning the lever system. She wanted to scream when the pole was raised from the water's depths. A heavy chair had been attached to the end of the pole in the water. And on the chair, held in place with heavy chains, was the heavily beaten and bloodied form of Myra Forrester. Margaery involuntarily took a step forward, but a hand grabbed her wrist and stopped her. Looking down, she saw it was Willis. She made to yell at him, but he subtly shook his head. He was clearly just as confused, concerned, and disturbed. But he at least recognized that there was nothing that they could do. So, she reluctantly held her ground and could only stare in fear and sorrow as her friend vomited a mixture of blood and water. This northern whore wooed her way into our house through my daughter and sought to usurp the faith of our house, her father explained, waving his hands towards her. She was imprisoned when the call for the exalted march reached us. But through a combination of sorcery and a giving of her own body, she beguiled several of our men to help her escape. But the 7 have shown their favor on our course, having given me a vision of her escape. So, I had men ready to capture her again. The men she beguiled were unfortunately too far under her thraldom and thus were put to death after being thoroughly questioned on how many more she might have enthralled. Her father gave her and her brothers a hard look at this. He knew. He knew that they were the ones who helped her escape. And he had silenced all who knew about it. But what to do with this sorceress whore? Her father continued musingly. The 7 teach that no one is beyond repentance and redemption. But it must be earned. So, with the agreement of the faith, it was decided that Myra Forrester would endure the 7 hells for 7 days. Which she has done. And now she will be offered repentance and release. Or if she still holds to the heathen belief of the old gods and refuses the one true faith. Her father left it unsaid, but one of the men came forward and threw a length of rope over one of the thicker tree branches. Working in unison, the men manipulated the poles so that Myra was brought to dry land before setting her down. Removing the chains, the men roughly grabbed her and threw her out of the chair. Myra promptly collapsed, still gasping for breath and shaking almost violently. "My dear daughter," her father called out for her, beckoning her forward. "I know you have a soft heart of a woman, and, despite her heathen nature, you have some attachment to her. Therefore, I will give you this one chance to redeem this whore and have her repent and recognize the truth of the faith." Her shoes felt as if they were weighted with steel. But she forced herself to walk forward towards the still twitching and gasping form of her dearest friend. Reaching Myra, Margaery all but collapsed at her friend's side. Not caring about the blood and water, Margaery grasped her friend and buried her face into Myra's shoulder. She wanted to wail as Myra gasped and screamed in pain at her touch. The marks of her torture had been covered by the white dress she'd been wearing. But now, being so close, Margaery could see that the torturers of Highgarden had spared no expense while working on her. "Myra," she cried lowly, tears falling down her face as she kept her voice low so only the two could hear her words. "I'm so sorry. This was never supposed to happen. Please. Please, say the words. They are only words. The gods of the north will understand. Please, say them. And this. And I will protect you. I swear it." Myra's eyes opened, or rather, one eye opened. For the other was gone, ripped from her friend's head. Is this, worth, your, crown, Marge? Only through the admission of heathenistic ways and acceptance of the true faith of the 7 can you be spared, unfortunate child. Reject the false gods of the north and the first men. Accept the truth of the 7 who are one. And you shall find redemption for your sins and your place within the peaceful realm of the 7. Margaery turned a hateful glare at the Septon of Highgarden, a man who she had known her whole life. She wanted to scream at him. To tell him to go fuck himself. But her words stilled as Myra's hand touched her shoulder. Slowly, and in pain, Myra rose to her feet. Her friend clutched at her wounded body, shaking from the cold of the water and the pain of the torture she'd been forced to endure. Raising her head, Myra's one good eye stared the Septon full on. Then with one jerky movement, she spat. A huge wad of spittle mixed with blood flying from her lips and coating the Septon's face. "I am a woman of the north. Iron from ice, for the north, remembers." Margaery wanted to break down right there as she watched the strength of her friend stare death in the face, and spitting on it. The Septon glared at her before angrily pulling out a cloth and wiping his face. "Then your soul is forever damned. And the past 7 days shall be your eternity." As the Septon moved away, the men of House Tyrell roughly grabbed Myra by the arms and dragged her back towards the tree. Margaery did not have the strength to do anything more than stay on the ground, tears falling down her face as she watched, powerless, as the noose was tightened around her friend's neck. Then, with nary a word of condolence, the men pulled on the other end of the rope. Myra rose into the air, her hands clutching at the rope around her neck as she gasped, slowly, painfully. Her body twitching as she fought for breath that was denied. This wasn't the first execution Margaery had witnessed. But when it came to hanging, it was always with the criminals being dropped from gallows to break their neck. This was just killing with the intent to cause as much pain as possible before death. She wanted to look away. To run and hide. But she could not. She would not. She would not dishonor her friend's death by running away. So, she forced herself to stay. To watch as Myra's face turned blue as her struggles lessened until they stopped completely. "And thus ends this whore who thought she could beguile House Tyrell," her father proclaimed loudly and proudly, much to the cheers of those around them. Men and women who all knew, who were all friends, or rather had been friends, with Myra. "Now, Lord Renly. You are here to escort my daughter to King's Landing, are you not? I have heard some disturbing rumors regarding your intent on coming here. And I do so hope that they are indeed just that, rumors." Margaery didn't care to hear his response. Her world had gone blank and soundless. She was helpless to do little more than walk through the rest of her day as if she were a puppet on strings. It was only after night had fallen and she was back within her chambers, with her now ever-present Septa standing watch at the door, that the strings holding her upright were finally cut. She'd managed to make it to her bedside before it happened. And the cause of her breaking was when she opened the topmost drawer of the bedside table and saw the small dagger that laid within. A dagger forged of that rare northern steel with a handle engraved with golden roses. A gift from Myra on her last name day. Clutching the dagger to her chest, Margaery wailed with grief as the loss of her friend caught up with her. She vaguely heard her door opening, no doubt her Septa coming to check what the commotion was. But she paid the woman no heed as she let her grief over the loss of Myra run its course. She had no idea how long she laid on her bed crying, but eventually she had no more tears to shed and all she was doing was laying on her side, her pointer finger delicately tracing the patterns on the dagger's grip. Hearing a commotion coming from her balcony, Margaery raised her head. It wasn't just a commotion. She could recognize the voices, her brothers, Willis and Garland. Both were talking urgently and quietly enough to not be overheard, but loud enough that she could hear them. Rising from her bed, she slowly made her way to her balcony, staying back just enough not to be seen by her brothers who were standing on the balcony attached to Garland's room. "Do this, brother. There won't be any going back," Willis urged, his voice barely above a whisper. "I don't care, Willis," Garland whispered back just as harshly. "You damn well saw just how fucking far father has gone today. Fucking hells, all I can think about is seeing Cersei like that. Or her daughters. Or my son. None of them follow the seven. I can't, Willis. I can't. I won't stand for this farce any longer. I know where I belong, and it's not here. Not anymore. Garland, we must be united. We are the only ones who stand a chance of ending this war peacefully. Once we're in King's Landing and Margaery is queen, we can convince Joffrey to end this war in." "And what if you can't, Willis?" Garland asked, which brought both Willis and Margaery up short. She knew the plan was to convince Joffrey to cease this war and make peace with the North. But what if they couldn't? Will you stand idly by and go with grandmother's grand plan as Sansa is tortured for days on end? I know she's still barely a woman, but I know that you care for her, and she is still your betrothed. Will you stand by and do nothing as she screams and begs? What about all the others who will be unjustly brutalized before then? Will you stand for it simply because they are nameless souls you don't know? I can't, brother. I can't do this anymore." Willis was silent for a long time. "Take only silver, brother. Gold will attract too much attention. You'll have to take just a simple brigandine. Anything fancy will make you stick out as well. And take 2 of the older horses. Avoid the Rose Road. Stay to the Ocean Road till you're further north but avoid following the Gold Road east. And we'll pen a letter to House Stark for you to carry as well. We need to let them know of our plans and the peace we hope to achieve." Treachery. Blasphemy. Blinking, Margaery turned. Standing just behind her was her septa. The blasted woman had heard every word Garland and Willis had spoken. "We must inform your father and the Septon about your brother's triage." Her words ended in a gurgle of blood. Margaery hadn't even been aware of her actions, but she had drawn the dagger in her hand and moved without thought. The strong northern steel cut through the septa's throat as if it were warm butter. Margaery was so shocked by her actions that she could do little more than watch as the septa clutched at her throat before stumbling forward and falling headfirst off her balcony and down to the hard stone walkway below. Acting fast, Margaery quickly divested herself of her bloodied clothes, hiding them beneath her bed before grabbing a fresh night slip and pulling it on. Opening the drawer to her bedside table, Margaery stared at the dagger in her hand. "This war will end. One way or another. We will try grandmother's way and try to convince Joffrey to make peace with the North. But if he does not, then I will do what must be done. No matter the consequences." Pressing his gauntlet knuckles against the wooden table, Sir Jaime Lannister stared down at the map laid out beneath him. 3 others were gathered with him. Sir Adam Marbrand, his childhood friend, confidant, and second in command. Lord Edmure Tully, which was understandable considering these were still technically his lands. And the other was the decrepit form of Lord Valder Frey. Though the only reason why the old, shriveled man was with them was because they were currently utilizing the Lord's solar within the twins. The map before them was a detailed lay of the land of the Neck, showing from the twins, over to the King's Road and north to the Moat. Surrounding the Moat were dozens of small figurines showing the northern army, with one large piece standing above the others representing the northern sorcerer and his location. South along the King's Road was his own father's army, the number of figurines just slightly less than those around the twins. Picking up several of the pieces that were around the twins, Jaime moved them over to where he knew his father would be setting up his camp. The land was mostly flat, though he knew from his recent venture north with Robert that where his father was heading had a decent hill that he would no doubt be looking to claim and fortify, forcing any attacking force to attack uphill. "My father has pulled his force back from the Moat and is heading south along the King's Road to this location. He plans on reinforcing this hill and has called for an additional 5,000 men to reinforce him." Across from him, Edmure scoffed. "To think, the great Tywin Lannister running from a greenbowie like the Stark heir. A greenbowie that happens to be your nephew, Lord Edmure," Sir Adam reminded the heir to the Riverlands. "A nephew that you have turned your back on." And Lord Tywin did not run from Robb Stark. He made a tactical decision to pull back to a defensible position after the Northern Sorcerer arrived at the Moat with the full strength of the North. Against such odds while holding the Moat, Lord Tywin had little chance of success. "Then why are you and your men still here?" Lord Valder coughed. "Lord Tywin is gathering his forces to the east. You and your men are eating through our larders faster than we can fill them. And summer is gone. Jaime wanted to shake his head. The twins are being well compensated for housing the army of the king. And we are not combining our forces because with the sorcerer now taking the field, we have to be cautious and pick our battles wisely. Tywin Lannister will have twice the northern numbers when you join him, Valder shrugged. Numbers win battles. Combine your forces and crush him. Better than sitting here eating my food and drinking my wine. And besides, why would the north leave the moat? Jaime was truly starting to reach the end of his patience with the man. A lord he may be. But he was a coward and greedy beyond measure. The Stark girls and Lady Nox are both in the south. Jaime reminded Valder, pressing his knuckles against the table and leaning forward towards the ancient man. Nox and the Starks will come for them. And when they do, they will have to choose. Do they head for my father, or here? Or do they split their forces? If they continue down the King's Road, we will flank them when they reach my father. Should they come here? We will hold the twins till my father can crush their rear. Should they split their forces, then they will be outnumbered by more than 2 to 1. Until they move, however, we make ourselves ready. And while numbers do matter in war, had you left your seat during the Greyjoy Rebellion, you would recognize that numbers do not mean everything when your adversary is the Northern Sorcerer. And that is all I will say on the matter. These are orders given by my father, the Supreme Commander of the Exalted March as decreed by our king. You will do as he says, Lord Valder. Or the king will hear of your disregard and your fate will be up to him to decide. The Lord of the Twins huffed, but wisely kept his mouth shut. Which bannermen shall we send to reinforce your Lord Father? Sir Adam asked. Mostly men from the Westerlands, Jaime responded, before holding up a hand to forestall any comment from either Edmure or Valder. The lords of the Riverlands and their men are needed here. Should the Starks come for the twins, and on the off chance that they even manage to take this keep, then your men's knowledge of the Riverlands will be essential in a campaign in the Riverlands. Then I assume there is nothing further to discuss, Edmure stated, rising to his feet and inclining his head towards him. Sir Jaime. Sir Marbrand. Lord Frey. And without another word, the future lord of the Riverlands turned his back on the three of them and left the room. Valder Frey was next, though the late Valder Frey didn't even bother offering his goodbyes and instead muttered something incoherent before shuffling out of the room, leaving Jaime alone with his longtime friend. Once alone, Jaime let out a long sigh as his shoulders slumped and he fell heavily into the chair behind him. The gall of these pompous river lords, Adam spat. To insinuate that Lord Tywin is afraid of a mere greenbowie and that was the cause of him temporarily abandoning his siege of Moat Cailin. Ha! As if either of those two know the first thing about war. Lord Edmure is as green as the Stark air. And the less said about the famed late Valder Frey, the better. Their arrogance is only a match for their own stupidity. His friend was right. More so than he probably realized. After spending weeks amongst the river lords, arrogant and stupid were perhaps the kindest descriptors he would use for them. Amazingly, both Valder Frey and Edmure Tully stood far and beyond their bannermen regarding both qualities. And the less said about the rabble that made up the army of the faithful, the better. Those fools were no better than common brigands. They were merely small folk who decided to join with the faithful on the promise of gold, women, eternal life amongst the seven and whatever other horseshit promises the Septons were making at the time. Honestly, they were little better than sellswords. But in truth, he would prefer sellswords. At least an even half-decent sellsword company could understand tactics and would know one end of a spear from the other. It is as you say, Adam. Yet, for better or worse, probably worse, the river lords are our allies against the north. Adam scoffed. Allies that we cannot fully trust. The Stark whelps are half-trout, after all. I would sooner trust a member of House Martell to serve your father wine than place my trust in the Tullus with the Starks across the field. Which is precisely why my father has ordered the Riverlanders to stay here at the twins under our watchful eyes, Jaime explained. Should we witness even the slightest hint of treachery by the Tullus, then they will be replaced. And with all the major lords of note from the Riverlands gathered here at the twins, it will not be difficult to choose a new Lord Paramount. One who will be loyal to our cause and King Joffrey. Adam didn't give away his thoughts on the matter, but Jaime had known his friend for long enough to know that he would go along with whatever Jaime, or more specifically Tywin, would order. Do you believe that the North will head for your father? Or for the twins? Resting his elbows on the table, Jaime folded his hands in front of his chin. Were it just the Stark brat, I would say that he would make for the twins in some ill-conceived attempt at swaying some of the river lords to fight for him. Perhaps he would even send a few thousand out to delay my father. But we are not just dealing with the Starks and the North. But Nox as well. And the Sorcerer has a habit of tossing aside all known conventions of war. I would say that they will divide their forces. But there is one fact that my niece, Joy, was able to glean about the Sorcerer. The man relishes a challenge. Nox will no doubt make for my father as Nox would consider my father the greater threat, or rather the greater challenge. So, we will need to make ready to flank the north. No, Jaime shook his head. While effective, my father's trap is far too obvious. The north will know that whichever force they make for, they will be flanked by the other. No, Knox will no doubt send Robb and the more experienced lords here to the twins. Perhaps in the hopes that Robb's ties to the river lords and House Tully will cause some dissent in our ranks. But mostly to prevent us from giving aid to my father as Knox makes for him. And your lord father knows this as well, which is why he has ordered another 5,000 to join with him and he is reinforcing his position on the King's Road. Indeed, Jaime nodded. And if the sorcerer defies the expectations of your father and instead comes for us here at the twins? Jaime felt a slight wave of fear rise within him at just the mere thought of fighting the sorcerer within a confined space. He'd walked the halls of Pike after the sorcerer's rampage years ago. And it was not a scene he wanted to see repeated. Especially as they were now on opposite sides of the field. Fighting him on the open field would be for the best. But if even half of the tales told of the Battle of Hardhome were true, then they would have to engage him as soon as he appeared on the horizon. Giving the man even half a day to prepare for a battle could spell disaster for them. Should the worst happen and the sorcerer himself leads the assault on the twins, we will pull back our forces to the Riverrun side of the twins and lure the sorcerer in. We will then destroy the bridge once Knox reaches the water tower, drowning the sorcerer in the depths of the Green Fork. Adam's brow furrowed. Lord Valder will not agree to such a plan. Which is why I don't plan on telling him. Jaime responded simply. Have our best men discreetly placing barrels of oil at whatever weak points can be found around Water Tower and have our men begin assembling our siege engines on the Riverlands side. I want them to be ready to target the Water Tower at a moment's notice. Should the need arise, we will abandon the twins and sink the bridge, drowning whoever we can and denying the Northerners access to the Riverlands. Adam nodded, it will be as you say, Jaime. And, if I may, it is a shame that you will not take up your rightful place as your father's heir. Just now, I saw your father in you more so than any other time. Jaime honestly was not sure to take that as a compliment or not. Idly flipping through the book on his desk, Peter Baelish ran through the breakdown of coin that was flowing into his pockets while trying to ignore the sounds coming from the private chamber just off his office. The current brothel he was in was one of his many within the city, but this one had the luxury of being located such on the Street of Silk that it was closest to the Red Keep, and any visiting nobility. As such, it had garnered a reputation of catering exclusively to the highborn, including the royal family. More than one of his whores from this establishment had visited the late King Robert nearly once or twice a se'night. And his son had inherited his father's liking for whores. Though their treatment of them was far different. Hearing a loud slap, followed by a scream and muffled slapping of flesh, Peter flared his nostrils while looking over the edge of his ledger towards Sir Mandon Moore and Sir Osmond Kettleblack of the King's Guard. Neither man looked nonplussed at the sounds emanating from the chamber. And why would they? It wouldn't be the first time either man had been in this same situation. Hearing another vicious slap, followed by a loud degrading slew of words, Peter frowned as he mentally removed the girl within from his normal rotation. While Robert loved to fuck whores, he at least treated them with a mediocre amount of respect. Joffrey, however, he got his pleasure from a combination of degradation, violence, and physical pleasure. A true sadist asenite for her to recover. If she doesn't return after, then she will be of no use. Hearing the noises cease, Peter put away his books and got out 2 cups from under his desk before pouring out 2 portions of Arbor Gold for him and his guest. No sooner had he finished pouring the 2 cups than the doors to the private chambers were flung open, allowing the king to enter. The boy was clad in an open coat, exposing his wiry frame that was little more than skin and bones with few muscles. At least he remembered to pull his pants up this time. Peter frowned, glancing over the boy's shoulder towards the still twitching mess of the whore that had been servicing the king. I'll need new sheets for that room as well, it seems. Without a word, Joffrey picked up the cup and greedily drained the contents in a few gulps. If not for his coloring, this boy was every inch Robert Baratheon come again. I trust that Shella was to your liking, your grace. Coughing at the burn of the wine going down his throat, Joffrey held out his cup again demanding another pour. She was, satisfactory. Though I think you need to train this whore better. She wasn't nearly as excited as she should have been to receive royal patronage. Because word has spread since your first visit when you nearly killed one of my whores. And now I have to threaten to hand them over to the Inquisitors and double their fee to get them to even enter the same room as you. I will see that she is retrained, your grace. Peter nodded, then frowned as he watched the whore roll from his bed and half crawl, half walk out of the private chambers. Once she is able to work again, of course. She served her purpose, Joffrey growled. Though I may need another of your whores soon. Setting his cup down, Peter fixed the king with a neutral look. Something vexing you, your grace? You seem to be in rare form today. Joffrey's lips curled into a sneer. My good-for-nothing imp of an uncle. Joffrey growled. My mother always said he was a wretched little creature. And she was right. He struts around my city like he is the ruler. And everyone listens to him. Not me. He talks down to me as if I don't know what I'm doing. Then when I vent my frustrations to my mother, she agrees with the wretched little creature and tells me to listen to him. As if he, a deformed dwarf who's been nothing more than a stain on the Lannister name, knows how to properly rule. And now my uncle, no, that traitor Stannis sends out that wretched letter claiming I'm a bastard born of my mother and my uncle Jaime and that I'm not the true king. I am my father's son. Robert Baratheon's son. Everyone says so. Just because I favor my mother in looks does not change who my father is. With a seemingly casual but slight quickened upraising of his cup to his lips, Baelish managed to hide his smirk. Anyone who had 2 eyes could see that Joffrey was no Robert's son. Especially when you looked at all the bastards the late Fat King had sired. But the boy's temperament was something he had most assuredly learned from Robert. Humming, he set down his cup. Tell me, Your Grace. Are you familiar with the tale of Prince Daemon Targaryen? The rogue prince? Joffrey burped, then drained his cup again as if he were drinking cheap ale rather than some of the most expensive wine in Westeros. What do I care for some damned prince from a failed dynasty? Seeing the opportunity, Baelish leaned back and steepled his fingers. Before he truly gained his renown, he was appointed leader of the City Watch. At the time, they weren't the gold cloaks as we know them today. In fact, they were barely above levies that might be raised from the small folk. King's Landing was a lawless city. And King Viserys was a man who preferred peace and hated all conflict. Which of course made him easy prey for Lord Otto Hightower, who quickly became the man's closest confidant and advisor before becoming his hand. In no time at all, whispers began running through the streets that the Hightowers Noth Targaryens were the true rulers of the 7 kingdoms. So, what did Prince Daemon do? He reformed the City Watch into the Gold Cloaks. And in the dead of night took to the streets with his men. Any who was guilty of a crime was brought before him and he passed judgment on them immediately. The city nearly ran red with all the blood of those who were punished for their crimes. And after that night, crime in the city almost completely disappeared. The rogue prince was proclaimed as a bringer of peace and justice. And no one dared question again whether the Targaryens truly ruled the 7 kingdoms. The tale was an embellishment with a sprinkling of lies, of course. But that wasn't the point. The point was the fact that his version had clearly caught the attention of Joffrey as a new gleam entered his eyes. The same is happening now, Joffrey smirked. Lawlessness is running rampant in my city. Thieves, murderers, heretics, blasphemers. But they don't care about me, nor my uncle, nor my grandfather, nor the sorcerer. But I am the king. I should take to the streets just as the rogue prince did and bring order back to my city. Almost too easy, Baelish grinned. A fine idea, Your Grace. And as a belated name day gift, I have something that will benefit you. Picking up a small bell and giving it a ring, the doors to his office immediately opened as 2 of his sellswords brought in a wooden mannequin. On said mannequin was a suit of armor. Red steel laden over boiled leather with golden accents, snarling lion heads formed on the pauldrons, lion figures inlaid with gold scattered across the chest of the armor, and a long blood-red cape running down the back. It had cost him a decent amount of coin. But in truth the armor was merely ceremonial in that it was all look and barely any function. It would survive a few blows, but it would not last a prolonged campaign. Getting up, Joffrey eagerly approached the armor and smiled widely as he examined every part of it. You are proving yourself time and time again, Baelish. I will have to find a way to reward you for your service. Baelish spread his arms. I am merely serving my king as any good advisor should do, Your Grace. Joffrey didn't seem to hear him, or care that he spoke, as he continued his inspection of the armor. Yes, I will be wearing this when I lead my gold cloaks out to bring justice back to my streets. But what if the gold cloaks prove themselves incompetent and can't find any lawbreakers to bring to my judgment? At this, Baelish chuckled. Trust me, Your Grace. You can't swing a dead cat amongst the small folk without hitting at least 3 lawbreakers. And you are the king, Your Grace. When you give your judgment, your word is final as is the punishment you deemed necessary. Who are the small folk to dare question the judgment of their king? The courtyard of the Red Keep was lined with over 100 gold cloaks, each standing straight with their eyes forward as Joffrey made a show of inspecting those who would be following him tonight. He'd seen his father and grandfather do the same routine each time they were about to lead men out. He didn't understand why they had bothered, but now that he was the one doing the inspection, he understood. Despite being half the age of most of the men before him, they all looked at him with respect and fear. It was exhilarating. Completing his walk down the line of gold cloaks, Joffrey turned heel and made his way back to the center of the assembled men where Sirs Oakhart, Blount, and Mormon waited for him. I will have to find another way of rewarding Baelish for not only suggesting this course of action, but for also commissioning such a fine set of armor. The armor that Baelish had gifted him fit him perfectly. While he might carry the name Baratheon, the red and gold coloring of his cape and along the armor's accents left no room for doubt regarding which of his parents' houses he favored. And why shouldn't he favor his mother's house? Both his uncles on the Baratheon side had proven themselves greedy traitors. Renly by fleeing before his father passed. And now his uncle Stannis with that blasphemous letter he'd sent across the realm. Arriving before his Kingsguard, he was reminded again that he needed to find new members to replace the old fool that allowed his father to die. He'd intended on gifting the position to Sandor Clegane, but his dog had proven himself a traitor as well when he fled with the Stark bitches. Perhaps he could find a replacement tonight? Yes, an offer of elevation to the highest order of knights in the realm would serve as good motivation to find fools for him to judge. Gold cloaks. He called out loudly. Ever since the passing of my father, many have tried to claim what is rightfully mine. First the Starks tried to supplant me. Then my traitorous uncle Stannis spreads foul rumors towards the Queen Mother. And now even my own hand, my uncle Tyrion, struts around the Red Keep as if he is the true power of the Seven Kingdoms. But tonight, we will show them all who the true king is. Tonight, we bring justice back to the streets of my city. Serve me well tonight, and you will be remembered when the time comes to choose my next Kingsguard. Now go. Find those who think themselves above my laws and bring them to me so that justice can be netted out. For King Joffrey the Blessed. The gold cloaks cried out before dispersing and charging out of the Red Keep and towards the depths of King's Landing. Smirking as he watched the gold cloaks run out, Joffrey made his way towards the center of the yard where a small wooden platform had been hastily erected for him just moments before, along with an elegant-looking chair that would suffice as a makeshift throne for him. It wasn't as grandiose as he would have preferred, but it would serve its purpose well tonight. Doubly so if any of the gold cloaks managed to find any heretics hiding in his city. Standing at the ready at the base of the platform was the King's Justice, Sir Payne, along with several inquisitors who were eagerly awaiting their duty to exercise their craft on the lawbreakers of the city. He was prepared to have to wait for some time for the gold cloaks to return with any lawbreakers. But the city watch pleasantly surprised him with their competence as a dozen gold cloaks made their way back into the yard dragging 6 criminals back with them. Smirking, Joffrey made his way to the edge of the platform as the first 2 gold cloaks come forward dragging a decently dressed man between them. This bard was performing a song that spoke ill of your father, the late King Robert, your grace. The bard stared up at him in fear. His body twitching and shaking as sweat ran down his face. Please, your grace, it was just a song. I won't ever perform it again. Joffrey smirked, indeed you won't. I hereby find you guilty of blasphemy against my late father. Remove his tongue. The bard pleaded for mercy, but no one paid him any heed as he was dragged towards the waiting inquisitors. A pair of metal tongs in hand and a glowing red knife ready to remove the bard's offending appendage. Next to be brought forward was a struggling woman dressed in only a sleep dress. This woman broke her marriage vows to my brother, your grace. The woman, seeing the bard have his tongue ripped out, fell to her knees before him. Please, mercy, your grace. Me husband beats me and spends all our coin on the street of silk. I only wanted to feel loved and you admit your crime, Joffrey retorted seemingly dismissively as he waved her away. Guilty of adultery. Brand her face. The woman screamed as she was led over to the inquisitors. One of the inquisitors put a cattle brand in a nearby brazier as the gold cloaks forced the woman to her knees and held her face still. Pulling out the brand, a glowing letter A, the inquisitor quickly pressed the white-hot metal against the woman's cheek. The woman's scream was like music to Joffrey's ears as he turned his attention to the next criminal being dragged before him. Thievery, your grace. Remove his hand. Then the next. Rapist. Geld him. Blasphemy. Remove his tongue. Horse thief. 50 lashes with a spiked whip. Murder, your grace. This one made Joffrey grin widely, as the man being held before him tried to claim his innocence. Sir Payne, take his head. The man tried to struggle, alternating between claiming his innocence and offering to take the black even as his head was forced onto the block. Sir Payne didn't hesitate as he raised his axe above his head before bringing it down and removing the man's head. Baelish was right, Joffrey smirked as he watched gold cloaks bring more and more lawbreakers forward to face his royal judgment. Thieves lost their hands. Horse thieves were whipped. Blasphemers had their tongues removed. Rapists were gelded. Adulteresses were branded on their faces. Those who had caused issue in the streets while drunk had a funnel forced in their mouths before being forced to drink an entire cask of water drawn from the Blackwater Bay. Merchants who could not provide proof that they were allowed to trade in the city had their gold confiscated before receiving 25 strikes with a switch. And those guilty of murder had their heads removed to decorate the walls of the Red Keep. On and on the night went. Yet Joffrey never once felt even the slightest call of sleep. By the time the sky was starting to lighten with the approaching dawn, a new river of blood was flowing from the site of the punishments and towards the sewers. And nearly 3 wagon loads of body parts and bodies had to be removed from the yard. Just as he was about to call an end to the night, 10 gold cloaks came back into the yard dragging a man, woman, and 2 girls who looked to be of age with his own sister. The gold cloak leading the small group bowed to him before presenting him with a small, hand-sized, wooden medallion. Even from this distance, he could see the weirwood carved onto the medallion. Heretics, Joffrey smirked. He'd been waiting for this. He wasn't expecting this gold cloak to find a whole family, but he had a perfect punishment for them. Stepping off the wooden platform, he walked towards the family. The two girls were clutching to their mother while the father was pathetically trying to put himself in front of them to try and protect them. He could practically taste their fear, and he loved it. Bring them up onto the platform, he called out. Bind the girls over a pair of barrels and chain the parents between them. His makeshift throne was quickly removed as he stood to the side, watching the gold cloak and inquisitors leading the family onto the platform. Joffrey reveled in watching them all struggle in vain as the mother and father were bound together with heavy chains in the center, while the two girls were forced over barrels before being tied in place. After they'd finished binding the family, the gold cloaks and the inquisitors stepped down. Looking at each member one at a time, Joffrey could only smirk at the look of fear in the girls' and woman's eyes, and he wanted to outright laugh as the father continued to struggle in vain. Turning his back on the family, he stood tall before the nearly 40 or so gold cloaks before him. I, King Joffrey Baratheon, find these four guilty. Guilty of treason against the crown. Guilty of treason against the faith. They are heretics and traitors. And the punishment is death. However, even though they are heretics, they can still serve the crown one last time to earn redemption in the eyes of the gods. You men before me now have served the crown and the faith well tonight. And as such, I gift to you these two girls to sate your lust upon so that they might earn the forgiveness of the gods before they die. The girls and mother wailed, and the father screamed, threatening death and pain upon any who touched the girls. That was expected. However, what Joffrey didn't expect was for none of the gold cloaks to rush forward and claim their reward. Growling in impatience, he swept his hand over the gathered crowd. Any man here who does not partake in my generous gift will be considered suspect of sympathy with the heretics and as such will be handed over to the inquisitors to find out where your loyalties lie. As will your families. The gold cloaks still hesitated, but Joffrey motioning for the inquisitors to step forward gave them the encouragement they needed to take their rewards. One by one, the gold cloaks walked up onto the platform and made their way behind one of the now exposed girls to take their pleasure. Over the course of the entire morning, the girls were taken by one man after another. It took until the sun was near midday before the last man finished taking his reward. By then, the girls were little more than limp pieces of flesh tied to barrels, and both parents had screamed themselves hoarse and their wrists and ankles were covered in blood from pulling against the binds holding them in place. With all of the gold cloaks finished, Joffrey motioned his inquisitors forward. Each man came forward with a bushel of kindling or a small bucket of oil. After setting the kindling under the platform and coating everything, including the condemned family, in oil, the inquisitor bowed to him and stepped back as Sir Moore come forward and offered him a lit torch. Walking forward, the family could do little more than plead weakly for mercy. All except the father, who was glaring at all of them. The gods will remember this, false bastard king born of incest. Rage coursed through Joffrey, but he held himself in check. His words meant nothing. The old gods are powerless in the face of the true king of Westeros. Tossing the torch onto the kindling, Joffrey stepped back and watched with a wide smile as the flames swallowed the platform and the family. I am the king. Even gods fear me. Creeping silently through the confines of the sleeping camp, Isabella clutched her dark cloak tighter around her body as she kept to the shadows of the tents as best she could as she made her way towards the temporary stable that had been erected in Moat Cailin. For nearly 10 years, she had served as a whore in Wintertown, sent on the direction of Lord Tyrion Lannister. She'd learned her letters, and the complex code that Lord Tyrion insisted she use to hide her messages. But she knew that her time amongst the Northerners was running out. Her beauty was starting to fade, which meant that while she still had regular patrons, most who visited the brothel looked towards the younger girls first and her second, or even third at times. And, worse than that, her sister was becoming of age as well. And she wanted her out of Casterly Rock as soon as she was able to do so. Arriving at the stables, her heart sped up as she saw no guards in sight and a single mare within, saddled and ready for her to flee. It cost me a night for free with the stable boy. But he came through in the end. I must say, Isabella, you decided to flee far sooner than I thought you would. Isabella froze as the words entered her ears. Turning slowly, she prayed to the gods, both old and new, that the voice behind her did not belong to who she feared. But the gods tend to laugh at the wants of mortals. For right behind her stood the northern sorcerer. The sorcerer was standing calmly with his hands behind his back and no guards at his side. But she knew that it didn't matter. The sorcerer needed no guards. And she had heard of more than a few tales on how the man was able to kill even the mightiest with barely a twitch of his fingers. While she had never seen the feat herself, she did not want to test whether or not he could on her. Lord Knox, she curtsied, hoping beyond all hope that their meeting here and now was mere chance. The sorcerer remained silent as he approached the mare that had been prepared for her. Guards away from their posts, something to be addressed later. A horse ready to ride with provisions for several days. And now I find you sneaking around the camp. Isabel tried thinking quickly to find an excuse. If it were any other man, she would show her tits and offer a quick service to get away. But the sorcerer was not just any other man. He was well known to stay committed to his marital bed with Lady Nox. More than a few noble hunters had tried finding their way into his bed in hopes of him siring a bastard upon themselves, but all had failed. Some dismissed quietly. Others publicly shamed for their actions. A mere chance passing, my lord, she said, fingers itching towards the small dagger she kept on her body. I was merely making my way from the main keep after servicing Lord Theon. If you will pardon me, my lord, the air of the Iron Isles wore me out and I wish to rest. A good possibility, Theon is well known to favor your services. Yet there is a problem. Namely that your tent lies on the opposite end of the camp. And while normally I would not bother with those of your profession fleeing, I would rather not have Tywin Lannister learn of his grace nor about Archon just yet. Without a moment's hesitation and acting on adrenaline-spiked instinct, she drew her dagger and lunged for the sorcerer, hoping to bury it up to the hilt in his neck. If she could bring word of not only Jaehaerys Stark, but also the fact the famed sorcerer fell to her dagger, she would be granted her own fiefdom and enough coin to ensure that she would never have to lift a finger or lay with another man for the rest of her life. But just as these visions of grandeur entered her head, they disappeared as her body froze. It was as if her entire body was suddenly bound in shackles and chains she could not see. She couldn't move. She couldn't speak. All she could do was stare silently in horror as Lord Nox slowly approached her. His face devoid of any emotion. It has often been my experience that when a spy is exposed, they react in one of two ways. Fight or flee. I am glad you are of the former. It shows your strength. And I don't have to expend the energy in chasing you down like an errant child. Isabella ceased her struggles. She knew that this was the end of her life. She knew the danger of being a spy. She knew that if she were captured, a quick death would be the most she could hope for. How long have you known about me? Since you stepped foot in Wintertown all those years ago, he answered, startling her with his honesty. But you were useful in relaying information, both true and false, to the south in an efficient manner. Now, though, you are a liability. Sister. I am so sorry to be leaving you alone in this cruel and wretched world. She closed her eyes, resigning herself to her fate. Sorcerer, if I may make one last request? I did all this for my sister who serves as a maid in Casterly Rock. Please. Spare her when you go south. The sorcerer tilted his head slightly. You may wish to change your last request. Your sister is dead. Raped and murdered at the hands of Gregor Clegane when the Mountain visited Casterly Rock some time ago. Tywin ordered his scribe to continue writing to you as if he were your sister. Isabella wanted to scream that he was lying. But, she couldn't. The sorcerer was not one known to tell lies or falsehoods. And besides his words, she'd been having her own suspicions that something wasn't right with her sister for some time now. Her letters came far less frequently than before. And they were, strange. Some of the words used were not her sister's words. And there were a few mistakes towards their past that seemed odd. But she'd long since brushed those fears aside, confident that Lord Tywin would ensure that her sister was safe in the rock. But, apparently, she had been a fool twice over. Once for thinking she could spy on the North and the Northern Sorcerer. And second, for trusting the Lannisters to protect her sister. Then a different request, Sorcerer. She hiccuped, tears falling freely down her face despite her body being unable to move. The Lannisters and the Mountain, make them suffer before you kill them. Done, Lord Nox replied before holding up his right hand. Don't worry. In recognition of what you've done over the years, and because you showed strength instead of fleeing, this will be quick. Shuddering, Isabella squeezed her eyes shut. Sister, I am so sorry. She felt something take hold of her head in an iron grip before her head jerked to the side and she knew no more. We have caught up with the latest chapter, last updated November 23, 2024.